You're alive. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Good morning. Wake up. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up. Hello. It's time to wake up. Hello. Are you ready to go to school, dear? Oh my God, I didn't get my coffee. Okay, wait. I gotta go get my coffee. Oh, I knew I forgot something. God damn it. Oh man, what did I? Hold on just a minute. I gotta go get my coffee. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta get my coffee. Butterflies, let me know. Let me know. Let everyone know I'll be right back. All right, hold on. Oh my God. Okay. Hold on, everything's falling over. I will be right back. Lee! I know. I fucking forgot my coffee. It's amazing. Hold on. I feel like I don't have my ears on. Oh, you can't hear the coffee pouring. I love the sound of coffee pouring. It's really good. Here's my ears. Hi, Lee. How are you, darling? How are you? Oh my gosh. How are you? How are you? I don't think these things really begin at 6, okay? These fuckers lied to me. I think they begin at 6:30, which I could go live at 6:30, but no. But no, I don't want to miss anything. Blah. No, you were right the first time. I'll be Rugget back. I'll be Rugget back. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. What is it, Wednesday? What is this, heaven? Badger, good morning, darling. Good morning. Oh, actually, it sounds a little rough. So let's see. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. This week, this year, this week feels like a long year. Word of the day, Rugget. I'm in, butterflies. I'm in. That's a good one. I like that. No, let's see. So, yeah, today's Wednesday, and today, I mean, looking forward to the long weekend, preparing for a flood of EOs next week. Lee, I cannot find my happy place about this. I just cannot find my happy place that this is where we find ourselves. And I keep like hitting these little reminders, and I can't imagine being in your position and having to deal with the actual in your face impact of an idiotic regime. It is Wednesday. My name is Rugget. It is Wednesday, and my name is Rugget. I like it. I wonder if you say it rut, like right is right, but I don't know. Rugget sounds better to me. I don't know why. I'm going to stick with Rugget. I want to break those grammar rules. I want to break them in half. I want to bend them like a stick. It is Wednesday, my name. I'm just moving forward every day. Yep, absolutely, Lee. I understand that. Hi, Pepper. You're calling it the ideoligarchy. We got Pam Bondi, apparently. Marco Rubio, apparently. But yesterday we were supposed to have Doug Collins. What the fuck happened to him? I mean, I'm being serious. They list all these people that are putting shit on, and this is what? Hey, what now? All right, let me just make sure Pam didn't like sneak in there a half an hour early. All right, well, apparently, let me see if I can find, they have it on Fox, and you know how I feel about that. But the first thing, actually, I want to play this for you because this, what is it from? 4 days ago. I don't know about that. But you know what? We'll stick with it as long as I'm interested in it. That's the beautiful part. The beautiful part of it is that I do run the show. And so if I don't want to do it, he got pulled. Maddow did a segment Monday on a bunch. See, this is what I think, Pepper. Okay, you're right. So now I'm realizing that it's this segment that that we need to watch. C-SPAN, CNN, Associated Press. Maddow did a segment Monday on a bunch who were pulled. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, this is the Maddow segment. I don't know if it's from Monday. I'm not sure. I mean, I suppose. I don't know. Okay, let me play this for you. Hold on. And let's see if this is what you meant.
Of any real vetting or background checks for the people who Trump has named to run big, important parts of the United States government. We are hoping a Rachel Maddow Show public servant announcement can help fill in the gaps on some of these folks. Today, we've got 5 things to know about Donald Trump's pick to run the Justice Department. His choice for Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi. Thing number 1. It all started at a Benihana in Las Vegas. It was a charity dinner. A bunch of big wheel Republican donors were there. And one particular Republican donor had the bad luck to be seated at the Benihana next to the head of Trump's super PAC. She and her husband had given the super PAC a bunch of money, so maybe this was supposed to be a reward of some kind. It did not turn out that way.
Good morning, Jane.
Over the course of the dinner, Mr. Lewandowski tried to hold her hand, and she pushed his hand away. He touched her leg, and she moved it away. He grabbed her napkin off her lap and tried to touch her leg again, and she pulled her dress over her leg to move his hand away and cover her skin. Lewandowski allegedly remarked on the size of his genitalia, described his sexual performance, and showed her the key to his hotel room. She said Lewandowski repeatedly spoke about sex while using expletives. Quote, the woman left the room, but was soon followed by Lewandowski, who remarked that she had a nice... Lewandowski also, quote, threw his drink at her, and it landed all over her shoe and the bottom of her dress. He also, quote, called her stupid. So the head of Trump's super PAC was actually criminally charged after this incident. He was charged with misdemeanor battery. He paid a fine, he did community service, and he agreed to undergo impulse control training. Now, it's unclear whether this incident is something that would be troubling in itself to Donald Trump, given his own legal history, and given the fact that this was not the first time this same guy had been charged with battery, even just since he'd been working for Donald Trump. But the Benihana groping and drink throwing incident did pose at least one definite problem. The couple who had given the big donation to the super PAC, whereupon the wife of the couple got rewarded for that by Corey Lewandowski, allegedly grabbing her and swearing at her and telling her all about the size of his little Lewandowski. That couple reportedly said they wanted a refund of their money if Lewandowski stayed on as the head of the super PAC. But they said if Lewandowski was fired from the super PAC, then Trump could keep the money. It may or may not surprise you to learn that a decision was made to keep the money and fire Lewandowski. Whereupon the Trump super PAC needed a new replacement to run the Trump super PAC. And that was the first time that Pam Bondi was given a job by Donald Trump, because Donald Trump needed an emergency replacement for his first choice for the job, because that guy got in trouble for doing something totally disgusting involving women. Pam! Pam! Where's Pam? Pam, I'm gonna need you! The first time was taking over Trump's super PAC after the Benihana grope a donor talk about your penis size incident. The second time is now. Now, her choice to be Attorney General of the United States. Trump's first choice for the Attorney General job, he denies all wrongdoing, but a Congressional Ethics Committee investigation, quote, concluded there was substantial evidence that Representative Matt Gaetz violated House rules and state and federal laws and other standards of conduct prohibiting acceptance of impermissible gifts, the provision of special favors and privileges, obstruction of Congress, illicit drug use, prostitution, and statutory rape. Is there nothing he can't do? The Matt Gaetz Attorney General nomination lasted 8 days and then collapsed under the weight of the whereupon Donald Trump knew what to do. Pam! Where's Pam? Pam! One more time. That's thing number one. Thing number two. Why has Pam Bondi been available to repeatedly take jobs on an emergency basis after Trump's first choice was found to have done something very wrong involving his pants? Funny story about that, actually. When Trump was elected the first time, multiple news organizations reported that he was considering Pam Bondi for a job in his new administration. Maybe he was considering her for a big job. But she never got a job in the first Trump term. She never got any job. Why is that? Some reporting has suggested that it was because, quote, Trump staffers were concerned that questions about the donation would make confirmation hearings for Bondi difficult and damaging. Questions about the donation. The donation in question is this one, this $25,000 check. When Pam Bondi was serving as Attorney General in Florida, the Orlando Sentinel reported that her office was looking into Floridians' complaints about something called Trump University. Florida residents, a whole bunch of them, had come to the state attorney general's office complaining to Pam Bondi that they had been scammed by Trump University. They'd lost a ton of money. Could the attorney general please do something about it? Now, that report, Bondi's office looking into complaints about possible fraud. Florida may join multi-state lawsuit against Trump University. That report appeared in the press in Florida on a Friday. 4 days later, Tuesday, that big, beautiful check arrived. That $25,000 check arrived at the super PAC supporting Pam Bondi's re-election in Florida. A check signed by Donald Trump himself. Bondi had asked Trump for the donation. The check from the Donald J. Trump Foundation arrived, signed by Trump himself. She also apparently got a check from Ivanka Trump as well. And what are you going to do? Pam Bondi thereupon decided, actually, on second thought, I don't think Florida is going to join that multi-state fraud lawsuit against Trump University after all.
Meaning, I'm not going to protect
now, incidentally,
the
that lawsuit against
state.
Trump University was successful. Other states, like New York, went ahead with it. Trump had to shut down his fake university and pay more than $20 million to make the fraud claims go away. Incidentally, he also had to pay a fine to the IRS because the check he sent to Pam Bondi while she was mulling whether or not to join the case, that turned out to have been an illegal contribution from his fake charity. His fake charity, which was also soon shut down as a scam. Law and order. I love these guys. Law and order. A review ultimately cleared Pam Bondi. A state prosecutor officially said it wasn't a bribe. But that fiasco obviously got a lot of press. And that was in 2013. So maybe
thank you.
By 2017, the new Trump administration rolls around. Maybe they just didn't want to sit through confirmation hearings for Pam Bondi that would air out all that dirty laundry. That said, it might also have been thing number 3 that explains why she didn't get a job in the first Trump administration. Because the other thing Pam Bondi was really famous for at the time was the execution thing. Now, I don't want to sell her short. Pam Bondi, as Florida Attorney General, she was involved in a lot of high-profile and controversial things. Pam Bondi, for example, was the lead Attorney General fighting nationwide to get rid of Obamacare. She led a fight specifically against the part of Obamacare that says you can still get health insurance if you have a pre-existing condition, like, cancer. Pam Bondi was also involved in a weird incident where she started moonlighting from the Florida Attorney General job by hosting a Fox News show repeatedly for days on end, while she was also serving supposedly full-time as the top law enforcement official in her state. When that moonlighting tripped the WTF meter in the state and people started asking about it, Fox News insisted that the Ethics Commission in Florida had signed off on her moonlighting and doing this TV thing. The Ethics Commission itself said, in fact, they had not. Pam Bondi also became the face of Florida's particularly vociferous effort to make it illegal for gay people to get married. She said gay marriage harmed the state of Florida. That led to a particularly epic takedown of Ms. Bondi on air by the great Anderson Cooper at CNN.
Go, girl.
When she was first campaigning for office, Florida's efforts to not just ban marriage, but also ban gay people from adopting, those efforts had been set back, really embarrassingly, because of a big, just mortifying scandal involving the state's highly paid big expert on the subject of gay adoption. It was the contention of this expert, the state of Florida's paid expert on the gay adoption issue, that a person can choose whether or not they're gay. He said, in effect, that if you feel gay, but you don't want to be gay, that can be fixed. You can be cured. Can you? Can you really? Did anybody ask this guy how he knows? Because while Pam Bondi was campaigning to become Florida Attorney General, that same guy, that same expert, was met at baggage claim at the Miami airport by a Miami New Times reporter who interviewed both the Florida State expert guy and the young man he met on rentboy.com. Very handsome young man. The couple was on their way back to Florida from an extended European vacation. Did I mention the young man from rentboy.com was very, very handsome? Now, this story got a ton of press in Florida for all the obvious reasons. But Pam Bondi nevertheless pledged to plow on with the gay adoption ban case, which had been based on confident assurances from the state of Florida's paid expert, who says no one's really gay if they don't want to be. The same guy reportedly paying the young man he met at rentboy.com for daily nude massages. Bullshit. So again, I don't want to sell Pam Bondi short. She was involved in a lot of harebrained, controversial stuff while serving as Attorney General in Florida. But if there was one thing that stuck to her from her time in office in Florida, it was the execution thing. The state of Florida is famously enthusiastic about capital punishment. Florida, generally speaking, kills a lot of their prisoners. And Pam Bondi wanted more. She was a big supporter of something called the Timely Justice Act, which aimed to speed up how quickly Florida can kill more of its prisoners. That made for some really awkward questions when Pam Bondi, champion of killing prisoners faster, nevertheless asked for a delay in one scheduled killing. Turns out she was not available to attend the execution or to attend to her responsibilities around the execution because she had a fundraiser to go to. Well, perhaps it was a fundraiser for a very good cause. Your mileage may vary. Turns out it was a fundraiser for herself. A fundraising, quote, re-election kickoff reception. For Pam Bondi, it is incredibly important that the state of Florida be able to swiftly execute its death row prisoners in a timely manner, unless she has plans. And she had plans. That fundraiser, just so you know, was more than a year before she was up for re-election. At the time, she had nobody even running against her. But she nevertheless thought that her kickoff reception was more important than the killing she was supposed to oversee. Which led to headlines like this one, quote, "Only in Florida, Attorney General Bondi reschedules execution to avoid conflict with her fundraiser." The head of one Florida public interest group said at the time, quote, "Wherever one stands on the death penalty, there isn't anyone in America that believes an execution should be postponed for political fundraising. Her moral compass is broken." Pam Bondi ultimately apologized for having delayed the execution. But even that left behind more epic Florida headlines. Quote, Attorney General vows to never again delay an execution for a fundraiser. Never again. So maybe that was why she didn't get a job in the first Trump administration. I don't know. But that brings us to thing number 4. Despite never actually getting a job in the first Donald Trump administration, Pam Bondi has stuck herself to Donald Trump like a persistent cough. At his low moments, at his worst moments, she was involved more than people tend to remember. For example, there she was at the Republican National Convention.
Donald Trump will stop it. Lock her up. I love that.
Saying, yeah, lock her up. I love that. There she was at the Stormy Daniels hush money trial, standing outside the courtroom, attacking the judge in the case. She came on the same day Joe Piscopo did. There she was the day after the 2020 election, firing some of the very first shots in the war to overthrow that election. Pam Bondi held the very first overturn the election press conference in Pennsylvania. That was the one where Rudy Giuliani said some ballots might have come, quote, from Mars. There she was just days later at Four Seasons Total Landscaping, where Ms. Bondi reportedly oversaw the moving of the landscaping equipment to make room for the podium. There she was on Fox News, insisting falsely that Trump had won,
I just feel like
making wild enough claims about what she called fake ballots that even the Fox News morning show hosts pushed back. Quote, just tell us what you know.
There could be.
Pam. At Donald Trump's first impeachment, there she was on the defense team, although her job was not so much to defend Trump as it was to muddy the waters. She was the one on the defense team who was charged with arguing that the real Ukraine scandal was not this impeachment thing. The real Ukraine scandal was a made-up fake bribery allegation about President Joe Biden. And we know it is a made-up fake claim because here's Pam Bondi with the guy who was the source of that claim, who himself now says the allegation was not only made up, it was made up by people linked to the Kremlin and Russian intelligence. That's where he got it, and then Pam Bondi served it up to the American people as one of Trump's lawyers. He went to prison. She's going to be Attorney General?
Lev Parnas.
Which brings us to thing number 5. And I don't mean this in a mean way, but just objectively speaking, there are ways in which she is not great at this.
The Norway trip was June of 2015. He remained on the board until
Hi, GP.
April of 2019.
Part of Pam Bondi's responsibilities when defending Trump in his first impeachment was not just to speak in Congress on his behalf. That didn't always go great. But it was also her job to make the case for him on television. And that also often did not go well.
Does the president know Gordon Sondland well? Are they in frequent contact? Have they been?
Well, we're going to hear what Gordon Sondland has to say today. He's ambassador
what does the president
for
say?
a short while.
What does the president say?
The president, he was ambassador to the Ukraine. He is ambassador to the Ukraine, and the president knows him. The president does not know him very well. He's a short-term ambassador. Of course he knows him. He's the ambassador.
He's the ambassador to the Ukraine. He's not the ambassador to Ukraine, or Ukraine. That guy had an entirely different job. Headline. Trump's top impeachment defender gets Sondland's job title wrong 3 times. Pam Bondi's selection to be Attorney General of the United States
casting.
has been overshadowed by the circumstances in which she was selected for this job. I mean, even very fierce Trump critics have effectively praised her just because she is not perceived to be as bad as the guy who she replaced.
Yeah.
Not as bad as
There's no
Trump's
evidence of
first
her
choice for Attorney
actually
General.
raping a child.
Like, take, for example, former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger.
Well, I mean, better than Gates. I mean, you know, a bag filled with peanut butter would be better than Gates. So, you know, it's a low bar.
Pam Bondi is better than Matt Gaetz, but also a bag filled with peanut butter is better than Matt Gaetz. So consider the scale here. One outspoken critic of Pam Bondi's from Florida said in the Orlando Sentinel, quote, compared to Matt Gaetz, Pam Bondi looks like Clarence freaking Darrow. Emphasis in the original. Rachel Maddow Show producer Steve Bennin, who is a man not prone to hyperbole, he said memorably about her selection, quote, it would be effectively impossible to pick someone more repulsive than Matt Gaetz. So as a person who's definitely less repulsive than the most repulsive choice imaginable, I mean, congratulations, Pam Bondi. Congratulations. Pam! Where's Pam? But in a job where the main reassurance to the nation is supposed to be that, you know, justice will be served and the law will be upheld without fear or favor or deference to anyone, Pam Bondi is one of 4 of his own personal defense lawyers that Donald Trump is trying to install at the top of the Justice Department. And the way she appears to have earned this nomination is by defending and participating with Trump in some of the most repulsive things that he has done in public life.
Lock her up. I love that.
Pam Bondi loves the idea of incarcerating Donald Trump's political opponents.
Can I just say that? She has the worst
She says that the people at the Justice Department who prosecuted Trump for his alleged crimes will themselves be prosecuted now. As Attorney General, she will be in a position to do that. She was not his first choice for this job. She was the emergency replacement, again. But that really isn't the most important thing to know about Pam Bondi as our potential next Attorney General, which is why this has been another Rachel Maddow Show public servant announcement.
Oh my God. Well, that's perfect timing because you'll see in the corner there, I've got the, let's get that actually over here. I'm going to move that over there, and then I'm going to move this over. Oh, come over here. I might have to switch channels, but we will start with these folks, these fine folks at the Associated Press. The Associated Press. We'll give them a little noise. Can I get a what? Oh, good morning, everyone. Good morning. GP came in. Jim Nalgren came in. Oh my gosh. Who else came in? Pepper, Badger, people I haven't been able to say hi to. Yeah, Pam Bondi's really a piece of shit, and she's stupid too. So, you know, what's really interesting is the next Attorney General pick, according to Easily Distracted, is going to be My Pillow guy. I think that is one of the most inspired choices I've heard in a long time, Easily. Congratulations. I think Pam Bondi is central casting who will do anything for Trump. That's what I think. I think she is a cheap date, and she will do whatever Trump needs her to do, and she looks like what he wants her to look like, and that's important to him. So those are her two qualifications. Oh, and she's a lawyer, so, you know, there's that, or something. I don't know what she even is. So this should be, you know, oh God, interesting. Oh, she's over there hugging and kissing. Hugging and kissing. Oh, hi. Hi, Katie Britt. Hi. I hate these people. Even change his diaper. I'm sure she would do that. Well, I don't know what kind of industry, but I'm telling you right now, and I really don't mean to share hate, but those extensions are absolutely horrific. Like, how does she do her hair? It looks like one of those, it looks like an Amazon wig, okay? I'm just going to say it. It looks like a wig I would get off of Amazon. And I would have low expectations when I was, well, you know, I have lived in Florida, so I understand I mean, I'm fairly trashy myself, but I just don't. I don't understand. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. It just looks like straw. It looks like straw. Yes, Butterfly. She probably did do it herself. I'm telling you, it's an Amazon thing. It's Amazon clip-in extensions. I have some. I literally have some. I'm not giving her a break. Are you kidding me? She's a fucking monster. I have some. Okay? This is what she has in her fucking... I'm not kidding. Jesus Christ, you think I don't know what I'm talking about? I know what I'm talking about. Butterflies, give her a break. Is that a merkin? I don't even know what that is. What's a merkin? Oh God, Rick Scott's there. Oh God, we gotta get... Oh shit. I was really hoping not to have a lot of, like, parlor tricks today, but apparently we're gonna have to. Brittany also, yeah, but she has an excuse. Pam Bondi does not have an excuse, okay? That's it. Period. Full stop. Ugh! Okay, I gotta get Rachel Maddow out of here. Hold on. Rachel, hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, my God, it's the Pigeon Man.
Good morning, everybody. I welcome all of you to this very important hearing to consider the nomination of former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi. She's serving as the 87th Attorney General of the United States after her approval. Congratulations to your nomination, Ms. Bondi, and thank you for your willingness to serve. I thank Senator Durbin for his leadership as chairman of the committee over the last 4 years. Although he and I have differences of policies, I think the public could say we worked well together on many issues over the years. As he steps into his role as ranking member, I will work closely with Senator Durbin to serve the American people. I also would like to welcome three brand new members of the committee and a person that's repeating his service here after a stint off.
Hi, Kathy.
I welcome to the committee
Pam Bondi's
Senator
hearing.
Britt, Senator Schmidt, Senator Crapel, and Senator Schiff. Welcome. Before we get started, I'd like to set out a couple ground rules. I want to handle this hearing using a similar structure to how Senator Durbin handled the nomination hearing of Attorney General Garland. I want everyone here to be able to watch the hearing without obstruction. If people stand up and block the view of those behind them or speak out of turn,
remove those large
it's
hats.
not fair or considerate to others, so officers will immediately remove those individuals. Now, before
Get out of here.
I turn to my opening statement, let me explain how we're going to proceed today. I'll give my opening remarks, and then I'll invite Ranking Member Durbin to give his opening remarks. Then I'll call on Senator Scott and Schmidt to introduce this nominee.
Everyone at home, remain seated.
And following those introductions and Ms. Bondi's statement, we'll begin the first round of questioning. Each senator will have an initial 7-minute round for question. After the first round, we'll do a second 4-minute round of questioning. Members should do their very best to adhere to these time limits so that we can proceed efficiently with the hearing. We're here today considering Pam Bondi's nomination to serve as Attorney General of the United States. Ms. Bondi, for a second time, I thank you for your nomination, willingness to serve but more importantly, served the important role of
The
Senate's
impertinent role.
advising consent process. You're nominated
meet
to
with
one
all
of the
the
most
Democrats?
important offices
I don't
in our
know.
country. It took, let's see, a lot of work on your part just to get here today. The more than 14,000 pages of records, hundreds of hours of media files.
Proceed with the red
and
herring.
More than
They should.
3,400 responsive entries you disclosed to this committee are a testament to your long
All the color's
career
gone out of
in
his
public
face.
eye and your cooperation with this committee. I'd like to also thank your
Carla's
family for
cheating.
being
Carla
here
wants me
today.
to pull over so she can go to the
I know that
bathroom.
many of them have traveled
We
some
can't.
distance
It's already begun.
to celebrate with you. I'd like to explain and expect that Ms. Bondi be treated fairly. During Attorney General Garland's confirmation hearing, Republicans treated him with respect. We asked tough but fair questions.
Yeah, well, he ended up doing a
and
great
we
job for you, so
ultimately
what are you
voted him
fucking
out of
worried about?
committee on a bipartisan basis. Although
You got
Attorney
your
General
money's worth.
Garland wasn't who we on this
Seriously,
side of the
Neil.
aisle would have chosen to lead
He is the
Department
male
of
version of
Justice.
Andrea
We
Mitchell.
recognize that President Biden
I'm
won
having
that
weed and
election
coffee.
and that he was entitled to choose his attorney general.
We should
We were
force them to
ultimately
retire.
disappointed with some of the things that General Garland and his department did.
Oh my God.
At the
Get
time
it,
of his
spit it out,
nomination,
bitch.
we gave him the benefit of the doubt. As the recent terrorist attacks in New Orleans and around the world have shown, our national security must be a high priority. The American people deserve a
This is
secure
hilarious. This
homeland
is all so fucking hilarious.
and borders, safe streets, orderly markets, civil rights, and a protected environment. So, delivering on these promises required the swift confirmation of an attorney general. This committee should give Ms. Bondi the same benefit of the doubt that this committee gave to
God, that sounds
Attorney
good,
General
Neil.
Garland. President Trump has selected a nominee whose qualifications speak for themselves. Ms. Bondi made history
that doesn't mean
in
much,
2010
really.
as the first woman to be elected Florida Attorney General. She held that role for 8 years and was comfortably reelected by the people of Florida to a second term.
Oh, that's not suspect at all.
8 years of service as Attorney General of the third largest state in the nation is excellent preparation for the role of U.S. Attorney General. As Florida Attorney General, Ms. Bondi was a member of the Florida Cabinet, chief legal officer of the state, and led a large agency that tangibly impacted people's lives. And by all accounts,
Yeah, we just
Ms.
saw how
Bondi
she did.
handled her responsibilities well.
Oh, I know,
As
butterflies.
the
I'm just
Florida Attorney
kidding.
General, Ms. Bondi
Just kidding. I'm
achieved
sorry. I shouldn't.
numerous successes. She
I love you,
engaged in
butterflies. Don't
key
worry.
initiatives to fight human trafficking, counter the opioid
Oh,
epidemic,
yeah. Yeah,
and protect
okay.
consumers and protect the citizens of Florida from violence.
But not
She
fraud.
didn't shy away from hard work or complicated
Is
problems.
that her husband that
She
she's leaning
engaged
into?
in an
I hope.
aggressive campaign to eliminate pill mills.
He's just
Took a
reading what the
leading
staff
role in
handed him.
securing
You're right, Pepper.
$3.25 billion settlement following the Deepwater Horizon oil spill.
Iggy.
And
Iggy knows a
eliminated
thing or
the
two about
backlog
Pam
of rape
Bondi.
test
Good morning,
kits-
darling.
Kits that had accumulated in that state's laboratories. Miss Bondi experience isn't limited to her service as Florida Attorney General.
His first time
She
reading
also
it. You're right,
served as the
Max. Real
prosecutor in
conviction.
Hillsborough County
Real
for 18
conviction.
years
Hi, Oomph. How are
and
you? Good morning.
prosecuted terrible crimes. She sought tough penalties and justice for victims of
He was in
violent
his
criminals
dotage stage when I was a
domestic
child,
abusers,
GP.
and sexual
Okay?
predators.
I think we've got like
She
some kind
prosecuted
of
drug traffickers
fucked up
and thus
Dorian Gray thing
protected
going on.
her community. She was also active outside of her professional role, serving in the Junior League of Tampa, on the board of Special Olympics Florida, and is well known.
Oh, she
for
loves her board
animal
appointments. That's
rescue
right.
Efforts.
It's someone she met at the
Her
coffee shop.
experience and performance
That's not my
as
husband.
Attorney
I just
General,
met him at
prosecutor,
Starbucks.
and community leader speaks
We both got
volumes about her character
ice
and
dirty
her
chai.
dedication to the rule of law. She's received multiple letters in support of her nomination, including
And some
from
donations
the
in
Fraternal
support
Order
of her
Police,
lack of action
the
and conviction.
Republican state attorneys
One
general,
might say quid pro
more than
quo.
100 former senior DOJ officials, and a bipartisan group of former
Fuck
state
yeah, total.
attorneys
With
general.
bad extensions. We just talked
short,
about it,
Ms.
Iggy. It was a whole
Bondi
thing.
is highly qualified. And of course, as we all know, a change is desperately needed.
It's not my husband.
When confirmed, Ms. Bondi will take the helm at a very turbulent time for this country and for that
Oh,
department.
really? Why is it
The
turbulent,
Justice
Grassley?
Department's
Yes, they are
infected-
incomprehensible.
is infected with
He was having
political
a
decision-making,
he was
while
having a
its
senior
leaders
moment.
refuse to acknowledge
He was
that
sundowning.
reality.
No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Crossfire
was
Hurricane was a
gallows
textbook
humor.
example of government
Sorry.
weaponization. The FBI's investigation was built on
The new
fake
fascist Barbie.
Steele
Exactly. She's
dossier,
Ava Brown
which was
with a
funded by
fucking
the
law
Democratic
degree,
National
okay?
Committee and Clinton campaign who worked with foreign operatives.
This
My
is
investigative
fucking,
work
Harvard,
exposed
Harvard
that
fascist
the
Barbie.
FBI
Harvard Ava
actually
Brown.
knew the
Ava
dossier was false information.
Well,
and was
I don't.
likely
Even a broken
a
clock
part
is right 2
of a
times a
Russian
day, Iggy. I'm not
disinformation
really sure.
campaign.
I know how
Even
many
with the knowledge
exactly.
of
How
such
long is
dossier
this?
defects and political infections, the Justice Department sought
Ding,
FISA
ding, ding. You're
warrant
done.
renewals
I'm sorry.
and
Your
took other
time's up.
actions.
Where's my gavel?
after
I need a
directing my
gavel.
oversight staff
gonna
to
buy a gavel.
investigate Justice Department's
I'm gonna get myself a
mishandlings
joke
of the
gavel.
matter. The Justice
Is he
Department
talking about the Steele dossier?
retaliated
Oops, I haven't listened. I'm gonna
in
shut up.
issuing a subpoena for my own staff's phone records.
Can
That's
you
right.
believe it?
Challenging my constitutional rights of doing my oversight duties.
What
What's
about-
next? Then a few Democratic colleagues
What about-
pressured the FBI
Y'all
Foreign
got away
Influence
with it.
Task
What are you
Force
complaining
to
about?
supposedly brief me and Senator Johnson related to
Is
our
he
Biden
feeling
family
guilty?
investigation.
Did he just fart?
On August the 20th, Senator Johnson and I had that infamous briefing.
He's
from the
really mad
FBI.
about this.
Later, this FBI's briefing contents were leaked to the media, even though the
It's
FBI
really pissy.
promised confidentiality.
I know he's talking too slow
That
for me to
leak
listen. Yeah.
falsely labeled our oversight work as, you guessed it,
A witch
Russian
hunt.
disinformation.
Oh, whoops, disinformation. Fart?
To this
I'm not
day,
Rudy
over
Giuliani.
4 years later, the intelligence community and the FBI refused to provide us the intelligence basis for that briefing.
Those blow up sledgehammers. That's a
title
good
of
idea. That's a good
This
idea.
Wall Street Journal's article sums it up. Quote, the FBI's
Reminder that
dubious
the Steele
briefing
dossier was originally funded
the
by
Bureau
Washington Free Beacon, a
set two
conservative
US
website, as Oppo
GOP
research in the
senators
primary
up
race. Yep.
at the behest of Democrats. Question mark, end of quote.
I don't know. You're
So,
right, Jane.
I know as other people
You're right,
on
Max.
this
I mean,
committee
sorry. Just
and
read the
in and out of
Another
Congress
page. Did he just poop?
know what
he just
government
sharted.
weaponization is.
He's going over his 7 minutes.
And then we
I'll
get
tell
to
you
Special
that.
Counsel Jack Smith and his lawfare operation.
I thought he was dead already.
It involved an unprecedented FBI raid on Trump's
And I used
house,
to mix him up with Harry
including
Reid, too.
agents that
So,
even
I
searched
mean, I know
the
they're very
former
different
First
people,
Lady's
but, you know.
clothing drawers.
Wait,
Hillary
what?
Clinton
What
and
are we
Joe
talking about
Biden
this? What are we talking
certainly
about?
did not receive the same treatment by
What?
government regarding their records.
Are you kidding me?
Indeed, is my
Have you met
oversight
Hillary Clinton? She spent half her
exposed, the
career in a
FBI
fucking hearing
amazingly
room.
agreed to destroy
Oh, he's talking
laptop
Melania's
records,
underwear. Okay, I get it. Oh my
and
Jesus!
records associated with
I don't
Clinton
know.
staff. This Orwellian conduct.
Oh, it's Orwellian,
should
all
have
right,
no
motherfucker.
quarter.
Let me tell you, it's also a
On top
little
of
bit
it
like a
all, the
bad
FBI
LSD trip.
Special Agent Tebow,
It's that too.
the anti-Trump agent that violated the Hatch
Why
Act
are
for
you,
political
naming an
activities on the
agent?
job,
Why are you punching
started
down?
one of Jack Smith's
Wow, this is like a
cases.
real personal fucking
But Jack
vendetta for
Smith
this little
wasn't the only department
shriveled
official who
dick.
tried to influence this past election.
Yeah, he is.
The Washington Post reported just last August
Oh my God.
about a previously
I
undisclosed
thought Jeff Bezos
Mueller
was fake news.
investigation into
I'm
Trump
confused.
that was closed for lack of evidence,
Which one?
and it being quote unquote
Which one?
fishing expedition.
Oh, okay, well, sometimes investigations
That
don't
news
lead
reporting
anywhere.
was based on sealed
happens.
court records, government records, and potentially classified information roughly 90 days before the last presidential election. The
Well,
Justice
look at what it
Department
did.
leaked that
Look, it
information
did
to the
nothing.
press to impact the
I
election
doubt they did, actually. Well,
against
did they, though?
President Trump. And
Did they, though? Why
it
wouldn't they
with-
just
while
convict him?
stiff-arming
Why wouldn't they convict him,
congressional requests
Grassley?
for
Why wouldn't they bring him
information
to fucking
that would
justice
prove
then?
embarrassing
You stupid
the
shit. I
Biden-Harris
know, he's doing it for
administration?
Trump. You're right, Butterflies.
So let us not forget some of the more
Let us drop the
and
beat.
other flagrant abuses of power that we've seen from the DOJ and the FBI.
Oh, he
over
does.
the
He
last
needs my
4
Merkin.
years.
He does need
And
my
I don't have the
Merkin.
time
Wouldn't that
to
be
spend
great?
on these that I spent
I should
on
put those in. I'll
2 or
put those
3
in one of
others,
these days and see if
but
you
just
guys
to
notice
list
the
them.
difference.
The Department of Justice.
She's getting the air
use the
freshener from her
might
purse.
of the federal government to prosecute
He
individuals
smells like old
peacefully
man.
praying
Oh,
outside of an abortion
oh, he probably
clinic.
smells like old man,
The
Old
FBI
Spice. You know what I
suggested
mean?
that
Old
traditional
Spice
Catholics
man,
could
Old
be
Spice man.
domestic terrorism threats, claiming that these individuals adhere to, quote, anti-Semitic, anti-immigration,
Hi, Joanna. How are you? I know.
anti-LGBT,
Sorry.
and white
Keep your nose away.
supremacy ideology, and
Yeah,
to quote,
what? Who's
the
yours?
FBI opened dozens of investigations
Oh my God, are we talking
into
about the
parents
Catholics
who
yet,
voiced
or the
their
parents?
concerns at school board
Are we
meetings
just-
regarding curriculum choices and COVID-19
Ding, 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 ding.
mandates.
Ah,
The FBI applied
I did
undue
it.
pressure to social
Devintage
media
treason.
platforms.
No, it's
to
old
censor
man smell.
so-called
it's not a good
misinformation,
one.
downgrading,
And I don't
or
mean Old
removing
Spice in the,
flagged
oh, it's Old
social
Spice.
media
Oh, isn't that
posts
nostalgic?
and
No, I mean
removing users.
bad Old Spice.
These
like
are
the,
only
the,
a few
the jars from
particularly
like
egregious
1987.
examples of
Okay.
rot
I don't know,
infesting
Neil.
the Department of Justice. The impact
He has
of
a
this
real
political
hard on for
infection
Merrick Garland,
in our
who did a
one-storied
great job
law
for him.
enforcement
So I'm not
institutions
entirely sure why he's
is
upset about it.
catastrophic. By every
Yeah.
metric,
Capitol
the
Hill smells like that
Biden-Harris
cologne,
Justice
old man.
Department conduct has failed to live up to our country's ideals.
It's true, though. It's
So,
true.
Miss Bondi,
Yeah, finally.
should you be confirmed,
No.
the actions you take to change the department's course
Well, if
must
they
be
watch
for
the Mad Out
accountability,
packet that we just
so
watched.
that the conduct I just described never happens again.
Yeah.
The only
Will
way
you
to
do
accomplish this
anything
is through
Trump wants
transparency
you to do
for the
transparency.
Congress
Give me a fucking
and the
break.
American people. Now
That's
to
not
my
how it
friend,
works.
Ranking Member Durbin.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. I appreciate your commitment to the Judiciary Committee's longstanding bipartisan practices.
Her husband
for
looks
vetting
like he's
presidential
really
nominees. That
hungover.
was in doubt several weeks ago, but I spoke
Yeah,
to
where are
Senator
my
Grassley
shoes?
and he assured me
I
that he's
like
still
pudding.
personally committed as I am to maintaining these practices which we've established over the years. Our process is rigorous, and it shows
Oh,
how
my
seriously
God.
members on both sides
Okay.
of the aisle take our constitutional responsibility of advice and consent. Ms. Biondi, thanks for coming to my office last week to discuss your nomination. The importance of the Attorney General to our justice system cannot be overstated. As our nation's chief law enforcement officer, the Attorney General oversees the Department
Holy
of Justice,
shit,
which is
Max,
responsible
get
for
that,
protecting the civil
get that
rights of
Afghan.
Americans,
It's
economic
kinda
freedom
warm.
and opportunity, public safety, and of
Be
course,
careful
national
out there
security.
in you cold
In
area
short,
people.
the Attorney General has real impact on America's everyday life. It is critical that any nominee for this position be committed first and foremost to the Constitution and the American people, not any president or political agenda. But President Trump claims he has, quote, an absolute
That
right to
woman
do what
behind
he
him
wants with the
texts
Justice Department.
so fast.
And that's how he
I'm
conducted
freaking
his
out
first
how
term.
fast she's texting.
He interfered with the criminal cases of his friends and allies and successfully pressured DOJ to investigate his rivals. He even tried to use the Justice Department to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. The president-elect made it clear that he values one thing above all else, and he said it over and over again: loyalty. Speaking about Attorney General Sessions, Donald Trump said, quote, "The only reason I gave him the job is because I felt loyalty. He was an original supporter." But when then Attorney General Sessions did the right thing and recused himself from the Mueller investigation, Trump said he should never have nominated him, and he fired him. Trump then nominated Bill Barr to succeed Sessions. Barr successfully auditioned for the job in an unsolicited memo to DOJ that sharply criticized the Mueller investigation. Once confirmed, Barr misrepresented and blocked the release of the report, intervened in multiple criminal cases of Trump's political allies, and spread falsehoods about election fraud. But in December of 2020, when Bill Barr finally announced there was no evidence of widespread voter fraud that would change the outcome of the election,
For our attorneys
Trump
general.
dismissed him, fired his second attorney general. This time around, President-elect Trump has vowed not just to use the Justice Department to advance his political interests, but also to seek, quote, retribution against, quote, the enemy within. He has repeatedly threatened to arrest, prosecute, jail, and otherwise punish those he considers his enemies.
Like the
This
J6
includes
Select
reporters,
Committee.
prosecutors, judges, poll workers, military officials, and even his own former political appointees. Even before taking office, Trump has forced out his own FBI director
Probably
that he
his
appointed,
own former
Chris
vice
Wray.
president.
And he's trying to replace Wray with Kash Patel, whose main qualification to be FBI director seems to be his loyalty to Donald Trump. Patel has even compiled an enemies list of, quote, government gangsters to target that even includes former Trump appointees like Director Wray, Attorney General Barr, and Defense Secretary Esper. Trump's approach is a stark contrast with the bipartisan view born out of the post-Nixon era that the Justice Department should serve the interest of the American people, not any one president. For those who need a reminder, Richard Nixon ordered department officials to fire Archibald Cox, the special prosecutor investigating Watergate.
Really, Jim? I didn't even
Two of those
see that.
officials, Elliot Richardson and William Ruckelshaus, resigned rather than carry out Richard Nixon's orders. When this committee considered the appointment of Loretta Lynch to be President Obama's Attorney General, a Republican member of the committee emphasized, and I quote, "What we need from our next Attorney General more than anything else is independence." That same member, who now still serves on the committee, said, and I quote, "The job is not to be the president's wingman. The job is to represent all Americans. The Attorney General must be willing to stand up to the president and say no when the office demands it." When Attorney General nominee Merrick Garland came before this committee, another one of my Republican colleagues still serving told Garland, and I quote, "My sole criterion for voting for your confirmation is your pledge to make sure that politics does not affect your job as Attorney General."
I don't
So the
remember,
view that
Neil.
the Justice
I don't
Department must
remember.
be insulated from political influence should not be weaponized against political rivals has historically been bipartisan, certainly on this committee. At this crucial moment in history, that view, not Mr. Trump's view, must prevail. Ms. Bondi, you have many years of experience in law enforcement, including nearly a decade of service as Attorney General in one of the largest states of the nation. But I need to know that you would tell the president no if you're asked to do something that is wrong, illegal, or unconstitutional. Ms. Bondi, you are one of 4 Trump personal lawyers that he is already selected for top positions in the Department of Justice. You joined Mr. Trump in working to overturn the 2020 election. You've repeatedly described investigations and prosecutions of Mr. Trump as witch hunts, and you have echoed his calls for investigating and prosecuting his political opponents. This flies in the face of evidence, like Mr. Trump's call to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. We've all heard that audio recording. These are the kinds of anti-democratic efforts that in the past you have defended, and it's critical that we understand whether you remain supportive of Mr. Trump's actions. Yeah. I also have questions whether you will focus on the needs of the American people rather than wealthy special interests. I'm concerned that you failed to identify your extensive lobbying for foreign governments and big corporations as potential conflicts of interest.
And the fact that
there will be questions in this hearing on that issue. That's why I've asked the Justice Department and the National Archives for information.
It's kind of embarrassing. Oh, he's a very bad actor. He's a racist, old, creepy grandpa. Even Durbin stopped what he's saying. Yeah, just block him. He's fine. Oh, I will, Iggy. No worries. He never knows what kind of things he steps into. He just doesn't understand it. So, yeah, he's as sharp as a broken crayon. Hey, what's happened? Come on, Dick. Come back. Now I'm not kidding.
Uber.
Oh.
I also have questions about some of your actions as Florida Attorney General.
There we go.
I'm concerned that your office failed to investigate.
He goes wherever they'll take him. That's the thing, Max. He just goes where they'll take him.
After Mr. Trump
now he's with this guy that actually I saw with other adults abusing a teen who ideated about unaliving themselves,
voting rights,
and who sends pictures to 16-year-old girls when he's 35 years old.
Merrick Garland didn't campaign for President
imagine also simping for not a racist, but also people who are actively grooming teens
on the
internet.
Criticism on Attorney General Garland from many of my Republican colleagues. I hope they're
That's
prepared
the end
to
of the
hold
internet,
to the same standard.
as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, it's now time for
no, not even Matt Gaetz
to introduce the nominee. The first one will be Senator Scott at the table, as you see, and Senator Schmidt is a member of this committee at his place on the dais.
I win.
Senator Scott, please proceed.
I win.
Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and committee members. It is an absolute honor to sit before you today to introduce my good friend, Pam Bondi, for her nomination hearing.
Where's my Rick Scott
I'd also like
thing?
to recognize some important people appearing in support of her today. Her husband, John, as well as her mother, father-in-law, sister, brother, sister-in-law, and nephews, friends, and family members of John. Many more would surely be here if space allowed.
Who's
I can
not
tell
here?
you wholeheartedly that President Trump couldn't have a better leader than Pam Bondi for Attorney General. She is undoubtedly qualified, brilliant, and committed to defending and protecting the laws of this nation, and has a track record to prove it. It is no secret that the DOJ is facing a public trust crisis after Democrats spent years weaponizing the justice system and the entire federal government. They become an agency that attacks the American people instead of defending and protecting them. That will change under Pam Bondi.
Exactly. Wait, where's my
Under
Rick
her
Scott?
leadership, the DOJ will actually
He has to read
fairly
this. He really
enforce the
feels
laws,
it in the
protect
bottom
the
of
rights
his
of the American
soul.
people,
Yeah.
and keep our nation safe and crack down on violent crimes and dangerous drugs. And the American people will trust her to do so. I know that well because I worked alongside Pam Bondi for 8 years when I was governor of Florida, and she was Florida's elected attorney general.
Ow.
Working to improve the lives of Floridians to make Florida the best state in the nation to live, work, and raise a family. Pam was an incredible partner,
GP, that's a
working
good
to keep
point.
Florida safe and uphold the laws of our state, ensuring crime is aggressively pursued by law enforcement and prosecutors.
But not all crime.
President Trump has made clear that one of his top
Fraud,
priorities is to
not so
reverse the
much.
rising rates of crime, and specifically violent crime, that have plagued our communities over the past 4 years. Pam Bondi is uniquely equipped to advance this priority as U.S. Attorney General because she has a proven track record of success in achieving dramatic reductions in crime and violent crime
I
during
really
her
have to
time
take the
as Florida's Attorney
background
General.
off of that GIF.
From 2010, the year before
I need that
she
to
took
work.
office, to 2018, the last year she was in office, together, Florida experienced a remarkable 26% drop in overall crime, including a 19.6% drop in violent crime and a 27.4% drop in property crime. These aren't just numbers. These are tens of thousands of lives saved and communities improved and made safer and families and businesses protected. As Florida's Attorney General, Pam Bondi also spearheaded other life-saving initiatives like tackling the opioid epidemic and fighting human trafficking. Her achievements are too many for me to list in this short introduction. As U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi will restore law and order to the nation. She'll put Americans' interests first and make the nation a better and safer place. I urge every single member of this committee to support my friend Pam Bondi, and I look forward to voting for her confirmation soon on the Senate
Pam
floor
Bondi.
and help her get to work for the American people.
Yeah,
Thank you,
okay,
Chairman.
that's right. Okay, now I got to go poop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the committee. It is an honor for me and a privilege to introduce Pam Bondi, President Trump's nominee to be the 87th Attorney General of the United States.
It's Tom
I
Hawley.
have known and worked closely with Pam for years, and I'm glad to call her a friend. When Pam was nominated by President Trump, my reaction was, this is a home run. As many of us are, I was only to be outdone by Senator Graham,
we ask her to
who
do.
described the nomination as a grand slam, touchdown, hole-in-one, ace, hat trick, slam dunk, Olympic gold medal pick, and he's right. As the letter joined by more than 100
Okay, let's
former
calm
Justice
the fuck
Department
down,
officials put it,
boys, okay?
quote, it's all
Chill
too
your
rare
jets.
for senior Justice Department officials, much less attorneys general, to have such a wealth of experience in the day-to-day work of keeping our communities safe, end quote. Pam exemplifies and personifies the Department of Justice's mission to uphold the rule of law, to keep our communities safe, and to protect our rights
when
and
it
liberties
comes
as
to
Americans.
a fraud
Pam has
case.
public service that has
Okay,
taken
AP,
her
get
from
your shit
her
together.
small-town upbringing in Temple Terrace, Florida, hearing before this esteemed committee. After attending the University of Florida,
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know if this is an AP problem or what the fuck. Hold on. Arg, matey. I swear. Oh, the Marco Rubio one is starting too. God damn it. Let me see. No. Oh, well, let's see.
Pam's fellow Floridians
hold on.
then elected her to serve as Florida's Attorney General, where she was the first woman in state history elected to that office.
Sorry about that. I don't know what's wrong
As a
with
former
the AP.
state attorney general myself, I can vouch for the deep experience that Pam Bondi has developed from serving in that role. As the chief law enforcement official in her state, she worked with local prosecutors to fight crime, worked to protect our constitutional rights, or the constitutional rights of Floridians, and stood up for the little guy by taking on abuses of power. As Florida's Attorney General, she worked tirelessly to combat the opioid crisis, fighting pill mills, and helping to combat the widespread misuse and trafficking of deadly drugs, including fentanyl, which have
what in the
devastated
hell?
families and communities all across.
I have no idea what's playing right
She
now.
stood up
Hold
for
on.
Floridians in the wake of a 2008 financial crisis, leading to the National Mortgage Settlement Act, resulting in
Oh, I know what it
$56
is.
billion
It's Marco
in
Rubio.
compensation to victims. And after the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, Pam was there and stood up for Floridians by getting
Stop
$2
it.
billion
right,
from the
hold
companies
on.
responsible. On a more personal note, Pam has always taken it upon herself to help others. She's incredibly generous and someone I could always count on.
Except
She's truthful,
victims of
she's
Trump
tough,
University.
and she's a born leader. She has charted her own course with the rare combination of backbone and heart. The next Attorney General of the United States must restore trust by reversing the weaponization we've seen the last 4 years and refocusing that department to its core mission, administering justice. The next Attorney General must promote the rule of law, take on violent crime, keep our communities safe, and safeguard the God-given rights that each American has protected in our Constitution. I can think of no one more up to that task than Pam Bondi, a career prosecutor and widely respected Attorney General with the prudence, fortitude, and temperance for this incredibly important job. Mr. Chairman, it is truly an honor for me to introduce Pam Bondi to this committee and to our country here.
I'm about ready to shit can this one. Hold on. Let me just see if I can get Oh, you bitch. Oh, you bitch. They're not really doing those. Okay. This is the Marco Rubio one.
It's important, and we have a very, very limited clock every single time that we
just
meet.
move some
So as a result of
stuff
that, we're not going
around.
to tolerate any type of disruptions,
Well, there you
communications, or anything like that
Daddy says
distract the committee.
no.
Distractions will include not only noise, not only standing up, not only holding up painted hands, painted signs. None of that will be allowed. If you do that, I'm going to pause the committee. I'm going to ask our friends, first of all, my faithful Sergeant of Arms here, who's
See, this is stuck.
Perhaps tougher than the Capitol Police, but also the Capitol Police to assist.
Okay, see?
And
Fuck,
we will
man.
pause briefly and then take up our work. If you
Okay,
are removed,
Pam Bondi's having a
you will
moment.
not be permitted back into one of these.
So we're going to take them off. Hold
months.
on.
And that's the purpose of this is, as I've stated, and it's important work. It can't be interrupted. So with that, Senator Scott, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Shit, bitches everywhere.
Mr. Chairman.
I am everywhere.
Leukemia feels like
12 days.
It is an absolute honor to sit
Holy
before you today
crap.
to
My
introduce
amazing
good friend,
husband,
fellow senator
John,
from Florida,
and
future
his two
Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I also like to recognize his wonderful family is here today. His wife, Jeanette, daughter, Daniela, sister, Barbara and Veronica, and nephew, Orlando. And back home, Amanda, Anthony, and Dominic. All of us here today know that Marco is an exceptional nominee. He is the perfect person to carry out President-elect Trump's policies and to protect America's national security and to bring peace and stability back to the Western Hemisphere. The son of Cuban immigrants, Marco learned at a young age about the suffering and oppression of socialism and brings valuable knowledge from his roles here on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee. In our state of Florida, we hear often from those who came to the United States to escape dangerous regimes and live the American dream that most Marco and many of us have had the opportunity to live. Every person we meet serves as a reminder of why the United States must always stand for freedom and democracy. President Trump's record in his first term was clear. He unapologetically fought to protect freedom and democracy across Latin America and ended the failed Obama-era appeasement policies that had created a vacuum for tyranny in the region. After 4 years of Joe Biden, President Trump will have to start that fight over. But he has an incredible asset with Marco Rubio on his team.
Pam is
Marco sees the
talking.
values of our allies and Democratic leaders
Hold
who will
on.
stand up to our adversaries and who will work with the United States, deny footholds to Communist China, Iran, and Russia, and fight alongside
trials
America
while
to
still
protect
in
our
law
shared
school.
national.
Lost most of them, but had 4 jury trials and never wanted to do anything else.
It's so
I
hard to
continued
choose
my
which
career
one.
there, trying everything from DUIs, domestic
She
violence
has
cases,
captions, though.
capital murder
Marco
cases,
does not.
the whole gamut. I became
So
a lead
let
trial
me know
attorney
which
in courtroom
one
every day, trying career
would you prefer
criminals,
to have
was
her
deputy,
screen larger with.
chief of a division, and then ultimately was felony
We can also
bureau chief,
stop. Hey, you know what we'll
and
do? I know what we'll
eventually
do.
left to become
We don't have
Florida's
to do this.
37th Attorney General for the state of Florida.
We'll stop
Nothing has
Marcos
impacted
and we'll
my
focus
career
on Pam.
more than my experience as a state prosecutor, because I got to know and still keep in touch with many victims and their families from when I was a prosecutor. Upon becoming Attorney General in 2011, I proudly served for 2 terms. I was term limited. I would probably still be there right now had I not been kicked out of office by term limits. I loved being Attorney General. I did my best to keep Florida safe, to continue to stand up for victims of crime, and to fight the opioid crisis and the drug crisis that was not only facing Florida, but this entire country. Out of the top 100, this is one of the things I'm the most proud of, oxycodone dispensers in the entire country, I believe it was 98 of them, 90 or 98 of them, lived in Florida. We fought for tough legislation. Kids were dropping dead every day. We fought for tough legislation, and after that legislation, none of those opioid dealers, doctors practiced in Florida. We fought to eliminate human trafficking by raising awareness and prevention and talking to parents and talking to children. We also provided critical resources, including safe houses that my state was lacking.
She had to actually
On the
swallow
civil
hard on that
side,
one.
we worked to protect consumers. We tackled everything, including
Except
off-label
for the
prescription
consumers
marketing,
of Trump University.
which affects, as you
Sorry.
know, many, many people who can't afford prescriptions as well. We partnered with states' attorneys general from both parties and federal agencies across administrations. We went after price gougers during hurricanes. If confirmed as the next Attorney General of the United States, my overriding objective will be to return the Department of Justice to its core mission of keeping Americans safe and vigorously prosecuting
From what, though?
criminals.
From what?
And that includes getting back to basics: gangs, drugs, terrorists, cartels, our border, and our foreign adversaries.
What? Wait, what?
That is what the American people expect, and that is what they deserve from the Department of Justice. If
Sam,
confirmed, I will do everything in my power, and it will be my great responsibility
God,
to
she's
make
the worst.
America safe again.
She is the fucking worst.
Making America safe again also requires reducing recidivism. We have to fix the Bureau of Prisons, and I am looking on both sides of the aisle. The Bureau has suffered from years of mismanagement, lack of funding, and low morale. I was proud to support President Trump's First Step Act. I think more can be implemented and more can be done on that front. President Trump's leadership on criminal justice reform has demonstrated what is possible when a president is unafraid to do things that have been deemed
She has to read it.
too difficult.
Yeah, I won't go after white
We
people.
have to reach
That's right.
across
Don't worry,
the aisle
everybody. I'm not
and
looking
get
at domestic
solutions
terrorism.
for all of these
apparently.
problems. Like the president, I believe we are on the cusp of a new golden age where the Department of Justice can and will do better.
You know, I keep
if
hearing
am
golden
confirmed.
age from these people, and I'm really,
Lastly, and
really,
most
really
importantly,
puzzling
if
about
confirmed,
that. The use of that
I
term.
will fight every day to restore confidence and integrity
No.
to the Department of Justice.
Unless
and
you're going
each
to
of its
prosecute what
components.
Jack Smith
The
left you, sweetie.
partisanship, the weaponization
Forget it.
will be gone. America will have one tier of justice for all.
I had to kind
In
of
all this work,
choke
I'll
on that one
collaborate
too.
closely with this committee. I will work with all of you, as I've committed to do when I met with almost all of you. And I will partner not only with the federal
careful with the blondes
agencies,
thing.
but with the
All right, I'm
state
just gonna
and
say.
local officials throughout our great country.
Although we already did shit
I look
all over
forward
her
to answering
extensions
your
this
questions
morning.
today and
If
working
you missed
together
it,
for
you
this
need to
country
scroll back.
and our Constitution. Thank you, Senators.
I already need more tears than that. She can't cry.
I will ask first questions, and Senator Durbin,
Botox.
and then I'll call on the Democrat people the way
I know
that
she actually is another
Senator
one that
Durbin
seems
would,
to stay
say
the
so on their
same
arrival,
age.
or here by seniority, in the same way that on the House side. And I'll make sure that I don't abuse the 7 minutes. I want you to have your attention
Didn't you
on
already
this,
have your 7
binder
minutes?
that I put up here. It gets to a key factor of each senator's role in oversight. It contains 144 oversight letters that I sent to the Biden.
Hey, listen,
Harris
I'm all
Justice
about it.
Department
If you
and
if you
its
want to have
component
something done,
agencies,
fucking
with
have
many
it done.
of
I don't
those,
care.
letters
I'm
in
not
there
paying for it.
to the FBI.
I don't care. Do whatever you
adding
want.
letters
I'm
to
not.
the
I have
Inspector
enough
General,
problems
that
with her
would be about
politics.
165
But those
letters.
extensions are horrific, and frankly,
So
she's
I've
got enough
sent
money to
more
get
letters,
extensions
since
that are
you've been in my
decent.
office
And that's all I'm
before
trying to
Christmas.
say, okay? It's more of a
Should you
fashion
be
criticism.
confirmed, 144 letters will be your responsibility. The responses I have received so far fall in two categories. First, they weren't answered at all. Second, I received a response, but it didn't fully respond. Said another way, the Justice Department merely sent me words on a piece of paper. So, should you be confirmed, you'll have an obligation to respond even to the minority and consider a letter from them.
If I thought I could handle the shift, I would, Max.
As they want information. Will you commit to responding to my oversight requests as well as the requests of other members of the committee?
Chairman, either I or my top staff will personally review
I
the
promise.
letters
Double dog
and do
promise.
everything we can to
Okay, I'll
respond to
triple
you.
dog promise. What do you want?
Your tenure as Florida Attorney
He's
General
reading that
was
response
impressive.
too.
You fought against pill mills, human trafficking. You eliminated a backlog of rape test kits in state labs. You fought against organized retail theft, and you were known to stand for law and order. With such achievements,
Florida?
it's easy to see why
just
the
kidding.
people of Florida reelected you in 2014 and why President-elect Trump nominated you to serve as the nation's chief law enforcement officer. So
God,
this gives
he is
you a
really
chance
having
to
a hard
tell
time getting his
us
words
on
out.
this committee and the people of this country what you're proud of is your record as Attorney General of Florida.
Not the Trump University fraud case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. I was
so
truly
old.
honored to serve the people of the state of Florida for 8 years, but it was a
Florida.
team effort. I had great people around me, many of whom are in this room today. And we did a lot. We did a lot to fight
Not
crime, and
the
I've been
fucking
reminiscing
fraud
a lot
thing.
since.
A lot more.
I was asked to take this nomination. Opioids, as I talked about, were a top priority right when I took office. When I was running for office, I went through the entire state of Florida. Parents were walking up to me, handing me pictures of their children.
Oh, I almost thought she was going to say handing me their children.
From opioid abuse. After I was elected, I took those
funny,
pictures and I
but
framed
she
them
is fucking
in my
what?
office as a goal of stopping that fight, which I talked about in my opening statement.
I know. I expect him to have like a silent movie music.
I'll bring those pictures back out, and they will be there to inspire me on the further drug abuse we're facing throughout this country. We also learned that something else was happening.
She is very
Pregnant
nervous.
women
With
were
tears in their
having
eyes?
babies as a result of being opioid dependent. We call it neonatal abstinence syndrome.
And she said,
we fought
she
to
whispered in
educate
their ear
mothers.
quietly,
We fought that issue as well.
"Can you get me this in an
Fentanyl
8x10 glossy,
was
please?"
wreaking havoc in our country, but it was just getting started. I actually fought my own party a bit on scheduling fentanyl.
Really?
Because at that time, people thought
They
it was
wanted
something
it.
you merely got
Wait,
in the
what?
hospital on a patch after surgery. Apples and oranges, and boy, do we all know that now, the difference. Fentanyl is raging throughout our country, and I
Where's
will do
Crazy
everything I
Ivan?
can to fight that with the agencies that fall under the Department of Justice. Human trafficking became a top priority for me as Attorney General. I had the opportunity on a bipartisan trip to go to Mexico, and the one thing I found out there, they were doing better than we were. They had safe houses. I saw things I never dreamed I would see, and all of these things in my past have formed the person I am right now sitting here before you.
I'm not sure that means what you think it means.
I came back to Florida. We started a human trafficking council, and we partnered with others.
How you doing?
And we expanded and added safe houses in the state of Florida. I don't know how many are in this country right now, but I would like to partner with both sides, if confirmed, to continue those efforts.
Let's do that. And that's a great idea, Pam.
Yes, sir.
Again, even a broken clock is right 2 times a day.
And I'll have another round so you can finish on that point. I'd like to ask you about something that's central to fighting government waste and fraud, the False Claims Act. I want you to know that Attorney General Garland calls me once a year. He called me yesterday to tell me the success of the False Claims Act. Since 1986, when I got it passed and President Reagan signed it, it's brought in $78 billion as of yesterday, his report. $2.9 billion for the year of 2024.
She is.
Most of that's
She
because
is a
of
cheap
patriotic
Amazon.
whistleblowers who found the
She is
fraud
an
and
Amazon
brought the
wig.
cases forward at their own risk. The Supreme Court has long upheld the
Are you
law's
just like singing your own
constitutionality,
praises right
but
now?
I want you to know
Yes, he
your
has.
view is the
Since
False
some of you
Claims
have not
Act
even been
constitutional.
alive.
Before you answer that, one time in the 1990s,
He's been this old since
one
I
of
was
the
a
attorney
kid.
generals said it wasn't constitutional, and when that same person by the name of Barr was back 5 years ago to be attorney general, he said it was constitutional. So if confirmed, will you commit? Well, answer that first question. Do you think it's constitutional? Would you defend the constitutionality of it?
I would,
Can you
I would
repeat the
defend
question?
the constitutionality, of course, of the False Claims Act, Senator.
Last question.
Will
If
you protect
confirmed,
my
would
law,
you
the one
commit to
the one thing I got
continue DOJ's
passed?
defense of the constitutionality of it? And will you assure the entire staff and funding levels to properly support and prosecute false claim cases?
Senator, the False Claims Act is so important, and especially by what you said with whistleblowers as well, and the protection and the money it brings back to our country. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your answers. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. Ms. Bondi, if you're successful in your nomination, this Democrat would like to give you 3 words of advice. Answer Grassley's letters. You'll never hear the end of it if you
Okay,
don't.
Dick, let's stop this.
At issue, I believe, in this nomination
wrong with
hearing
you?
is not your competence nor your experience. At issue is your ability to say no. More than any other cabinet official, the Attorney General has to be prepared to put the Constitution first and even tell the President of the United States you're wrong. The political danger and personal costs of such a decision are well documented. You have only to ask former Attorney General Jeff Sessions and Bill Barr, whom Donald Trump sacked for lack of loyalty. And so I have 3 basic questions I'd like to ask you. Most Americans believe that central to the peaceful transition of power in a democracy is the acceptance of the results of an election. To my knowledge, Donald Trump has never acknowledged the legal results of the 2020 election. Are you prepared to say today under oath without reservation that Donald Trump lost the presidential contest to Joe Biden in 2020?
Ranking Member Durbin, President Biden is the President of the United States. He was duly sworn in, and he is the President of the United States. There was a peaceful transition of power. President Trump left office and was overwhelmingly elected in 2024.
Do you have any doubts that Joe Biden had the majority of
That is
votes,
not- yeah,
electoral
thank
votes
you.
necessary to be elected president in 2020?
That's not
You know,
answering.
Senator, all I can tell you as a prosecutor is from my firsthand experience. And I accept the results. I accept, of course, that Joe Biden is President of the United States. But what
Oh
I
my
can tell you
God.
is what I saw firsthand
Oh,
when I
dear.
went to Pennsylvania as an advocate for the campaign. I
There
was
you
an
go.
advocate for the campaign.
Ding, ding, ding.
And I was on the ground in Pennsylvania.
There you go.
And I saw many things there. But do I accept the results?
Many
Of course
things?
I
Which
do. Do I
things?
agree with what happened? And I saw so much. You know, no one from either side of the aisle should want there to be any issues
is
with
so
election
good.
integrity
This is
in
it.
our country.
She
We should
cannot
all
say
want
it.
our elections to be
She
free
can't
and
say
fair,
it.
and the rules and the
She
laws
can't
to be followed.
say it.
I think that question deserved a yes or no. And I think the length of your answer is an indication that you weren't prepared to answer yes. Have you heard the recording of President Trump on January 2nd, 2021, when he urged the Secretary of State of Georgia to, quote, find 11,780 votes and declare him the
Wasn't
winner
she
of
on
that
that
state?
call?
No, I've heard about it through clips, but no, Senator, I've not heard it.
What
That's right. It was
your
Cleta
reaction
Mitchell.
to President Trump making that call?
I would have to listen to the tape, Senator.
Oh, you haven't?
Well, the
You were going to
quote
work
that I
for this
give you
guy and
is
you've not
exact.
listened to it?
He said to the Georgia Secretary of State, find 11,780 votes.
Do you have the entire context of that call. I feel
Yep.
like it was much longer than that and may have
It
been
is.
taken out of
It was
context.
an
Yeah,
hour
no, it
long.
was an hour
Right.
long.
You
Yeah,
can
we've
certainly
listened to it.
Listen to it. I hope you will.
It's very public.
Every American should.
We listened to it in the
As a former
lounge.
prosecutors, are you not concerned that the President of the United States called a state election official and asked him to find enough votes to change the results of the election?
Senator, I have not listened to the hour-long conversation, but it's my understanding that is not what he asked him to do.
You need to listen to it.
I didn't listen to it, but
Let me
that's
ask a
not
third
what he
question.
asked him
Do you
to do.
believe that the
What?
January 6 rioters
But
who've
you
been
didn't
convicted
listen
of
to
violent
it.
assaults on police
So how do you
officers
know?
should be pardoned?
Senator, if confirmed as Attorney General of the United States, the pardons, of course, fall under the President. But if asked to look at those cases, I will look at each case and advise on
And
a
do what?
case-by-case basis,
And do
just
what?
as I did my entire career as a prosecutor.
Oh,
You also advise the President on pardons. That's part of your responsibility as Attorney General. And so I'm asking you, do you believe that those who've been convicted of the January 6 riot, violent assaults on our police officers, should be pardoned? That's a simple question.
So, Senator, I have not seen any of those files, of course. If confirmed, and if asked to advise the President, I will look at each and every file. But let me be very clear in speaking to you. I condemn any violence on a law enforcement officer in this country.
Oh.
Let me ask you about your work as a lobbyist for Ballard Partners.
Oh.
You did not list your
gal.
current position as a partner at the lobbying firm, nor the work you've done for your Ballard partner clients,
Okay,
such
that's a
as
deep
lobbying
cut.
for the country of Qatar for $115,000 a month, and for corporate giants Amazon and Uber when you're asked about conflicts of interest. Why do you believe your work as a lobbyist does not constitute potential conflicts of interest?
Well, Senator, first, that was the amount my firm received. I believe multiple people represented the country of Qatar within my firm. My role, and I am very proud of the work that I did, it was a short time and I wish it had been longer for Qatar, was anti-human trafficking efforts leading into the World Cup, which is something I'd like to talk about later too. I was registered as FARA along with many members of my firm. That was the sole portion of my representation for Qatar. Now, if there are any conflicts with anyone I represented in private practice, I would consult with the career ethics officials within the department and make the appropriate decision. I would also like to point out to you, I don't believe that I would be the first Attorney General who has represented and advocated for businesses in their past.
Of course not. The question is whether you will recuse yourself from any case involving your Ballard clients. One of those clients was the GEO Group, was it not?
GEO, yes.
A private prison company you lobbied for. It manages correctional institutions and detention facilities. The GEO Group has faced criticism for safety violations, inadequate health care, and poor management. The U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is GEO's largest source of revenue. Under the Trump administration, GEO stands to earn hundreds of millions of dollars by detaining immigrants if there is this mass deportation. Would you sense any conflict of interest if you're asked to judge the performance of this government contractor?
Senator, I will consult with the career ethics officials within the Department of Justice and make the appropriate decision.
We got to go deeper, but it's
Thank you,
good.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. Congratulations. I forgot to say that John's family was from South Carolina.
The upstate, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'll give you a pass on that. From Anderson, by the way. So, listen, President Trump asked a bunch of us, who would you pick for Attorney General? How many of you got asked that on our side? Probably didn't ask Dick, but he asked me. I said Pam Bondi. That's like an easy decision.
Yeah,
I
she'll
couldn't
do
think
whatever
of
we
anybody more
want.
qualified that he knew,
What do you
that he
think?
trusted. And it's okay to have,
overthinking it.
you were his lawyer, right?
Yes, sir. I represented him when they tried to impeach him the first time as part of White House
I know, we
Counsel
just
Office of
watched that.
Special
You
Counsel.
had a hard time with
Being
the
Trump's
sentence.
lawyer prepares you for many things. So, yeah, you have a long-standing relationship with the president. He trusts you. That's a good thing. That's probably why President Kennedy picked his brother. Bobby Kennedy. I guess you can say no to your older brother. I'm sure he would. But this idea there's something bad is ridiculous. Who do you pick? You pick people you know. You pick people you trust, people that you're qualified.
What are you going
I'm
on
glad
about?
he picked you. He knows you, he trusts you, and you're highly qualified. So the idea that there's something wrong with that is just absolutely ridiculous.
Trump University?
So let's talk about the job you're about to have here. Do you support making certain drug cartels in Mexico foreign terrorist organizations?
Senator, I personally went to Mexico.
I personally will do that.
Dealt
I personally
with these
will
cartels
write them a
when I
very
was a
pointed
state
email.
prosecutor,
He looks really
and
puffy. Like, what's
they
going
are
on?
a grave
Almost like a
and
bad
violent
crab or
threat
something,
to
you
our
know?
country. Yes, Senator.
Advising
Like some kind of
President.
allergic
Good.
response. Like he
now,
needs
when
some
it comes
Benadryl.
to Crossfire Hurricane,
Oh, my
are those
God.
days over if you're Attorney General?
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, we're not going
Laken
after
Riley, are you familiar
anyone.
with that case?
Sadly, I am, Senator Graham.
Do you know why the man who killed her was released from custody? He was paroled to the detention capacity at the Central Processing Center in El Paso, Texas. Now,
I mean, it could, but it
that's
really
not your
looks
call.
like
You'll
he
be
ate some bad
DOJ.
shellfish or something.
But do you agree with me that the statute
Do you know
regarding
why I'm
parole
retaining so
doesn't
much
allow
water?
parole to be based on we don't have detention beds?
You have great skin, Pam.
There's nothing in that
Why am I
statute
looking puffy
would
these
authorize
days?
parole based on lack of capacity. Are you familiar with that statute?
Yes, sir, and that's frightening.
Yeah, well, it is frightening. Are you going to fix it?
I am going to do everything in my power to fix it.
Be
if confirmed
specific.
as Attorney
What
General.
are you
advise
gonna do?
President Trump, we need more beds.
Okay,
Tom
Paul,
Homan's the guy's
we
gonna do
already
this, but
went
would
over
you as
her
Attorney
hair.
General say we need
I
more
shit
bed
all over
space
her hair
so
as
Laken
an
Riley never
Amazon
happens again?
extensions.
Senator,
and I
my job,
humiliated
if confirmed
myself
as Attorney
in the
General,
process.
will be to keep America safe.
Oh, he
Do you
definitely
think
has a
And
we
that
need
job.
more
includes-
detention space?
And that includes having
Not
enough
only
space
did I
for violent
prove that I
criminals,
know what the
for
fuck I'm
people that
talking
should not
about.
be in this country,
It's
who
fine,
have
Paul.
committed violent
I'm
crimes.
just, I'm
To
giving
And
you a hard
Laken
time.
Riley is like
I
Laken
said,
Riley
I
is
have
one of
some.
many.
Yeah.
Okay,
We have 41,000
so I
beds in
know
this country to detain
what the
people.
fuck.
We got like millions of people here illegally. We let this dude go.
Okay,
'Cause we
I
didn't
know what
have
I'm
any place
talking
to put him.
about.
I hope those days are over. And if Tom, you're listening
One
out
of these
there,
days
I
I'm
hope
gonna
you'll
put those
create enough
on and see
detention
if you guys
space
notice.
to make sure we don't find this dilemma ever again. Do you think we're at war? And if so,
I mean,
who
I
with?
buy stupid wig stuff all the time.
Oh, Senator, we're at war on so
My
many
hair
fronts.
is West Ireland royalty. Oh
Are
my
we at
goodness.
war with ISIS?
Ooh,
course
Paul
we're at war
Legan.
with
Nice.
ISIS.
They're
Ooh,
at war
you're
with
making me
us. Do you agree with
blush.
that?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely,
Do
Senator.
you think since our withdrawal from Afghanistan, threats to our
Wait,
homeland
what?
have gone
Now,
up from
Secretary
ISIS?
of Defense?
Yes.
Wait, what?
Okay, March 7th, 2024.
Oh, let's
General
talk about the
Perella.
Doha meeting.
I assess ISIS-K retains the capability and will to attack the U.S. and Western interests abroad in as little as 6 months with little or no warning. That's March of 2024. General McKenzie, ISIS-K
So
has
many
a strong
fronts.
desire to
So
attack the
many
United
fronts.
States after it began
All
to
the
grow in
fronts.
Afghanistan following
Yeah, she's
U.S.
already
exit
exhausted.
in August 2021. He also
Here's the thing,
stated the
Kathy.
threat
We
to
asked that
ISIS-K
yesterday. I thought
from
they did
ISIS-K
too.
is
I thought
growing.
he already got rid of ISIS.
Major
Are
General
they back?
Quantock, the
Like
U.S.
Backstreet's
remains
back? All
target
right.
number one for ISIS-K. Do you agree with that?
Senator,
I'm
I
not
don't
going
have my
for
security
Homeland
clearance,
Security.
but from everything I've read and heard, ISIS is one of the greatest threats.
Okay, well, when you get your
Wait,
security clearance,
wait.
you're going to find out these people are
What?
coming after us and they want to kill us. So I would like to have a strategy to deal
I'm
with the
so
ISIS
confused.
threat
This
that's
was like
beyond just
yesterday.
the law enforcement model.
He got rid of ISIS.
Does that make sense to you that we should use every tool in the toolbox?
Senator, that includes wrapping in our state and local officials too, and better cooperation throughout our country and our world.
I totally agree. Do you support reauthorizing FISA in 2025?
Senator, I believe 702 is up in 2026.
Okay, I'm
I
sorry,
believe it's
26.
2026, and we will closely be
Live
looking at that.
updates via
FISA is
New
very
York Times
agree
would
that
be
the,
should be accessible without a subscription.
702
Thank you, Gal.
provides
Gal dropped that link, so check that out too if you'd like to
gathering
have
capability
multimedia,
to protect our nation.
extremely important.
Okay.
like
So,
majorly important.
Pam, you're about to
So important.
step into a job that's
She
one of
says-
the most
she's as
important
important
jobs
like
in
I
any
do.
democracy.
Like she's from California.
Let's go back to pardons. If I'm a lawyer for somebody in jail, would you promise to listen to the application and read it before you made a decision?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay, no matter who you are. Good. That's the way it works. People want to bargain with you up
She
here.
looks
Will
like
you
she
do
could play
this?
the
Will you do
Joker,
that?
you know?
All I ask you to do is call it as you see it, hire good,
Kind
competent
of.
people, and give the president the best legal advice you can. Run the Department of Justice in a manner that other people would want to join it one day. Growing up, I had a fondness for the FBI. I watched the show, I think it's every Sunday, wanted to be an FBI agent. Right now, the FBI needs an image overhaul. So you have a real task ahead of you in two areas: to restore trust to many Americans who have lost trust in the Department of Justice, and to make sure that this country is safe from drug cartels that are killing 3,000 Americans every 2 weeks for money. To
They're
go
really
after
just
these
not going to
people
pretend
and to
anymore,
protect our
Gal.
homeland that's
There's no
under siege.
pretending.
I think you're the perfect pick at one of the
She's
most
insurrection
dangerous times in
Barbie.
American history, and I look forward to supporting you.
Teresa,
Thank you,
I love
Senator.
you.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah,
Welcome, Ms. Bondi.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for meeting with me. I greatly appreciate that.
It was a pleasure. Ms.
Oh,
Bondi,
here we
you
go.
were a courtroom prosecutor for a great many years. As a courtroom prosecutor, did you
Don't
ever
let
have
us
an enemies list?
down.
No, Senator.
And you went on to be Florida's Attorney General. As Florida's Attorney General, did you ever have an enemies list?
No, Senator.
As Florida's Attorney General, you were responsible for hiring into the Florida Department of Attorney General, correct?
Senator, the Attorney General's office in Florida is the third largest in the state, approximately 1,400 employees and approximately 400 lawyers. Only California and Texas are our bigger offices.
And you were
So,
responsible
yes.
for hiring into that office while you were Attorney General?
Yes,
Would you
Senator.
have hired someone into the Florida Attorney General's office who you knew had an enemies list?
Senator, to cut to the chase, you're clearly talking about Kash Patel. I don't believe he has an enemies list. He made a quote on TV, which I have not heard.
Oh!
I saw your sign, or Senator Durbin's
Oh,
sign about
liar,
Kash.
liar,
But
pants on fire.
I know that Kash Patel has had 60 jury trials as a
He's
public
also
defender,
suing our friend Jim
as a
Stewardson
prosecutor.
because Jim calls him a chud, which he is a
great
chud.
experience in the Intel Department.
Cash and Ivan have
Department of
published their
Defense.
lists.
I have known
But she also
Kash,
didn't listen to
and
the call.
I believe that Kash is the right person
She's
at this
looking
time
down.
for this job. You'll have the ability to question Mr. Patel.
And I'm
when-
questioning you
when
right
you
now
do.
about whether you will enforce an enemies list that he announced publicly on television.
Oh, Senator, I'm sorry. There will never be an enemies list within the Department of Justice.
Thank
Oh.
you. The
I know Cash. I like Cash.
FBI's
Do you like Cash?
What is
I
the
like
FBI's
Cash.
role in national security and counterterrorism?
He has
and how
an
important
enemies list in his
is
Dum
that
Dum
role?
book.
You know, Senator, I believe now more than ever, counterterrorism is so important and vital in our country. We are facing such incredible threats here and abroad. If I'm sure many of you saw former FBI Director Wray's interview on 60 Minutes.
Former.
He talked about the threats that, frankly, again, I don't have my security clearance,
Yeah,
but the
but
threats
given that-
facing us, Senator, from China right now that are so great.
Given
with the
that-
sleeper cells within our country.
Given that importance, is it responsible to call for shutting down the FBI's counterterrorism and national security work? And will you, as Attorney General, impede or shut down the FBI's counterterrorism and national security work?
Senator,
Two questions.
Senator, I believe that national security is vital right now for our country on so many fronts.
Because
I could
it's
continue to
national and it's
discuss
And the
many
security?
FBI's
others.
role in that?
And the
You have to secure
FBI
the
plays
nation.
a vital role in counterterrorism
Yeah.
Which you
throughout
will
our
or will
world.
not shut down?
I will look at each agency. I
Oh!
have no intention of shutting anything down right
Oh!
now, Senator. I am not in that office yet, and if confirmed, I will look at each individual agency
Oh my God.
and how it should be managed, but counterterrorism right now in our world is vital.
You have said that Department of Justice prosecutors will be prosecuted in the Trump administration. What Department of Justice prosecutors will be prosecuted and why?
I said that on TV. I said prosecutors will be prosecuted to finish the quote, if bad. Investigators will be investigated. You know, we all take an oath, Senator, to uphold the law. None of us are above the law. Let me give you a really good example of a bad lawyer within the Justice Department, a guy named Klein Smith, who altered a FISA warrant, one of the most important things we can do in this country.
Is she talking about Carter
everyone
Page?
Be held to an equal, fair system of justice? If I am the next Attorney General, absolutely, and no one is above the law.
Under what circumstances will you prosecute journalists for what they write?
I believe in the freedom of speech. Only if anyone commits a crime. It's pretty basic, Senator, with anything, with any victim. And this goes back to my entire career for 18 years as a prosecutor and then 8 years as Florida's Attorney General. You find the facts of the case, you apply the law in good faith, and you treat everyone fairly.
Except some people.
And it would not be appropriate for a prosecutor to start with a name and look for a crime. It's a prosecutor's job to start with a crime and look for a name, correct?
Senator, I think that is the whole problem with the weaponization that we have seen the last 4 years and what's been happening to Donald Trump. They targeted Donald Trump. They went after him, actually starting back in 2016. They targeted his campaign. They have launched countless investigations against him.
But he's done a lot of crime,
That will not
bitch.
be the case. If I am Attorney General, I will not politicize that office.
I will not go after him.
I will not target people.
Wait, what?
Simply because of their political affiliation.
In fact, well, except for
Justice
that
will be
time I didn't
administered
prosecute Trump University
even-handedly
because
throughout this country.
he gave me
Senator, we've got to bring this
$25,000 because I'm
country
a
back
cheap
together.
date.
We've got to move forward, or we're going to lose our country.
Yeah, I think the
What?
concern is that
Lose our country to what?
weaponization of the Justice Department may well occur under your tenure. And we want to make sure that that's not the case, that you remain independent, that you remain able to and willing to tell the president no when that's necessary to protect the Constitution and the integrity of the department. So that's where I'm asking these questions. We talked in the meeting about the contacts policy that has prevailed really since Senator Hatch sat in that chair and demanded it of the
What do you
Clinton
wonder if Ghislaine
Justice
Maxwell's going to
Department
be
through all
pardoned?
the administration since then, with the exception of a brief period under Attorney
Or
General
does she have state
Gonzalez,
crimes?
which he corrected and which did not end well for him.
I know, it's
There has
53-47
been
in
a
the Senate,
contacts policy that
Republicans
limits
to Dems.
contacts
So.
between the White House and the Department of Justice to a very
It's good to
few
put stuff
senior
on the record.
officials on each side. In your role as Attorney General, if you are confirmed, will you maintain, defend, and enforce that longstanding contacts policy?
Senator, yes, I will meet with White House counsel, and I will meet with the appropriate
Not that
officials.
that's gotten us any
and
farther now.
follow the contacts policy.
My time has expired. Thank you, Ms. Bondi.
Senator Cornyn. Ms. Bondi, your testimony is music to my ears.
Thank you.
I just
One of
wonder
the
if you
things
can
that I
ever
have
find
been most
an
concerned about over the
Achilles
last-
heel that actually
certainly the last
leaves a
4
mark.
years and extending back
know?
during President Trump's administration
Because
is
they
the
just
weaponization
they just lie
politicalization
and
of the Department of
suppress.
Justice, which
Tony
together with the
Cornyn is
FBI
here.
is one of the most important institutions in this country. If
Forgot to
people
put
don't
his
trust
teeth in.
that their elected officials will faithfully enforce the
He
law,
literally forgot to put his teeth
or
in. It's
administer
very
equal
embarrassing. And
justice under the
hey, we
law.
all get older.
they've lost faith in America.
I'm sure I'll be there pretty soon.
And that disturbs me greatly, and I know it does you too, based on what you said. So I'm delighted to hear you say what you have said. But I want to talk about some specific topics. Time is short. First, the border. I believe President Biden and Vice
That's a
President
great
Harris
question,
had
Gal.
presided over one of the biggest humanitarian and public
Which
safety
one said that?
disasters
The reap the whirlwind.
in American history. Senator Cruz and I represent a state with 1,200 miles of common border with America. But as you pointed out with fentanyl, what happens at the border doesn't stay at the border. Fentanyl poisoning is the most common cause of death of young people between the age of 18 and 45.
Oh,
We know where
God,
it comes
Carla.
from. The precursors come from China. They go to the cartels. They mix them up, make them look like innocuous
Fentanyl, Pepper,
pills.
fentanyl.
And young people take them and die. It's just that
And apparently,
simple
no
and
old
that
people
tragic.
actually are hooked on drugs. So
there's just so much that we could
and
talk
if they
about
are,
with
I
regard to
guess
the
for
border.
him,
but,
that's like, meh.
you know,
meh.
I know people voted for President Trump in large part because of his promise to restore security at the border. Will you do everything within your power as Attorney General to enforce the laws on the books, including the President's executive orders, which I anticipate he will be signing on January the 20th when he is sworn in, and help do everything you can and the Department of Justice can is to restore security to our southern border?
Yes, Senator, absolutely.
One example is, of course, if you come here to the from anywhere in the country and you show up at the border under the Biden and Harris administration policies, you'll simply be released into the interior of the country.
Well, I guess
either to
next
await
Monday that's going to be a kind
trial
of a
date,
moot
which
point,
may
isn't
never
it?
occur due to
Then
the enormous
stupid.
backlog, or you will simply be
And
paroled.
it's a lie, but okay.
And I know parole has a special connotation in the criminal law, but in this context, as you know, it's designed to be administered on a case-by-case basis. Yet President Biden and Vice President Harris had granted parole, that is, released people into the United States on a categorical basis, or anybody who shows up, or because they don't have the detention facilities to keep them. So do you believe Laken Riley would be alive today if President Biden and Vice President Harris had enforced the law and secured the border?
Senator, he should not have been in our country, and then Laken Riley would have been alive. And I don't think it's just Laken Riley. There are so many victims throughout our country. Not only that, we're all familiar with the violent gangs who are coming into our country, walking into our country freely through the
I
open
live
border.
in East Hollywood.
The cartels,
Where are they?
the gangs, Venezuela's.
Where are they?
Let people out of their prisons. It's been reported. I don't have the security clearance yet to see what's happening, but I know,
Hi, gimme
we all know,
coffee.
there are criminals
I guess they
throughout
just-
our country.
I think
and it
the
is my
stupid
commitment
finally
to you
figured
on
out a
both
way
sides
to
of the
get the
aisle
upper
that I
hand,
will
Max.
do everything in my power with the agencies that fall under me if I am confirmed to make America safe again. We have to do that, Senator.
Well, many of us, of course, see classified information on the Intelligence Committee or just generally in our duties as a senator. And so you're not going to feel any better about the blinking lights, the danger that Director Wray has talked about. In my closing moments here, I want to revisit an issue that is of particular importance. 60% of the President's daily brief, which is the intelligence brief that the Director of National Intelligence and the CIA Director delivered to the President, comes from Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I've called this the most important law that most people have never heard of. I know you have, and you're familiar with it, but I want to ask you a few questions about that. It's been called the crown jewel of U.S. intelligence. And of course, it cannot be legally used to spy on American citizens. And if it is, it ought to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I know you would agree with that. But there have been some, as you know, and as you pointed out to Senator Graham, we have a temporary extension of the existing authorization for the
Grassley has
use
an
of the
awful lot
intelligence community to target foreign
an awful lot of shout outs from
threats to
Q.
our national security that expires
Mike
in
Flynn wrote a book in
2026.
2016 called
And I'd like
Field of
you just to
Fight with
confirm
Michael
here on the
Ledeen,
record that
husband
you
of
will
Grassley's aide,
enforce
Barbara.
that law, and you can support the law as it is
Lots
written.
of ties there.
Senator, I
Jim
haven't
Stewartson
read
from
the
today.
entire 702 in front of you, but I will commit to reading that and doing everything I can to keep America safe again.
Of course you will. So,
Safe again. Everything has to be
Director
again.
Ratcliffe, who's going to be, I'm going to go to his hearing on for CIA director. Of course, he was
Oh,
confirmed as director of
Carla,
national
every time everyone says
intelligence.
something, it makes me so
Some have argued that
sad.
in order to query or look at lawfully collected FISA 702 product, that you need to get a warrant requirement
Are we
in
going
order
to
to
talk
show
about
probable
Carter Page
cause
again?
that a crime, including espionage, perhaps
Barbara
has been
Ladine
committed.
tried to launch
But
her own
Director
investigation
Ratcliffe
into Clinton's
has written
emails. Oh my God.
that a
In
warrant requirement
2017.
may not achieve
Grassley's just
its
a
intended
fuckwad.
objectives and could hinder
He's very Mikey
national
Flynn-y.
security efforts. Do you share
Yeah, arrest Mike Flynn.
Director
Let's hope
Ratcliffe's
Arizona
concerns?
is going
I would read
forward
his
with their
memo,
fake
and
electors
I will
case because
speak to
that's
you after
where
I
one
read his
place
memo,
where
Senator.
Well, we need to have
Flynn is indicted.
I hope you and I can continue this conversation after this.
Unindicted or
because,
something. No, he
I
got
think
subpoenas or
there's
something,
a lot
right?
of
Or
misinformation
indictments. 8 indictments.
with regard to how Section 702 works. I'm happen to be one of the members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. We read that product on a regular basis, and it is not used to spy on American people.
Oh,
I
he
think
wasn't
what's
indicted? What did
fundamentally
he
missing
get
is a lack of
receive
trust
things
in the
for then?
intelligence
Oh,
community,
subpoenaed.
including
Okay,
the
sorry,
FBI,
sorry.
which I'm
Yeah,
hoping
I think it was,
and Mr. Patel can
was there
restore.
thought that he was
Thank
an
you.
unindicted co-conspirator, or am I just making things up in my head, which is
Thank you.
not
Thank you,
impossible.
Mr. Chair. We had a good meeting this week. Thank you for that. And I appreciated your priorities on human trafficking that you mentioned today, that work, as well as fentanyl and some of your other prosecution experience. We had some similar backgrounds in doing that. And I want to talk about, first of all, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota, one of the premier offices in the country. This office has been instrumental in combating violent crime, dismantling street
I always think of Chris
gangs,
Fields, the comedian,
taking fentanyl off
when he
our
does
streets,
this.
enforcing civil
Senator, I'm
rights
Senator
laws after
Klobuchar.
George Floyd's
Thank you,
murder,
Senator.
ensuring victims of fraud get justice.
She has wine bottles
Do you
taped
agree
to her
that it should be a
hands.
priority to support U.S. attorneys, frontline prosecutors, and case agents who work hard every single day on our streets?
Senator, I think that is one of the most important things in our country right now. And
that's
there are
more
so
important.
many
More important
good
than
men
that
and
is
women
that.
within the Justice Department throughout our country, as well as all the law enforcement agencies. Yes, they work very hard and they will be supported.
I'm concerned about some of the proposals that could put cuts in the COPS program, burn JAG programs. I know you're familiar with those. Senator Murkowski and I lead the COPS reauthorization bill. Just will you commit to
So is she
continue
just
to
asking
support
about
those
her own
programs?
bills?
Senator, I will read everything about those programs because that is a top priority of mine, and I would love to meet with you on that and Senator Murkowski to support law enforcement and those programs.
Thank you. Independence from political interference is vital to the legitimacy and success of the Department of Justice. I was honestly troubled by some of the answers to Senator Durbin's questions. We will continue that discussion, I'm sure, on the committee about the election. But I want to focus on the investigation, charging decisions. As a prosecutor, I'm sure you had this experience. I would get calls from people, hey, that's just a kid, give him a break. And I remember one answer I gave was, he's 40 years old, he's not a kid. But that kind of interference is attempted all the time. And one of my concerns here, whether it's a call from a friend, a corporate lobbyist, a White House, it has been very clear that the attorney generals of both parties have established clear policies to ensure the White House doesn't tamper with criminal investigations and prosecutions. At Attorney General Mike McCasey's hearing, he made clear that any attempt by the White House, and these are the words, to interfere with a case is not to be countenanced. Any call to a line assistant or to a United States attorney from a
I don't know.
political person
Does she really? I don't even
relating
know
to
if
a
she
case is to
drinks.
be
I mean,
cut and curtailed.
I
Do
have
you
no
agree
idea about
with
her
this statement?
habits. But she is,
Senator,
her
yes,
demeanor
I
is
believe
always
that
a
the
little
Justice Department must
off-putting
be
to me, but
independent
that's just
and
me.
must act independently. The number one job is to enforce the law fairly and even-handedly, and that's what will be done if I am confirmed as the Attorney General.
Except for when it's
So you
Trump
will provide
University.
an insurance to every member of this committee that the Justice Department will only follow the facts and the law, and the White House will play no role in cases investigated or brought?
Senator, it will be my job
if confirmed as Attorney General, to make those decisions. Politics
We are
will
literally
not play a part.
doing back-to-back
I've
hearings
demonstrated that
today.
my
Okay,
entire
everybody.
career as a
So just
prosecutor,
I'm lining them up.
as
We've
Attorney
got Marco
General,
Rubio.
and I will continue
We've got
to
John
do that if you
John
confirm
Radcliffe.
me as the
We've
87th
got to
Attorney
see them all.
General
So
of the United States of America.
strap in.
In an earlier question, with some of my colleagues talked about China and the risk, yet you have a nominee from this incoming administration, Kash Patel, the pick to head the FBI, have serious concerns about him, has referred to the FBI's Intel Division, which is responsible for protecting us from foreign adversaries like China, as, quote, the biggest problem the FBI has had, and he said that he wants to, quote, break that component out of the FBI. Do you agree?
I have not seen those comments from Mr. Patel. I would review them, but we have to do everything we can to protect our country. Again, Mr. Patel would fall under me and the Department of Justice, and I will ensure that all laws are followed, and so will he.
Okay. There are many decisions
And
made
so
by
will
the
he.
FBI director, having seen a number of them do their work, that can be made. While I agree you would be the boss of Kash Patel, I'm not sure that you would be able to intervene with every decision or position that he had or
She's
know
not
what he's
going to
doing.
do her job.
So let's
No,
continue.
Carla.
Do you agree
She's
it is the
not gonna
duty
do
of
her
the
job.
Justice
You're
Department to
absolutely
defend the
wrong about
laws
it.
Congress
you
passes?
mean
And will you
Klobuchar.
commit to
Sorry.
do, even
Never
when
mind.
the president may disagree with an
Sorry.
act campaigned
I got
against
confused.
its passage or called for its repeal? President Reagan's AG, William
Patel's
French
a
Smith,
fucking
said the
criminal,
department policy
okay?
was the
I think he's
department
a
has the
fucking
duty
criminal.
to defend an act of Congress whenever a reasonable argument can be made in its support. So
And
I'm
if not, then
specifically
he's
referring
merely
to
a
the
criminal mind
2022
because
law
he
that I
does not
long
want
led that
good
we
things for
passed
this
to empower
country.
Medicare to negotiate drug prices, major savings for seniors. Will you commit to defend the law against the lawsuits from Big Pharma?
Senator, I was involved in big pharma cases when I was Attorney General of the state of Florida, and I will commit to protect the laws of the United States of America.
Okay, thank you. That would also, same question, with the Supreme Court is going to be hearing a challenge to the Affordable Care Act's coverage of preventative services. And despite the fact that you twice joined suits to have the entire Affordable Care Act invalidated, will you commit to defending this law?
Yeah, I believe this is very different. It's a very isolated, it's different. It's not the entire Affordable Care Act, but I will, it's pending litigation, of course, within the department.
Since the 1990s, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act has protected patients, providers, and facilities that provide reproductive health services. Will you commit to continuing to enforce the FACE Act to address violence and threats against those providing reproductive health care services?
Senator, the FACE Act not only protects abortion clinics, but it also protects pregnancy centers and people going for counseling. The law should be applied even-handedly. Yes, Senator.
So you'll uphold the enforcement of that law?
I'll uphold the enforcement of the law, Senator.
Okay, and I will ask my antitrust questions in the next round. We had a good discussion about that, and I do appreciate the nominee that has been put in place for the antitrust division, and there's incredibly important work that has to be done in that division. So
Gail
thank
Slater
you.
is remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank all of my colleagues for abiding by the 7-minute rule. Before I call on Senator Lee, I want everybody to plan on our first break would be about 11:50, and that would be 30 minutes for lunch. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bondi, for being here today. I too share the assessment that Gail Slater is great. Had a great meeting with her yesterday. And just thrilled that you're here, that you're
it's the
willing to
guy
serve.
who wants to be
I'd
young
like to talk
again.
to you,
Ooh,
as
I
a
hate this
longtime
guy.
lawyer and one who has
Based
handled a
Mike
variety of
Lee,
criminal
and he
matters
calls
about the Fourth
himself
Amendment.
that. It's so
What can you tell us
cringy.
about the Fourth Amendment's warrant
He
requirement
wants to
and
be
why
like
it's so
an
important?
8chan kid. It's so
Well,
weird.
the warrant requirement is so important, which I've dealt with that since I was in my 20s as a state prosecutor. A warrant is so important because it protects citizens' rights, and that's why it's so important.
And it does that specifically because under the Fourth Amendment,
Are we
you're
going to talk
required
about
go to a judge.
Mar-a-Lago
You're
raid?
required
or
to show
raid?
a judge
Mar-a-Lago
evidence
document search.
providing probable cause.
Is he really, Paul
and
Langan?
based on that probable cause, you can describe with particularity the things
No, he's
or
not.
persons to be searched
No
or
way.
seized. And on that basis, the judge may issue or not issue the warrant, but without it, you can't get it. Now, this is time-consuming, no doubt, right?
Oh, I've done many of them, yes. It's very time-consuming, Senator.
And there's probably not a law
I doubt
enforcement
it.
officer
He's
anywhere in the
base
world
Mike
who
Lee.
wouldn't
Come on now.
acknowledge that they could save time if they didn't have to go about it. And yet we require it. Why is that so important that we do it?
Well, it's so important for the reasons you just laid out. When I
You know
said
what?
I've done
Don't
many of them,
drink
I've
every time
approved
anyone
them
says important.
and not approved them
Okay,
as a
please,
state
because you'll
prosecutor.
all have alcohol
Because law
poisoning by the
enforcement,
end
there
of
are
this,
checks and
and I
balances.
don't want that to happen
And law
to you.
enforcement must bring these warrants to prosecutors to see if there is sufficient evidence. Then after that's done, they have to take them to a judge to have a judge sign them. So there have to be sufficient checks and balances throughout our system.
So even after you as Attorney General, as the chief law enforcement officer and prosecutorial authority in the state of Florida approved it within your office, you still had to go to the judge. And if it was late at night, early in the morning, didn't matter when, you had to find a judge.
All hours of the night. That was more when I was a state prosecutor. As Attorney General, the Office of the Statewide Prosecutor, Nick Cox, would have done that many, many times at all hours throughout the night and woken up many, many judges throughout the state of Florida.
Is there an exception to the warrant requirement that exists anytime it would be inconvenient for prosecutors or anytime national security might be involved?
I'm not certain about national security, but absolutely no for a state prosecutor.
Right. Yeah, there's
no exception.
There's no catch-all exception that just says this is important or it would be inconvenient for the prosecutor, and with good reason.
Right.
We've learned through sad experience over many hundreds of years, not only in our own country, but also in that of our mother country, what happens when you don't have this in the loop. So you've been asked today a little bit about Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, also known as FISA. There are those who have repeatedly assured members of this committee, including myself, that don't worry, content of phone calls or electronic communications involving American citizens, sometimes resulting in the quote-unquote incidental collection of American citizens' private conversations. Don't worry, their Fourth Amendment rights are just fine. And yet, when they incidentally collect the communications of American citizens, either because they're perhaps unwittingly talking to somebody who might be an agent of a foreign power and themselves under 702 surveillance, they get onto this big database. And at times, there are those in the government, including the Federal Bureau
I
of
might be on that
Investigation,
database.
who have
I don't know.
gotten into that database.
Will you look at and see if I'm
done
on
so,
that
of course, without a
database?
warrant, because there currently is no warrant requirement. This has the effect of what we call a de facto backdoor warrantless search. Would you agree with me that that is potentially concerning anytime an American citizen's private conversations are intercepted, stored, whether as an incidental collection or otherwise? They ought not be searched without some kind of probable cause showing. I assume you'd agree with me on that.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's important. Sometimes people will defend that by saying national security is involved, as if that's the beginning and the end of the inquiry. That has never been the case, and I hope and pray it never will be the case, because that's not what the Fourth Amendment says, not what it does, not what it ever can be. So it's my sincere hope that the next time FISA 702 comes up for reauthorization, Congress finally do what it has been avoiding for a long time, which is to ensure that this doesn't happen. We've heard again and again from people who, if you're confirmed to this position, will soon be your predecessors, prior occupants of the position to which you've been nominated and to which Mr. Patel has been nominated. Don't worry, we have good people. Don't worry, we have good systems in place. Don't worry, it's as good as a warrant requirement, the internal approval procedure that we have within our system. And yet we've found out time and time again that this has happened, by some accounts, hundreds of thousands of times. These things have been accessed where searches for an American citizen's private communications that have been intercepted and stored through incidental collection have been searched without those safeguards being met, including instances where people just wanted to check on, to cite one example, whether his father was cheating on his mother, or in other instances, doing background checks on someone looking to lease an apartment that he owned and was looking to rent out. This is unacceptable, and we've got to fix it. Speaking of unacceptable, we have seen over the last few years the weaponization of government, specifically within the Department of Justice, against law-abiding Americans. Law-abiding Americans whose offense was something along the lines of, them exercising their constitutional rights, ranging from Catholics attempting to practice their faith, to parents showing up to school board meetings, to people showing up to engage in peaceful protesting outside of abortion clinics. As Attorney General, how will you prevent the weaponization of the Department of Justice against Americans?
And Senator, you just gave the classic example of what's been happening regarding the weaponization. Going after parents at a school board meeting has got to stop.
They're
For
not
practicing
doing
your
that.
religion,
If you
sending
recall,
informants
people were
into
getting
Catholic
violent
churches
because they were being
must
astroturfed by
stop.
outside
What about
agitators,
branding parents
and
as domestic
parents were
terrorists
being
or trying to
fucking
incarcerate one's
ramped
political
up,
opponent
and
as
there
a
was
sitting president
violence
of the
in the
United States?
fucking parking
Will
lots and
stop.
in the meetings.
Must stop.
That is
Your
the
senator.
incidents they
It is
investigated. They
exactly
investigated
the sort of answer I
them,
was hoping and expecting to
and
receive from you,
whatever
and I look
happened
forward
happened.
to doing everything I
It's
can
not
to
that
help
big a
get you
fucking
confirmed.
deal.
I've been pleased
Nobody
with your
went
answers
after
thus
parents.
far. I've
That was a
enjoyed,
lie.
Knowing you, considering you a friend for many years, and look forward to the great things you
Oh,
will do
it is, Max.
as Attorney General of the United States. You have my emphatic support and my vote.
Your
Thank you,
lymphatic support.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Attorney General Bondi, and to your family
Thank
and
you.
supporters. Thank you for your service, and I look forward to our conversation today. I have a simple three-factor test when considering the executive branch nominees before us. Do you have the qualifications and experience to do the job, policy views to do the job in the best interest of the American people, and the character and integrity to conduct your job, and yours in particular, with the independence that the role requires? You demonstrably have the relevant experience. I understand we will not see eye to eye on some or even many policies, but we had
I
a
do not
constructive
like Chris
conversation
Coons.
last
I
week
don't.
about our shared interest in fighting the opioid epidemic, countering human trafficking, criminal justice reform, and supporting law enforcement. But I need to know that you share a core value, ensuring the Department of Justice remains free from partisan or political influence, in particular by the White House. So I look forward to our discussion about that today. As Attorney General, if confirmed, who would be your client?
My oath would be to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. The people of America would be my client. And it is also my job to advise the president. My client are the people of America.
A simple question of constitutional interpretation. Is President-elect Trump eligible to run for another term as president in 2028?
No, Senator, not unless they change the Constitution.
Thank you. One of the concerns I've raised with you is safeguarding the Department of Justice's independence in the face of some promises on the campaign trail by then-candidate Trump that he would use the department to target his political adversaries, or that he might interfere with prosecution. What would you do if your career DOJ prosecutors came to you with a case to prosecute, grounded in the facts and law, but the White House directs you to drop the case?
Senator, if I thought that would happen, I would not be sitting here today. That will not happen, will not happen. Every case will be prosecuted based on the facts and the law that is applied.
Then why wasn't the
good
Trump
faith.
stuff done? If
Period.
it was
Politics have got to be taken out of the system.
I
This
agree with
department
you.
has been weaponized for years and years and years,
But let
and
me,
it has
if
to
I might-
stop.
No, it
Thank you.
hasn't. Or
Let
if
me,
it
if I
has,
might,
then
Madam
what?
Attorney General, refer you back to Senator Durbin's opening comments about previous
I
attorneys
agree,
general.
Gal. They
Our former
don't-
colleague Jeff Sessions,
Chris
Bill
Coons
Barr.
especially. He's one of those
I don't think
particular
it's credible to
fuckwads
say
that
that
bother
it
me
may never happen
about his
that the president-elect would direct an unethical
bow
or illegal
down
act.
to
I think
this
both of those
fucking
attorneys general found themselves
autocracy
crosswise
bullshit.
with the then president by doing things he didn't welcome or approve of. Just answer the question for me, if you would. I know you may not expect it. I know you wouldn't have accepted this nomination if you thought it possible. But let's imagine that once again, President-elect Trump issues a directive or order to you or to the FBI director that is outside the boundaries of ethics or law. What will you do?
Senator, I will never speak on a hypothetical, especially one saying that the president would do something illegal. What I can tell you is my duty
if confirmed as the Attorney General, will be to the Constitution and the United States of America. And the most important oath, part of that oath that I will take, are the last 4 words, "So help me God."
Given the importance of that oath,
I cannot
I hope you
believe
can understand
this.
the importance
Why is there not?
of
You know what? I
repeated
wish there
questions,
was a God.
from
All
some of
you
us
God-fearing
about
people, I
the
wish I
importance of
wasn't an
having
atheist, and I wish
independence
there
in the
was a
Department of
God,
Justice.
because I'm going to tell you right
It
now.
has a long tradition of
if there
independent
was,
special
they'd probably
prosecutors,
come
especially
down
to
and
handle
take care of all this.
high-profile or often political cases. If you got credible evidence of a criminal violation by a White House official, including even the president, would you bring in a special prosecutor?
So help me God, stop this
Senator,
now.
that's a hypothetical. I can tell
I
you
know,
what I do know
Neil.
is special prosecutors have been abused in the past on both sides. We have seen that for many, many years. They have cost the taxpayers countless dollars, countless. And I will look at each situation on a case-by-case basis and consult the appropriate career ethics officials within the department to make that decision.
Attorney General, do you think special counsels need to be confirmed by the Senate?
I will follow the law and I will consult with the appropriate ethics officials regarding the law. Right now, they do not need to be Senate confirmed, of course.
But you did sign an 11th Circuit brief arguing that they should be.
I will follow the law, Senator. That's why I said that.
Understood, but I was just getting to the clarity about the difference between a
Absolutely.
position you've advocated and what the current law is. Thank you for that. Look, bluntly, to me, refusing to answer a hypothetical when there is clear and concrete previous history raises some concerns for me. I think Chris Wray has done an outstanding job as FBI director at avoiding political pressure, and although he was chosen by President Trump, he's being driven out so that he can be replaced. My perception, I've not yet met with Mr. Patel, by a loyalist who has publicly said he will do what the president asks him. Given that Attorney General Barr was asked to go find evidence of election interference and improprieties, went and looked for the evidence and said, I can't find any, and was then dismissed, I'm just going to ask you one last time. Can you clarify for me that in following ethics and the law, you'd be willing to resign if ordered to do something improper?
Senator, I wouldn't work at a law firm. I wouldn't be a prosecutor. I wouldn't be Attorney General. If anyone asked me to do something improper and I felt I had to
Bitch,
carry that
it
out,
happens
of course
after
I
you
would
get the
not do that.
job.
That's one of the main things you
God,
learn when
you're
you're a young
dumb.
prosecutor is to do the right thing. And I believe that has continued with me throughout my very long
Except
career.
for the
As we
Trump
discussed,
University
protecting
that you
American
refused
invention and
to
innovation,
join the
American
class
intellectual
action
property,
on so
is
that
a real
people could
concern
get their
of mine,
money
and if so
back.
others
But
on
you
this committee. I
ignored
look forward
that
to
because it
talking
was
with
Trump
you
University,
about
and then
that
4
pressing
days later you
concern.
got
But the most important
$25,000
question
from
I have for you
him.
today is whether you will be willing and able to
Jesus,
stand up
you are
to
like you're
politicization
the
and
poster girl
interference in
for
the Department of
corruption.
Justice. And I look forward to further clarification from you
It's
about the
not
specifics
hard,
of that.
people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator.
Senator Cruz would be next, but he's not here, so I call on Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, welcome.
God, it's fucked up
Congratulations.
foghorn leghorn. Can you fucking believe it? Another guy who didn't bring his teeth today.
Can we agree
Fucking hell.
that legitimacy is important to America's criminal justice system?
Yes, Senator.
Can we agree that legitimacy is important to the Department of Justice, which in part administers our criminal justice system?
Yes, Senator.
And if Americans come to believe that our criminal justice system or our Department of Justice is acting illegitimately, that makes Americans
Dude,
less likely
they didn't bring the
to
fucking
accept the
cases.
results of that system, does it not?
Yes, Senator.
And that makes Americans less likely to follow the substantive laws that we pass that are administered by the Department of Justice.
God, speed it up,
Isn't that true?
foghorn.
Yes, Senator.
And if that happens, we have chaos, don't we?
Chaos.
And the social contract is breached, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember a person by the name of Michael Avenatti?
Yes.
Several years ago, he was a media star here in Washington.
An attorney, correct?
Yes. He was a media star. And many members of our media loved him because he persistently bashed Donald Trump. And he was on TV every day. He was on CNN more than Wolf Blitzer. Do you know where Mr. Avenatti is today?
I believe he's sitting in prison, Senator.
He's in jail because he was a crook. And the Department of Justice helped put him there.
Yeah, you know why? Because
Yes,
he
Senator.
screwed his client, Stormy Daniels. That's
Do you
why he's in
remember
prisoned. Because
a
he
gentleman by the name
screwed
of,
his client.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yes, Senator.
What about
Boy genius.
Elaine Maxwell?
So smart and so powerful that he thought he could command the tides.
What?
So smart and so powerful and rich
Are you talking about Elon?
that he would go to meetings with serious people like Bill Clinton, like Tony Blair, looking like a slob, looking like a fourth runner-up to a John Belushi look-alike contest.
A John Belushi
And he thought it was
look-alike?
cute. Where's Mr. Bankman-Fried today?
Are we doing?
I
what are we
believe he is
doing?
in prison, and I believe that's from the Netflix series I saw as well.
Oh my God.
Because he's a crook. And who helped put him there?
The Department of Justice.
Biden's
Senator.
Department of Justice.
Can we agree that there's some really, really good men and women at the Department of Justice?
Many, many great men and women in the Justice Department, as well, Senator, as all the law enforcement agencies that fall within the Department of Justice. They're out there risking their lives, away law enforcement
Put away
officers
all of the
every
criminals.
single day.
Can
Biden's
we agree,
DOJ.
that there have been and may be today some bad people at the Department of Justice?
I would.
Yes, Senator.
I would love a little
We
talk
don't know
show
for
with
sure
them.
because for the last 4 years,
It's a doom
curtains
loop.
there have been
A
tightly
dumb doom
drawn.
loop.
But I think some, a minority of people there, have delegitimized
Dean-legitimized?
America's criminal
Who is
justice
he?
system. The most destabilizing act that I saw
He went
in
after
the past
the
4
president's
years, maybe in
son,
the history of the
okay?
department, is when Attorney General Garland
I can't even with these
decided
people.
on the basis of
Make
dubious
America not
facts
embarrassing again. Shit.
and untested legal theories to criminally prosecute a former president of the United States. And not only that, this is the special part.
Wait. Okay, is he in? Isn't he? Is he in
decided
prison?
to do it after the former president of the United States
Announced early that he was going to
had
run for
announced
president.
that he was going to run
Yeah, I know.
against Attorney General Garland's boss. didn't
Yeah,
he?
I know. Yeah,
Senator,
we
are
know.
you referring to going after a political opponent?
Oh my God!
I think so.
Look at that little fucking Joker smile that bitch has.
Now, this is one person's opinion. That
I know.
kind
I'm
of
bored too.
stupid
So's the
takes
guy
a
next to
plan.
him. The human skull.
And I say that
Skeletor.
because, number one, this is America.
Skeletor in the suit.
That had never happened before in America.
What
That's
are you
the sort
talking
of thing
about?
that
Well, you know
happens
what's never happened before in
in a
America?
country
Such
whose-
corrupt presidencies.
Whose Powerball jackpot
Okay,
is
let me tell you about the
287 chickens and a
fucking
goat.
bullshit
It doesn't happen
Fox
here.
News paid
And I
$878
call it
million
stupid
because
it
they
broke the
lied about
seal.
the election
It
for
broke the
him.
seal. It normalized it.
Oh my God.
There are a
Oh
lot of
my
ambitious
God.
prosecutors in
Imagine
America,
being married. Is
Democrat
he
and Republican.
married? Oh my God. Can you imagine?
And
Is
I'll
he
bet
married?
you right now there's some
I don't think I've ever seen
prosecutor
the
in a
gracious
particular
Mrs. Kennedy.
state thinking about, well, maybe I ought to file criminal charges against President Biden's inner circle
Well, they did.
for conspiring
Well, they did. They went
to,
after his
to,
son.
conceal his
Were you
mental
not
decline.
there, bitch?
And that's the road we're headed
Oh,
down.
really? Oh, so let's.
And
I
you've gotta
shared
fix
something
it.
this morning that talked about how great the Biden
You gotta
economy
fix it.
is.
And here's
So
what, in my
don't get it
judgment, what I would
twisted.
ask you to do. Find out who the bad guys are and the bad women and get rid of them.
Oh my
Find out who the
God.
good people are and lift them up. But do it on the basis of facts
Oh my
and
God.
evidence.
Oh, please.
and
Give me a
fairness.
fucking break. These people are
Because
all
the
going to hell.
temptation
If there
of
is
some
one,
people is going
you
to
know what?
be,
The earth's going to actually open up and
they're going to tell you,
swallow
look,
these
two wrongs
motherfuckers
don't make a
eventually.
right,
I have to believe
but
that.
they do make it even. Don't resist that temptation.
Don't
Help
resist
us
that
restore
temptation. Wait,
legitimacy
what?
to the Department of Justice.
Thank you, Senator.
He has good makeup today, though. I will say that. He's looking
Mr.
very
Chairman.
like his primer is
Ms.
on
Bondi,
point.
and to your family.
Thank you.
Thank you for visiting with me in my office. And I have to say, I'm sympathetic always to a former Attorney General, particularly having been one myself. But I am, I have to say also, really troubled, deeply disturbed by some of your responses and non-responses to the question that you've been asked today. You say the right things, that you're going to be the people's lawyer. That's what you have to say to be here. But I believe being the people's lawyer means you have to be able to say no to the President of the United States. You have to speak truth to power. You have to be able to say that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. You dodged that question when you were asked directly by Senator Durbin. You have to be able to say that
You are Paul J. You
January
are.
6th insurrectionists
Wait,
who
what did
committed
Jim
violence
say?
shouldn't
Look on
be
the bright
pardoned.
side. There'd
You have to
only
able
be
to say
one toothbrush in the back.
that
I don't know what that
a
means.
nominee for the FBI director
What does
who
that
says
mean?
he has an enemy list. And that's just the beginning of what he has said in terms of politicizing, deeply weaponizing the FBI against political opponents, that he shouldn't be the FBI director. You know, we have some
Okay, they're
history here
doing
with
that.
your
They're like
predecessor.
actually kind of missing the point. No, Paul J.
Barr,
Literally, I
Sessions,
thought I
and
said hi
others
to you earlier, so I apologize.
who perhaps
Oh my gosh, my
sincerely, when
darling,
they
I'm so
sat where
sorry.
you are
I
now,
see you. I've
said
seen
that
you. You are seen.
they would say no, but
I think we're all in a
they
state of
were
stupor
working with a president that
because of the
expected them to
stupid.
be his Roy Cohn, his personal attorney. Do you really think that you can avoid the disgrace that they encountered or the repercussions from the White House if you say no to the president? And so my question to you is,
Yeah, it's published.
can you say no to the President of the United States when he asks you to do something unethical or illegal?
Senator, first, I
I
need to
know, that's
clarify
actually
something
true.
that
This
you
isn't a big
said,
act
that
or
I
something.
have to sit up here and say these
She
things.
fucking
No, I
has
don't.
convinced herself
I
of
sit
this.
up here and speak the truth. I'm not going to sit up here and say anything that I need to say to get confirmed by this body. I don't
I'm
have
not
to
buying
say
it.
anything.
I think you are,
I will
actually,
answer the
but
questions to
thank
the
you.
best of my ability.
Well,
And
let
honestly,
me ask you, an individual who says that he is going to, quote, come after, end quote, people he alleges, quote, help Joe Biden rig the presidential elections, that he has a list of people who are part of this deep state who should be prosecuted, that he's going to close down the FBI building. on his first day.
Paul, you're in the right place.
Office.
I think I have a little bit of that myself, so it's very fine.
Aren't
Darling.
those comments inappropriate? Shouldn't you disavow them and ask him to recant them?
Senator, I am not familiar with all those
See
comments.
tomorrow?
I have
When
not
is
discussed
RFK?
those comments with Mr. Patel. What I do know
Well,
is
I'm
Mr.
asking you
Patel,
for your
excuse
view.
me, what I do know is Mr. Patel was a career prosecutor. He was a career public defender defending people, and he also has great experience within the intelligence community. What I can sit here and tell you is Mr. Patel, if he works with running the FBI, if he is confirmed, and if I am confirmed, he will follow the law if I am the Attorney General of the United States of America, and I don't believe he would do anything otherwise.
Well, let me just submit
So
that
there.
the response that I would have hoped to hear from you is that those comments are inappropriate and that you will ask him to disavow or recant them when he comes before this committee, because they are indeed chilling to fair enforcement and the rule of law. Let me ask you on another topic. When we met, I welcomed your support
Grace,
for the
it's
goals of the Kids Online
okay.
Safety
I
Act.
know. It's really hard to, it's very
And,
maddening. It's very maddening
Senator
what's happening right
Blackburn
now.
and
So
I
I understand,
have
Grace.
spent a lot
I'm
of
kind of
time,
with you
devoted a lot
there.
of effort
So you're
to
definitely
the passage of
in the
Kids
right
Online
place.
Safety Act, which happened by
Hang in
an
there.
overwhelming vote of 91
We're going to spend this
to
together.
3, 72 co-sponsors, including Vice President-elect Vance. I appreciated our discussion.
That's
and
right.
your
Remember
support
your
for
Paulness.
protecting
Oh,
kids
that's a good
online
one,
when
Paul
we
Langan.
met last week. I'm hopeful that this area is one where we can work together. Can we count on your support in working together to protect kids online?
Senator, absolutely, and thank you for that legislation, and Senator Blackburn.
No,
I believe in this
can't.
world
I
right
can't
now,
commit.
we have to
I'll
find the
review it.
things we have in common, and that is certainly one of them, Senator, protecting our children from online predators. You've done so much on that front, and I thank you. I attempted to do that as well when I was Attorney General, but I am committed to working with you on anything we can do to protect our children throughout this country. When I was Attorney General, we started something called From Instant Message to Instant Nightmare, and educating parents about
That sounds
online
terrible.
predators. And that also, Senator, is one of the core functions of the FBI, the cyber unit. They sit there, these agents sit there all day long and investigate child predators. We tell parents constantly, you think
Ms.
you're talking
Bondi,
to another
I
child,
apologize.
and you're
I'm
not.
going to interrupt you. I welcome
Sure.
your positive response. I have
Oh,
one
go ahead.
more question that I'm going to try to fit into
Sure.
this round. TikTok will be banned unless it is sold because it has become a tool for the Chinese to collect information and do surveillance and endanger our national security. Can you commit that you will enforce that law?
I think I saw a
promptly
Netflix
and
documentary on
effectively?
that.
And
I'll
I
have to
ask this
check my
question
watch
because
history.
President Trump's pick for your Solicitor General in the Department of Justice went to the United States Supreme Court arguing that the ban
Oh, it's
should
okay,
be
Jane. It's
delayed.
okay. I
Will you
understand.
commit to enforce that law on your first day when you are if you are confirmed?
Senator, as I discussed with you during our meeting, that is pending litigation within the Department of Justice.
Well, it's pending litigation, but will you enforce that law?
I can't discuss pending litigation, but I will talk to all the career
Well, again,
prosecutors who are handling the case. Absolutely, Senator. Discuss with them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tillis.
Ms. Bondi, thank you for being here. I think I told you when we met, thank you for the time we met. I was born in Florida, have a lot of friends and family, and follow Florida politics pretty closely, and you've had a very impressive career there, though I do also have to admit I'm a Gator hater, so for the Florida alum, I'm University of Tennessee. But anyway, I actually, in some of these hearings, I created a bingo card to see what some of my colleagues on the other side of the
Are
aisle
you
were going to
treating this
hit. I
like
wanna
a
go
joke?
back
Is
to a
that what
few
you're
of them really
telling us,
quickly.
Senator? You're
One,
treating this like a fucking joke?
was about you being a
Look at Marcia. I
lobbyist
love you,
paid for and on
Blondie.
the
You're my
payroll of Qatar. Would you
sister.
mind going back and repeating what you said in case people did not hear the involvement of your law firm and precisely what you were doing for the government of Qatar?
Yes, Senator, I was very proud of that work. It was anti-human trafficking in advance of the
Okay.
World Cup, and
Yeah,
human trafficking
Qatar's really
has been
known
something
for
that's
their
been very
real
important
stopping of
to
human
me
trafficking.
my entire
Let me
career,
tell you
especially
about
when I was
Qatar.
Attorney General of
And
the
you
Okay.
also
state of
made it
Florida.
clear
Let me
that
tell you
you
about
had
Qatar,
a
one of the biggest
number
facilitators of human
practitioners
trafficking in the
within the firm
fucking
working
world.
on it. So this
Okay?
narrative that you were getting
Fuck you, Senator.
$115,000 a month
Fuck
from
you,
Qatar is
Bondi.
correct or not?
You did
Not
fuck
correct.
all for
Okay,
human
thank you.
trafficking, and Florida, never mind you, is one of the
I want to
hugest
talk a little bit
centers
about,
of human trafficking in the
well, first
United
off, I want to go
States. So
back. You
get
should be
bent,
happy
Bondi.
that so
You
many
didn't do
comments
shit.
have been directed towards Kash Patel, whose confirmation I am supporting. In fact, I'm meeting with him today.
Oh, you're
because that
supporting it,
means
but you
they're
haven't
out
met
of
with him
stuff
yet?
for
Oh,
you.
okay.
So if it comes up again, you will once again know that you've got a great reputation and a great resume, and they are just trying to find things to put your integrity into question. You have answered the question repeatedly that that you will be loyal to the Constitution and you will live up to the oath to the Constitution and to protecting the American people. And I think Mr. Patel, when he becomes here, he'll be able to get rid of the myth in the same way that you did as a lobbyist for Qatar. He'll be able to get rid of that list of the enemies, be able to deal with the enemies list, and the marketing department for your opposition is going
What?
to have to come up with new material because
What?
that stuff is getting old.
Excuse me? So
Section
you're
702.
admitting that
You
Kash
heard,
Patel, nominee for the head of the
Senator
FBI,
Lee
has a
talk about
published
some
enemies
concerns
list,
that
and
he
you're
has with
fine with that?
702. I believe
Is
it's
that
one
what
of
I'm
the most
hearing?
important things that you can do early into your confirmation. You will be confirmed, and hopefully with some Democrat support.
No, I hope not, sir.
that
I hope not.
There have been dramatic reforms to 702. I've sat
I
through an
am like
extensive
flabbergasted
presentation
that people
to try
think
and
that
make
Republicans
sure that
have
the
anything
abuses
about the
never occur
interest
again, and that you have a throat to choke if somebody abuses the protocol
of the people
that's
at
in
heart.
place. I believe that
You're
we need
crazy.
to codify
You're
a lot
insane.
of that. As a
You're
matter of fact,
stupid.
when
You're
I went through
corrupt.
it, I
You're
felt like there
dumb.
were
You're
so many
guilty.
blinding flashes of the obvious.
You're
How could this
horrid,
not
and
have
I never
already
want to
been a
speak to you
part of the
again.
approval matrix? So can you, after you're confirmed, commit
Will Marcia
that
ask if she
you
will
or
investigate the
designate
death
will
of
come
Epstein? Yeah,
back
good one,
and
Teresa.
provide for
How about
this
Alex
committee an
Acosta?
update
What
on
about
all
him?
of
Let's talk about him.
the
Someone brought him
protocols
up
that have
earlier. I
changed
can't
and
remember who, but
recommended
thank you for bringing him
legislation for
up.
codifying so that when we do go
Let's talk about
to
him and what he did with the
reauthorization, we'll
Epstein
have
case
what we
down
need
when
to
he was
make
Palm
sure
Beach
that program stays in
attorney
place.
or whatever the fuck
Senator,
he was.
I or a designee
Let's talk about how he killed
will
the Epstein
review
case.
all of 702
So how he
before it terms,
protected
of
all these
course, in
rich people, just like
2026
she's
and come
going to
back
do.
and report to you
Because she's done
on
it.
both sides of the aisle.
She's
Thank
actually
you.
had
You have a
a
great
quid pro quo.
perspective with your time in the state and
Hello?
working with the Department of
Is
Justice.
that how you
Give
want
me
your
an
Justice
idea
Department to run?
of
Really?
things that
That's
we
how you
need
want
to
it
do
to run?
better in
Really?
terms of.
I wouldn't even
and
want
I'm
the
talking
fucking
primarily in
Democrats
the
to
law
do that
enforcement
shit.
role. I
What the
think,
hell's wrong with you
many
people?
don't understand the joint task forces, the law enforcement efforts
God,
that
you
are
got
going
something
every
wrong with your
single day
head,
in
like
every
you're
one of our
not even
states.
thinking
What
about your
what
own
an incredible
interests.
job
You don't understand how any of this
they
can
do.
backfire
So
on
can
you if
give
you're
me
not
some
the right
sense of things that
skin
you would
color,
look
or
at
you're
and
not
say,
the
maybe
right
we could do it better from your
socioeconomic class,
perspective
or
of
you're not
having
the right
been a
whatever.
prosecutor for
You're
in
cannon fodder,
Florida?
bitch.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Yeah, having been a career prosecutor, I think I have a unique perspective because I was a state prosecutor, of course, prior to becoming Attorney General. So I worked on a daily basis with local law enforcement and state and federal, not daily with federal, but I worked consistently with state, local, and federal. Then when I was
agree,
Attorney
Pep.
General,
I agree.
I worked with all three as well. I feel like we have to have better coordination among all our agencies, especially given all the terrorism issues that we've discussed earlier in this hearing. We have to wrap in and communicate better with our local and state law enforcement officers throughout this country. There are so
expect
many
irrationality.
great
You're right,
men and
gal.
women in law enforcement, and
And
we
keep
have to.
pointing
I don't
out
know
what is
exactly how
true.
yet. But we
That's what
have
I
to figure
want
out
to
a better
try and do.
way
I want
to
better
work
follow-up
together with
questions
the
from
federal
journalists.
authorities.
Thank you. And
I
I'm
want
going to
more
do a second round as well, but I think I
conversation
also
about about
the
what is
bingo
not
card
true
for
about what
election
they're
denier.
saying,
There were
or
some
that there are
people,
no facts in there,
seemed
there
to
are only
suggest that you were
feelings.
denying the election. I think that you said that President Biden is our president.
President Biden is the President of the United States of America, and President Trump will be the 47th president.
But I think you made a point that or at least I inferred from a comment that you made, a very important point. Folks, there are election
Val.
improprieties in every election. The question is a matter of scale and whether or not you can prove it. We've seen it in North Carolina and seen it in other places. It's one of the reasons why I support voter ID, because we want to make elections easy to vote and hard to cheat. But the fact of the matter is people are cheating. So if anybody on this dais suggests that there aren't irregularities in every election, then they need to spend more time
Oh
at
my
home
God.
and really
Then you
studying
need to
the
spend more
facts. I
time
don't
listening
think,
to
though,
John
that you've
Eastman's
said
disbarment
that
hearing,
Biden
bitch.
is an illegitimate president.
You need to
In fact, I
spend
think
more
you said
time
just the
listening
opposite.
to
He is the president of the United
Clark's
States, and President Trump will be the next
suspension,
president, right?
bitch. You need to listen
Yes.
to Rudy Giuliani's
Okay.
$148
Last thing
million
before the second round,
judgment
January 6th. A lot of people are going to say you're going to have a
bitch.
rubber stamp for letting
Wow,
people
this is like a
have
complete
pardons,
denial of
recommending
actual
a pardon
facts.
for people who did
Those are
violence
white
to law
supremacist, violent
enforcement. I'm not going
extremists,
to ask you a
Jane.
hypothetical because I
Um,
want you to be
Yes,
consistent
good
and not
question, Gal.
answering them.
Pam, who
But
are
I have to
domestic
believe,
terrorists,
as a
and how will
member,
you protect
I
all
was the last
Americans
member out
from
of the
white
Senate on January the
supremacists,
6th.
violent
I
extremists?
walked past a lot of law enforcement officers, who were injured. I find it hard to believe that the President of the
Oh
United
boy.
States or you
Yeah, he is what's
would
wrong.
look at
Yeah, there's no,
facts that were used
it's
to
not about me
convict the
like
violent people on
kumbayaing.
January the
That's the other
6th
thing.
and say
There's
it
no
was just an
kumbaya
intemperate
here.
moment. That,
You
I don't
either
even
are
expect you to
lying about
respond to
shit
that,
that
but I think it's an
happened,
absurd
or
and
you're
unfair
not lying
hypothetical
about
here,
shit that
and you
happened.
probably haven't
That's
heard the
it.
last of
There's
it. Thank you,
no
Mr. Chair.
division. The division is the disinformation that these motherfuckers peddle because you all who
Before I
believe
call
it
on
are so
Senator
goddamn
Brown,
stupid
after
that you
her
want
and
daddy to
Cruz's
tell you what to
testimony,
do.
and then we'll
How
take a
foolish.
lunch break, and that break will be for
All right, we're
30
going to go
minutes.
on to John
And
Ratcliffe, I think.
can't control when my senators come back, but I expect you to be back after 30 minutes, and I'll be here.
Yes,
And
Chairman.
All right, so
and then
what?
I may leave the
What are we
meeting to
doing?
open the Senate, so whoever's on our side
I
is
know, Paul.
acting chairman during that period of time. Senator
Let
Hirano.
me, yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Director Ray
Chairman.
said white supremacist,
As part of
violent
my
extremists, and
responsibility to ensure the fitness of all nominees, I ask the following two initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator.
Ms. Bondi, I am focused on two things in my evaluation of President-elect Trump's nominees. The first is whether the nominee is qualified and experienced enough to do the job. The second is a fitness to serve, which includes putting loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to the president. Unfortunately, in my view, many of President-elect Trump's nominees are lacking in at least one of these two requirements. Ms. Bondi, your experience as a prosecutor is the kind of thing we would expect to see in a nominee for Attorney General, but I do have questions and concerns about potential conflicts of interest, about whether you will keep DOJ's law enforcement responsibilities independent of the president's political whims, and about whether you will let facts and evidence guide your decisions. So let's start with the importance of facts, which you say is important. Ms. Bondi, we want an Attorney General who bases decisions on facts. So I want to ask you a factual question. Who won the 2020 presidential election?
Joe Biden is the President of the United States.
Ms. Bondi, you know that there is a difference between acknowledging it and, I can say that Donald Trump won the 2024 election. I may not like it, but I can say it. You cannot say who won the 2020 presidential election. Okay. It's disturbing that you can't give voice to that fact. Moving on to DOJ's independence from politics. Ms. Bondi, if you are confirmed as Attorney General, you will take an oath to the Constitution and not to any individual, including the President. To start, I'd like to know whether you agree with some of the statements President-elect Trump made during the election, during the campaign. First, are the felons convicted of breaking into the Capitol on January 6th hostages or patriots, quoting Trump, as President-elect Trump has said repeatedly. Do you agree with his characterization of the felons that I referred to?
I am not familiar with that statement, Senator.
I just
If
familiarized
it wasn't in a
you with that
Netflix
statement. Do you
documentary,
agree
I
with
just
that
don't have
statement?
time.
I'm not familiar with it,
That was
Senator.
not on my
No
watch
answer.
list.
He has also said, illegal immigration is poisoning the blood of our nation. He said that in December 2023. Do you agree with that statement?
Senator, I am not familiar with that statement, but what I can tell you is I went to the border a few months ago. I went to Yuma, Arizona, and what I saw at that border was horrific, Senator. It was horrific.
Please, somebody roll
Ms.
tape,
Bondi,
because I
to a
think it was
rape
probably
crisis
boring.
center.
That
If
is
I could
not my
finish,
question.
I went to a rape crisis center. Well, I'm not familiar
Stop
with the
it. You're
statement.
using
but I
rape
went to a rape
victims as
crisis
fucking
center.
political
I met with
fodder, you
Border
stupid
Patrol
cunt.
agents. I'm
Same
sure
way
you've
she
been
used
to the border as
anti-trafficking.
well,
She's
so
a
I wanna
stupid
get to my
cunt who
next
did nothing
question.
about trafficking in her fucking state.
I believe that you responded to a question from Senator Whitehouse, and let me get your response again. You said that the White House, if I'm putting words in your mouth, correct me. Oh, you said that the White House will play no role in investigative or charging decisions in the DOJ. Is that correct?
Senator, what I said is that it is the Department of Justice's decision to determine what cases will be prosecuted.
What role will the White House have in investigative or prosecutorial decisions of the DOJ?
It is the Department of Justice's decision, Senator.
So that sounds to me that you're saying that the White House will not have any kind of role. Meanwhile, though, you have an incoming president who said, I have the absolute right to do what I want to do with the Justice Department. And in fact, President-elect Trump considers the DOJ to be his law firm. I ask you this. If President-elect Trump asks, suggests, or hints that you as Attorney General should investigate one of his perceived political enemies, would you do so?
Senator Hirono, I wish you had met with me. Had you met with me, we could have discussed many things and gotten to know.
I am
You could
listening
have
to you
gotten to
now.
know me.
Could you respond to the question?
Yeah, you were the only one who refused to meet with me, Senator. But what we would have discussed is that it is the job of the Attorney General to
I'm very
follow
happy to
I'm
listen
gonna
to your
fuck you up,
responses under
Senator.
oath, Ms. Bondi. So I think it's really important to us that the Attorney General be independent of the White House. And you have a president-elect who considers the AG's office his law firm. I would like to know whether if the president suggests, hints, asks, that you as Attorney General should investigate one of his perceived enemies?
Senator, I
do?
certainly have not heard the president say that. But what I will tell you is two-thirds
Not
of
familiar.
Americans
Again, that wasn't
have
on my
lost
Netflix
faith
watch
in the
list.
Department of Justice. And it's statements like that, I believe,
Ms.
that make
Bondi.
people continue to lose faith. If I am confirmed as
What?
Attorney General, it will be my job.
Are you
to
kidding
not
me?
My
only
next
keep
question,
America
you're not
safe,
responding.
but restore integrity to that department.
don't we
And that's
move
what
on
I
to
plan
something
on
that
doing
you said?
every single day as Attorney General.
On August 25th, 2025, on Fox News, you said, when Republicans take back the White House, the Department of Justice, the prosecutors will be prosecuted, the bad ones, the investigators will be investigated. Ms. Bondi, is Jack Smith one of those bad prosecutors that you will prosecute as AG?
Senator, you hesitated a bit when I said the bad ones. Every decision will
Sometimes
be
badness
made
in the eyes of the beholder. I'm just asking whether you would consider Jack Smith
Senator,
to be one of the people. How about Liz Cheney?
Senator,
How about Merrick Garland?
I am not going to answer hypotheticals. No one has been prejudged, or nor will anyone
am
be
asking
prejudged.
There's a
whether
list,
if I am
yes,
These are the
but
kind of
come
people-
on now.
These are, in fact, the people that you would prosecute.
Back of the napkin.
I'm not
Your
getting an answer.
time is up. Would you like to?
My time is,
Would you like to
Mr.
respond?
Chairman, she is clearly not going to answer that question, so let me get on to,
Would you like to?
I do have
I'd love
questions
to
for the second round.
You'll have a second round. Would you like to speak before I call on Senator Cruz?
Oh my God. Somebody fucking just
Senator Cruz.
end it. End it
Thank
with
you, Mr.
him.
Chairman. General Bondi, welcome. Thank you for
Thank you.
your long career in public service, and thank you for your
Oh, did she Bobert
willingness
him
to take
too?
on this-
Oh my
this
God. Did she
incredibly
Bobert him
important
too?
office.
Are you kidding me? Do we have
You know, I
another
have to
Bobert in the
say,
room? She Bobert that
I don't know that
cruise?
there is a more important position in this new administration than the
Did she
position to
Bobert
which you
that
have been
cruise?
nominated, Attorney General
I
of
need
the
to
United
know.
States.
Did she Bobert the
I thought the
Walmart
exchange just a moment ago with
Wolverine?
Senator Hirono was illustrative.
Did she chew on the mushroom
She asked you how you
of the
would
fungus
respond
among
if
us?
the president asked you to target his political enemies.
General
It's rather striking because it's not a
General
hypothetical.
Bondi.
It has happened over the last 4 years. And I think perhaps the most tragic legacy of the Biden-Harris
Which one would it be?
administration has been the
What would it-
politicization and
Oh,
the
really?
weaponization of the United States
Politicization? I don't
Department of
know. There's
Justice.
evidence.
And we don't need to ask hypothetically
Sorry, there's
because
evidence,
Joe
cunt.
Biden publicly
I'm
mused
sorry
and
that you
allowed the
weren't
New York
important
Times to
enough.
report it, calling on Merrick
Oh,
Garland.
that's right. She's America
why
First
will he not
Policy
prosecute
Institute.
Trump
Oh,
more
son of
quickly?
a bitch.
And Merrick Garland, sadly, he sat in that chair and promised to be apolitical, and he broke that promise almost the instant he walked into the Department of Justice.
No, he didn't. He didn't bring the
If you look
suit, you
on the west
motherfucking
pediment of the
idiot.
Supreme Court of the United States, just above the entrance,
Chris Wray
there's
didn't do a
simple
full
yet
investigation of
profound forward
J6, you
phrase, equal
motherfucker.
justice under law. We have seen over the last 4 years a Department of Justice that systematically targeted the political opponents of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and that systematically protected his friends and allies. And it is tragic to see the loss of confidence in the American people, in the Department of Justice, and in the FBI. I would note, I don't think there's an institution in America who has lost more respect from the American people than the FBI has in the last 4 years.
You know, you're not wrong. They lost my respect because they didn't
That is
go
a
after
grotesque
people.
violation
This is her America First
obligation of the
Policy
Department of
Institute,
Justice and the
another
FBI.
think
So I wanna
tank,
start with just a
Institute of
very
Mass
simple
Destruction.
question.
The
If you
Jack
are
Smith seems to
confirmed
be
as
a pretty
Attorney
big
General,
enemy to her, actually.
will you pledge to
Frankly,
fairly and faithfully
know.
uphold the law regardless of party?
I
So
don't
help
know.
me God.
Amen. Look, and I want to be clear for folks at home. I don't want a Republican Department of Justice. I don't want a Democrat Department of Justice. I want a Department of Justice that follows the damn law.
His head's kind of big. It's kind of hard to cover with
And I think
blobby.
the American people do too. That shouldn't be too much to expect. Now, I'm grateful to President Trump for nominating you. I think on any objective level, you're clearly qualified for this position. You have been a prosecutor.
You will do anything that this president asks you to do.
You've been the elected
Let me tell
Attorney
you.
General
Yes, I
of
remember.
the state of Florida, the third largest
actually
state
love
in
that.
America, for 8 years.
And his
Let me
daughter
ask you,
punching him. That was good, too. I like that.
in terms of your practice, how many criminal cases over the course of your career have you personally handled?
Handled thousands.
Thousands.
How many of those were before a jury?
Hundreds. I don't want to overstate, but hundreds.
Yeah,
I was in a
don't overstate
courtroom
it.
for many
It's
years.
not. Don't do
I
it.
tried 4 when I was an intern, jury trials. I think you had to
remember
try
those
at least
days?
20 in
That was a
misdemeanor
while
before you
ago.
went to felony.
That was a while ago.
Then you were in court every day, and I was also lead
wait,
trial
let's move
attorney
ear
for
guy.
many years trying
Blocking
many
the-
cases. So,
And how many of those
You're
cases
blocking
would have
the
been
thing.
before a judge?
hundreds and hundreds as well, but hundreds before a jury, I would assume.
And as Attorney General of Florida, how many lawyers did you supervise roughly?
Approximately 400, Senator.
Now, I also want to clarify something. During the course of this hearing, several Democrat senators
I'm
have
gonna get hair
referred to
like
you
that
as-
just so I
as
can do that.
President Trump's, quote,
Such a
personal
girl
lawyer.
thing.
Now, I don't believe that is an accurate
Marco.
characterization. As I understand it, you represented President Trump as a White House special advisor during his first impeachment trial. Is that correct?
Within Office of White House Counsel, yes, Senator.
And is working within the White House
He
counsel's
loves it.
office
He loves the
different than
flagellation.
representing Donald J. Trump individually as his personal
Yeah, her
lawyer?
resume is better than a Fox News
How's
host.
it different?
You're working for the government. You're working for the Office of White House Counsel. You're not representing him in his personal capacity.
And so you have not represented him in his business affairs, in his personal life, or in any of the criminal trials he has faced?
No, Senator.
Your
And
impeachment.
when it comes to
The
weaponization,
impeachment.
it's worth noting that in
What about
more
the
than 2
impeachment?
centuries of our nation's history,
What about the impeachment?
no president had previously been indicted, no president had previously
Benny
been
Johnson.
prosecuted until the Biden-Harris White House came along. And in the last 4 years, we've seen Donald Trump
Because he
indicted
crimed.
and prosecuted not once, not twice, not 3
Because he
times, but 4
crimed.
separate times.
And 2 assassination attempts, Senator.
I have to say, Javert from Les Mis would be chagrined at the efforts of Democrats to do anything
One
possible
day
to take
more.
him down. And I believe the real target in this was not President Trump, but it was the American people, that these prosecutions were brought because partisan prosecutors were terrified that the American people would do exactly what they did in November of 2024
What's the
and
other
vote to
songs from
re-elect
that?
Donald J. Trump.
What's that
By
fucking song?
77.3%.
What are those songs? I don't really love Les Mis actually that much.
77.3 million Americans.
Sorry.
Will you commit
What's a song list? Okay, wait, hold on.
every day
Every
as
day,
Attorney General,
including weekends.
follow the law, to follow the
Oh,
Constitution,
stars, right.
to uphold the rule of law without favor and without regard to the partisan position of any criminal defendant?
Yes, Senator.
That's what we should all expect from an Attorney General. Thank you.
We'll now recess for 30-minute lunch break. That means we'll be back at 12:25. And when we resume, Senator Booker
Okay.
will be recognized.
All right, we're going on to
ask
the
his
next one.
question.
Don't take a bathroom break if you have to, but at your own peril. All right, so we're going to take that, take this, moving that, and moving that. And what we're going to do first is watch this quick little thing that just happened a couple days ago. Hello. Oh, wait, actually, I don't want to do that. Hold on. All right, I'm coming. Hold on. We're going to the next one. Don't worry. Okay, I want you to see this. Okay, bleep. Blop. Bloop.
Tampering with evidence to moving the Jack Smith has just been exposed by Judge Cannon of doing what? Lying to a federal court. These guys keep doing it. The judge just unsealed documents in the Jack Smith case down in Florida, which says the prosecutors themselves have admitted to tampering with evidence, to moving the very boxes from one location outside of
They
D.C.
didn't.
to South Florida before they ever even charged Donald Trump. How in the world can you not be prosecuting and charging these constitutional gangsters that are at DOJ? And they learn it from the same place, the top down, the same AGs, the same DAGs, the same FBI directors who are cheering him on.
I just think
hope
that's
Judge
the way
Cannon-
his eyes are.
It's an actual
And,
fun legal thing that should
I don't
actually
know.
be
Some
occurring.
people open
Judge
their eyes
Cannon
more than others, I
should
guess.
be implementing actual contempt proceedings against Jack Smith and the Department of Justice for lying to a federal judge and withholding evidence of exclusion and innocence.
Look at
from Donald
Tintin
Trump.
with his
Those contempt
green screen
proceedings would be
background.
righteous, and I'd like to see those. Maybe we could put Jack Smith in prison.
Maybe we could put Jack Smith in prison. I don't know. I don't know what money is. All right, hold on. We're going to go to, where the fuck is Radcliffe? Where the fuck did I put him? Where'd I put you, mister? Here you are. Come over here. Come over here. Yeah, let's see. Are they taking a break? Is everybody pooping? Okay, so this I'm going to do. Oops. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Ashcroft. Oh,
line of
I
duty
thought
are
he was
taken
dead.
seriously
All right, this is not
and
live.
provided
This
the
is
care
earlier, but it's in
and
progress.
the attention they deserve. Mr. Radcliffe, if confirmed, you will be sitting at a critical intersection between intelligence and policymaking. Your job will be to give the president the best professional judgment of America's intelligence experts at the CIA.
God, what's wrong with everybody's fucking microphones?
Even when that judgment might be inconvenient or uncomfortable. I'll need your public assurance that you always seek to provide unbiased, unvarnished, and timely intelligence assessments to the president, to the cabinet, to his advisors, and
I'm going to put them at 125 just to kind of get
I
us
need your assurance that this
through here.
intelligence
Hold on.
will represent the best judgments of the CIA.
sentence?
Again, regardless of political implications.
Oh, I honestly hate this thing.
And though we should not need to say it out loud, I will also need your assurance that you will work to appropriately protect our intelligence community's sources and methods. Thank you again for your service so far. Thank you for what I know is going to be a good testimony today.
I'm
And I
doing
look
this at
forward-
125.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Former Attorney General John Ashcroft kindly offered to introduce his former colleague.
It's Josh
When
Cotton.
Congressman Radcliffe is nominated to be the Director of National Intelligence in 2020, but COVID forced him to do so only by letter. Fortunately, we have another chance to hear from him today, so I am pleased to recognize Attorney General Ashcroft for his introduction.
Well, good morning, Chairman Cotton and Vice Chairman Warner.
I really thought he was dead.
Members of the committee. I want to thank you for your serious consideration and attention to the constitutional responsibility of confirming high-ranking executive branch officials. And it's an honor for me to participate with you by my appearance here today. Testifying and sharing my profound support for the nomination of the Honorable John Radcliffe as the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency is something for which I'm deeply grateful. Good national security decisions proceed from the combination of valid intelligence, information, and considered judgment. And integrity is an indispensable imperative for intelligence, the best friend of national security. And national security is the singular, unfortunately, is the singular portfolio most allergic to the infection and devaluation that results from inaccuracy and distortion. For high-quality decision-making, sound intelligence must never be diluted or contaminated by personal bias or political predisposition. John Radcliffe's record of upholding the Constitution and enforcing the law, including his far-sighted work in the intelligence field, recommends him supremely to serve America as the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. I've known and worked with John for almost decades. I know of no person
It's
of higher
Radcliffe.
commitment to
Oops,
integrity.
sorry.
I've seen him speak the unvarnished truth to those he works with and those he works for, whether senior government officials or corporate CEOs. As a member of the Congress, Radcliffe's career stands as an outstanding record of public service. He was consistently well-prepared, tough.
Oh, yeah. Gal dropped
tough
some great links with
fair
background on
interrogator,
Radcliffe.
fundamentally focused on the Constitution, never involving himself in personal attacks. John has served on the House Intelligence, Judiciary, Ethics, Homeland
shoot, I don't
Security
know who
committees,
butterflies.
and
I
as chairman
missed
of the
it.
House Homeland Security
He is,
Committees,
Radcliffe is
Cybersecurity and
also
Infrastructure
America
Protection
First
Subcommittee.
Policy Institute. Oh my
In the Department
gosh.
of Justice,
It's
John
almost
served
like
as
they
the federal
trained the
prosecutor
entire
first as
incoming
assistant U.S.
administration.
Attorney in Chief
What's going
of
on with the woman
Anti-Terrorism and
behind
National
him? And why is she the
Eastern
woman
District
from
of Texas. Then as U.S.
SCTV?
Attorney
Remember
for
that
the
woman
District
from
of Texas,
SCTV?
where he pursued more than 30 national
I think that's who she
security
is.
and
Who the
terrorism-related
fuck?
matters. After his service as a U.S. Attorney, I had the privilege of working with John in the Ashcroft, Sutton, and Radcliffe law firm, where he focused on government and internal investigations, homeland security, and foreign corrupt
Thanks. So many links. Gal, you guys got to click
in
those
professional
links.
moments, both public and private, I have seen John's thoughtful, decisive, yet humble leadership. He's a careful and willing listener, skilled at proceeding and processing.
Is someone going to ask him about the DNI report in 2020?
He is comfortable in being held to account, and he will require those in the agency to be similarly.
Way down there with old
Over the
Tom
past 15
Cotton.
years,
He's
served in
just
crucial
bad. The
roles as both
GOP's
the
rotten. Look
developer and consumer of
away.
intelligence.
Look
John therefore brings to the office
away.
of the Director of the Central
I know they're
Intelligence Agency
important.
a
No, I'm
relevant
just saying there's some wealth in there.
as well as
Come
sound
on.
judgment
She doesn't
on an array
like
of
the
issues
bus
related to
driver
national
on
security.
South Park.
He understands that the intelligence community exists.
God, this is at
to
1
secure the
1/4
liberties and freedoms of
speed, and this guy's still
liberties and
motherfucking
freedoms
slow.
that he holds in highest regard. As a prosecutor, John dealt with national security and terrorism-related matters.
This is so
ranged from
hard.
domestic
I
and
like the
international
questions
terrorism to
part,
drug
but I don't
trafficking,
like this.
human
Okay, I'm sorry. I
trafficking,
don't
and
even
the
care.
transnational criminal
Nobody
organizations
cares.
endorsement.
I don't
Thank
care.
you, Mr. Attorney General.
Is it Ratcliffe or Radcliffe?
before we move
Oh,
to
it's
your opening
Ratcliffe. It
statement,
is
the
Ratcliffe.
custom
of the committee to ask a series of questions of all nominees. Nothing personal about you. So first off, do you solemnly swear that you will give this committee your full and truthful testimony today and in the future?
I do.
Okay. Again, we have 5 standard questions. A simple yes will do. A no will require further explanation if you needed help with the test.
What?
First, do you agree to appear before the committee here and in other venues?
Josh
when
Hall,
invited?
Josh
Yes.
Cotton,
If
shut
confirmed,
up.
do you agree to send officials from your agency to appear before the committee and designated staff when invited?
Yes.
Third, do you agree to provide documents and
Look
any
at
other
how much
materials
good
requested
color
by the
John
committee in
has.
order
Oh
for it
my
to carry out its oversight and
gosh.
legislative responsibilities?
Yes.
Fourth, will you ensure that your office and your staff provide such material to the committee
The pretty
when requested?
tie.
Yes.
Finally, do you agree to inform and fully brief, to the fullest extent possible, all members of this committee of intelligence activities and covert actions, rather than only the chairman and the vice chairman?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ratcliffe. The floor is yours.
What does
for
it
your
matter? They can just renege on it
Thank you very
anyway,
much,
so it doesn't
Chairman
even
Cotton,
matter.
Vice Chairman Warner, and distinguished members of the committee for the opportunity to appear
I have to go to the
before you
bathroom.
as
I have to pee.
the President's nominee for the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. I've enjoyed meeting with each of you individually, and I look forward to answering your questions today. Thank you to my friend and mentor, former Attorney General John Ashcroft, for being here today and for his
Ugh.
gracious and humbling
I thought he was
remarks.
dead too.
Sir, I am forever grateful for your faith in me. Thank you to Director Burns and your excellent team at the CIA for your commitment to a smooth and professional transition. I'd like to recognize my amazing family, my wonderful wife, Michelle, our 2 daughters, Riley and Darby, my 5 brothers and sisters, and watching from above, my parents, Bob and Kathy Radcliffe. I simply have no words to adequately express my gratitude to all of you. And finally, thank you, President Trump, for the great honor of nominating me to lead the world's premier intelligence agency. I am grateful for the opportunity to serve under you once again, and if confirmed, I will work tirelessly to help you protect the American people and advance America's interests. Today, we face what may be the most challenging national security environment in our nation's history. The Chinese Communist Party remains committed to dominating the world economically, militarily, and technologically. Transnational criminal organizations are flooding American communities with violence and deadly narcotics. The Russia-Ukraine war wages on, spreading devastation and increasing the risk of the United States being pulled into a conflict with a nuclear power. The Iranian regime and its terrorist proxies continue to export mayhem across the Middle East, and Iran is closer to nuclear breakout than ever before. North Korea remains a destabilizing force, and increasing coordination among America's rivals and adversaries threatens to compound the threats that they each pose to us individually. And numerous terrorist groups and other non-state actors, some of which have even crossed our southern border, still pose a persistent threat to our people and our homeland. These threats converge at a time of rapid technological change. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and quantum computing will define the future of national security, geopolitical power, and human civilization. Ubiquitous technical surveillance is presenting unprecedented challenges to one of the CIA's core missions, collecting human intelligence. In short, the challenges are great and increase the necessity of confirming a CIA director who is prepared on day one to take them head on. For roughly a quarter of a century, I have devoted my professional life to U.S. national security. I served as the Chief of Anti-Terrorism and National Security, and then U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Texas. As a congressman, I was a member of the House Intelligence, Homeland Security, and Judiciary Committees. As Director of National Intelligence, I had the privilege of working closely with President Trump and oversaw the 18
Oh,
agencies
but I
of
could
the US
imagine
intelligence
it, Gal.
community, including the agency I now have
I
the
could
honor of being
imagine it.
nominated to lead. In each of these roles, I served with fidelity to the Constitution.
I
and
imagined your
strict adherence
amazing
to the rule of law,
timing.
and I have always prioritized American civil liberties.
Let me guess.
something
He
I
said
will
something
continue to
about
do
China.
if confirmed to serve again. Each of these experiences has shaped me
Irony
as a leader
is dead,
and national security professional.
as is democracy.
Together, they have prepared me to steer the CIA through a tumultuous time in the world and toward a future in which the CIA's mission will be both more difficult and more indispensable than ever before. If confirmed, my leadership at CIA will focus on setting and communicating priorities and demanding relentless execution. Above all, will be a strict adherence to the CIA's mission. We will collect intelligence, especially human intelligence, in every corner of the globe, no matter how dark or difficult. We will produce insightful, objective, all-source analysis, never allowing political or personal biases to cloud
Has he
our
been
judgment
ordered
or
to
infect
shutter
our
his
products.
agency?
We will conduct covert action
What's
at
the
direction
plan?
of the president.
What's the
Going
Project
places no one else can
2025 on
go
the CIA?
and doing things no one else can do. To the brave CIA officers listening around the world, if all of this sounds like what you signed up for, then buckle up and get ready to make a difference. If it doesn't, then it's time to find a new line of work. We must be the ultimate meritocracy. I will unapologetically empower the most talented, hardest
What are you
working,
trying to say?
and most courageous risk takers
Why wouldn't
and
you?
innovators to protect the American people.
Isn't
and
that
advance
part of
America's
it, that you
interests.
are picking
And
the
I will
best
not
qualified
tolerate
people?
anything or
But you're
anyone
also
that
making sure
distracts
that
from
you're
our
looking
mission.
at a lot of qualified people?
Inappropriate in unclassified setting
confused.
for me to discuss in
Seems
detail
coded to
some
me.
of my views on intelligence collection priorities, but I'm happy to do so in the classified hearing that will follow this one. However, if confirmed, there are several organizational priorities that I plan to focus on that I'd like to discuss here. The first is talent. As you are all no doubt aware, the CIA has a remarkably low turnover rate among its workforce. This shows the CIA's success in attracting mission-focused public servants who find deep meaning and value in the unique work they're privileged to do every day. But in some cases, it also suggests that complacency is tolerated. High performers hate nothing more than mediocrity, and nothing poisons a
Oh yeah,
high-performance
Paul
workplace
Lingen, I
culture
know.
more than
Paul Lind. I
leaders
loved Paul
who
Lind.
don't
He was
hold
funny.
team members accountable when they don't meet expectations. The CIA must be a place that incentivizes and rewards meaningful contributions to our
John
nation's
Ossoff's
security
like,
and holds accountable
whatever.
low performers and bad actors who are not focused on our mission. It has been said that the CIA's World War II predecessor, the OSS, described its ideal recruit as, quote, a PhD who could win a bar fight, end quote. This sentiment is the essence of what today's CIA must recapture. But we must find that fighting spirit in recruits whose talents, skill sets, and backgrounds
What
are
is he
more varied
talking
than
about?
ever. I will also work to develop pathways for mid-career professionals with highly sought-after skills to fill gaps
Oh wait,
in the
what time
agency's
is Pam
workforce,
Bondi coming
and
back?
for
Shit, I
CIA
didn't pay
officers
attention.
to do
It
rotations
was a half an hour,
in the
right?
private sector that broaden
So
their
probably
perspectives. I am committed to
9:30?
protecting and supporting CIA's workforce. We will fully investigate workforce health and wellness issues, including anomalous health incidents.
Yeah,
Our
Radcliffe does
our
not.
officers must embrace a culture of toughness
Ah!
and resilience.
Crypt
But we must
keeper.
also be clear that when they put
12:25.
themselves in harm's
Okay,
way, we will
25.
make sure they are taken care of when they
Okay,
return
that's
home.
good. That's good.
We owe that
EST.
to
Got
America's
it.
men
Got
and
it.
women
Got
in
it.
uniform,
Cool.
and we owe it to the silent
We've got
warriors who risk their lives in the
19
shadows
minutes.
as well. Altogether, these talent strategies will be particularly important in addressing another organizational priority that I will focus on, technology.
Okay, you
At the
know what?
CIA,
I don't really
technology
care
is
what you
both a
say. I want to
tool
see what
and a
people
target.
ask you about.
As a tool, Mr. Chairman, will occur if we embrace that as a priority.
Thank you. With
He's the chairman?
intelligence
Oh
collection
my
as the core
God.
mission
This is
of the
going to be a
CIA,
long
then,
2
I presume you
years.
agree in my opening statement that the people who collect the intelligence are the main effort in the agency. Everyone else is a supporting effort. Important jobs, to be sure, but a supporting effort. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know
we
what
need to
support
increase the
efforts
ratio
do?
of people in that main effort who are collecting intelligence to the people who are supporting it or using and harnessing what they produce?
Well, to the point of what the core mission is and increasing human intelligence, one of the things that, if confirmed, I'll spend some time, as you know, I've had the opportunity to go out to the agency a few times as a nominee, but if confirmed, I do want to spend time looking at that, Senator, in terms of the ratios and how resources are being deployed, the structure in which those resources exist currently, and whether or not that needs to change to improve our performance.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about analytic objectivity at the CIA. That starts with you. You have a partisan background. We all on this dais have partisan backgrounds. We've thrown partisan punches as much as the next guy has. It also is not without precedent. Republican politicians have taken over this job before. George H.W. Bush or Mike Pompeo, Democratic politicians like Leon Panetta have taken it over. I think, for the record, all three of them were pretty good at the job. Can you assure the committee, your workforce at the agency, the American people, that despite your partisan background in politics, you'll set aside those partisan views and that you will be someone who can effectively lead the agency in delivering the intelligence and analysis that the President and the Congress depends on?
I can, Mr. Chairman. While I enjoyed my time in Congress, I enjoyed more my time as DNI and opportunity to be apolitical and look forward, if confirmed as CIA director, to continuing to do that. It's absolutely essential that the CIA's leader be apolitical. As you know, that when you walk in the building at the CIA, inscribed on the wall,
Are you leaving?
quote,
I'm
"And
sorry.
ye shall know the truth,
Carla,
and
I'm
the
so
truth
sorry
shall
you have
make
to
you
leave.
free." That's a reminder
That's
to
right. His
CIA
incessant
officers
cheating.
when they
Yes,
walk
I
in,
get it. It's too much to take
about
sometimes.
the truth.
Have a good day.
collecting
Remember,
the
don't work
truth,
too hard.
Intelligence, critical information, so that American people can be free.
Don't do it.
that
They don't
freedom and
deserve
liberty are
you. They don't
dependent on the
deserve all of
CIA
you.
doing that job and doing it in an
They don't.
apolitical way.
They really don't.
And so I am very much committed to that and look forward to that if confirmed.
Thank you. Congress mandated by law the creation of the Office of the Ombudsman for Objectivity at the CIA. It requires the office to, quote, conduct a survey of analytic objectivity among officers and employees of the agency. In your preparation for this hearing, have you had an opportunity to review the results of the most recent survey of that office?
I have had a chance to see a summary. I haven't seen in detail the results of the congressionally mandated survey. I do know,
I can't
though,
find
that
my
looking
Sydney
at it, what I can tell you
Powell
at the
head.
top line, that participation in the survey was not what it should be, and it reflects that a significant percentage of the current CIA workforce does have concerns about the objectivity of the products that they're producing, and even cited that in specific instances to include the PDB, the President's Daily Brief, included some of those products that the workforce felt were not being objectively produced.
Thank you. I'm glad you saw and reached those conclusions. The office in that survey is a good way for the workforce to communicate to the leadership and to the Congress what is happening sometimes out of our sight. And I'm hopeful that you'll address that if confirmed. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Radcliffe, thank you for your opening comments. I appreciate your comments about technology. I appreciate your comments about independence of the workforce. I appreciate actually the chairman asking this as well. I want to come back to a couple of these topics because there is concern in the community. I hear it. You may have heard it. When we hear statements by incoming administration officials, and occasionally even from the president-elect himself, attacking the intelligence community and threatening to replace long-term career civil servants if they are somehow deemed as not sufficiently loyal. You've addressed this, but I want to address it again right now. What assurances can you provide to this committee and to the CIA workforce that you will resist efforts to fire or force out career CIA employees because of their perceived political views or somehow their views of loyalty to the president?
Well, I think the best example of that, Mr. Vice Chairman, is if you look at my record and my record as DNI, that never took place. That is never something anyone has alleged, and it's something that I would never do. So I would approach this position very much the same way and provide the same assurance.
Again, I think there has been, a lot has happened in the last 4 years since your prior service. There have been these comments. I would again, if you are asked to remove personnel, to get rid of individuals based upon this kind of political litmus test, I'd ask that you keep the committee informed of those requests.
I certainly will.
Same thing, and again, I appreciate the chairman raising this as well.
Oh, no, Val.
For you, for the folks at the CIA, speaking truth to power. And I want to again reiterate the question Senator Cotton raised. You've got to make sure that your analysis is objective, it's not politically influenced. We've got to make sure it's timely. This willingness to speak truth to power, even if it's uncomfortable, I would like you to speak to that again.
Well, Vice Chairman Warner, I appreciated the opportunity for you and I to visit, and as you recall, this issue came up, and I was grateful then, and we'll take this opportunity to talk about what my record is in terms of speaking truth to power. If you recall, we talked about the fact that as a member of Congress, I was the individual who was outside the Judiciary Committee in 2019 listening to the former FBI Director, Jim Comey, say that my line of questioning was political, that the idea that intelligence authorities at the FISA court being abused couldn't possibly happen was a bunch of nonsense. But I had reviewed those applications, and I knew that I was speaking truth to power, and the Inspector General and the subsequent FBI Director later confirmed that under oath. To that point, Director Wray this week in his exit interview said that China was the defining threat of our generation. I wrote that and said that 4 years ago as DNI, and when I did, I was accused of being political, but I wasn't. I was speaking truth to power. I wasn't outsizing the threat from China. In 2020, when a chairman of an intelligence committee
whatever, it's all a silly game of nonsense. I agree with horrible outcomes.
Biden's son was somehow a Russian intelligence operation, and 51 former intelligence officials used the imprimatur of
You're not.
of IC
You're literally
to,
not asking. You're asking me not to make a Uranus joke. Are you kidding me right now?
And told the American people the truth about that. So I think my record in terms of speaking truth to power and defending the intelligence community and its good work is very clear, and what I can assure you is,
Gal, the threads that Gal dropped, I'm going to make sure are in the link to the broadcast, because you definitely want to get up to speed on who this guy is. He was downsizing the threat of Russia. That's different than outsizing the threat of China. Interesting.
views of a current administration. Well, at the end of the day, it has to be back to the truth. I got time for one last question. As you well know, our intelligence community is the best in the world, but we also receive enormous amounts of benefit from our partners around the world. We've got to make sure, and obviously the president has the right to declassify information, but we've seen that willingness to declassify in advance of the Putin's brutal attack on Ukraine used effectively. But as we think about that declassification, particularly if it's done below the presidential level, making sure we consider the sources and methods of our allies, there's no requirement that intelligence is shared. It's based on a trust relationship. I'd like you to briefly speak to making sure that we maintain that trust relationship with the very valuable information we see from our allies.
On January 7th, literally in the thread above, Radcliffe said, I disagree with the intelligence community.
I was able to experience what you just said. We do have the best intelligence enterprise in the world, but we have great partners around the world that we work
So what
with
is it,
to do great
John?
things to improve not just our national security posture,
Yeah, but no one will
theirs.
bring
And
it
that-
up.
that
No one's
is,
even really brought up the
reliant
documents, you know?
upon,
Like, what the fuck is
mutual
wrong with the
trust and
documents
respect
case?
for intelligence sharing between intelligence agencies. And as CIA director have confirmed, I'll understand that improving our national security posture and protecting the American people will be absolutely dependent upon maintaining those relationships and maintaining that trust.
This is
Senator
so
Collins.
dumb. Like, these
Thank
aren't
you,
even
Mr.
real
Chairman.
answers. They're not
Welcome.
specific. I mean,
For
I
the
get what,
past
I know
9
what his
years
philosophy.
at
Oh,
least,
great. Here we go.
anomalous health incidents, also known as the Havana syndrome, have been a serious and persistent problem.
Yeah,
within
she's
the
very concerned about
intelligence community.
Havana syndrome,
At
which
first,
again
there
is very
was
is
a
much of
robust
a weapon
effort
of the
to
Russian government. Come on
investigate the
now.
cause of these incidences and to support the
I
possible
don't know,
victims.
Jane. I
Along
don't
with
know.
other
I thought once all
senators
the
on this
information
committee,
started
I
to
was one of
emerge,
the
we would
authors
be in
of
a
the
different
Havana
place.
Act to ensure
But
that
here
there
we
was
are.
funding available for those who had been afflicted. However, more recently, support for both investigative analysis and for victims
They've been
within
absorbed
the
into her
CIA
neck. She was
have
clutching them so
decreased.
hard they just
Then we've had
receded
some
into her
interesting
skin.
developments. On December 5th, the House Committee on Intelligence released an unclassified report finding that there was an increasing
It's like just the
likelihood
floodgates
that a
of
foreign
idiocracy
adversary
opened,
was
and we're
responsible
just
for at least some of
we're
the
so far
reported
down the road. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen
cases.
next week,
Then
but
on the
that's the
10th of
point. Why am I
January,
worried about what's
the
going to happen next
ODNI
week? You know what I
released an
mean? Like, we
updated
shouldn't have to worry
intelligence
about what's going to
assessment
happen next
of
week.
AHIs
That's dumb.
that revealed that 2 intelligence agencies reported that
Self-inflicted
they believed
wounds.
a foreign
Hi, Carrie.
actor
How are you?
may
Oh,
have
Carrie,
used
it's
some
a
sort
shit
of
show and a
novel
half.
weapon
This one's
or
on 1 1/4
prototype
speed, by the
device
way, so
to
don't
inflict
think that
AHIs
Susan all
on
of
our
a sudden discovered
personnel.
how to put her
This
words
is very
together.
disturbing to me. It raises questions of whether dissenting voices were suppressed in earlier analyses. And my basic question to you is this: what actions, if confirmed, will you take to ensure that the CIA aggressively and objectively investigates the causes of AHIs, including examining whether or not a foreign adversary is
I think,
responsible
didn't they
for
look into that?
harming the
Didn't
men
we
and
just
women
have some
who are
reporting on
serving our
that?
country?
Senator Collins, thank you for the question. And I want to start by saying I enjoyed the chance to visit with you. And if you recall, we talked about this issue.
And I really
from my
enjoyed the
perspective
lobster
4 years
roll.
ago
Thank
when I
you.
was the director of national intelligence. And
Yeah,
you
it's
were-
because she's on
you
1
were as
1/4 speed.
concerned
Hi,
then as
Carrie
you are now
Golden.
about this
How are
issue,
you,
along with Senator
darling?
Rubio. And I asked then CIA
Good to
Director
see ya.
Haspel to look into the issue 4 years ago. Having stepped away, I share your frustration that 4 years later, we're very much in the same place in terms of trying
But
to
are we?
make
Are
an
we?
assessment
I
and
don't think we're in
determination on
exactly the
cause of
same
this. And
place.
I share your frustration in not being able to understand why, but if confirmed,
It happened
and
in
have
the
the
Trump
opportunity to be briefed
administration,
on
though,
all
did
of
it
the
not?
assessments and intelligence.
Didn't it start there?
My pledge to you is that I will drill down and look carefully at that issue and work with you to see. I read the unclass report, the House report, and the unclassified version of the intelligence community assessment. I have not had access to my understanding very lengthy classified report.
Oh,
but I look
baby.
forward to
Oh.
drilling down on that.
Hey, if you need
because as I talked
anything,
about in
I
my
mean, I know
opening,
I'm useless, but
you know,
please
the
DM
workforce has
me.
been
I'm
affected
not
by
that
this,
far
and
from
it has
you.
affected their morale because of
Babe,
this.
and I know it's
And,
got to be.
it's
I
why
haven't been over in
highlighted
that
And
area
so,
because I'm
you know,
trying to
the
stay out of the
cause,
way of
it
the
is one point, but the care of
fire
the CIA workforce has been
crews
affected
and
is
things
another,
like that.
But they're equally important to me.
But I'm
So my
sorry,
pledge is
your
to,
air
is
quality at
to,
minimum must be pretty
look
bad.
into
I don't
it, but to
know.
work with you to try
I
and
hope you're getting at least some of that air
obviously we need
cleared
to
out.
know if we have an adversary that is using a weapon against our people, and I look forward to my ability to look at that intelligence for myself.
Thank you, and I look forward to working with you. I have very little time left. The chairman mentioned that the intelligence community, for which I have the greatest respect, has had some significant misjudgments lately.
Tom, we're
For
getting a
example,
signal
there
from
was
the
a
Andromeda
misjudgment of how
Galaxy?
long the
Fuck yeah.
Afghan government would stand after the United States' hasty and ill-advised withdrawal. The IC missed early
Okay, great. Let's
assessments
talk
on
about that.
Ukraine's
Susie, let's talk
willingness
about
to
that.
fight,
Let's talk about it.
projecting incorrectly how quickly the Russians
Oh, no, let's
would
talk
be
about
able
it.
to take Kyiv. They did not warn or predict of the Hamas mass attack against Israel. The IC was surprised.
But I thought
at
they
South
did.
Korea's martial law
I thought they
declaration,
did.
nor did
I
they
know. I am
predict
very
the
proud of our
rapid
community in
collapse of the
LA. I
Syrian,
agree, Carrie.
regime.
I totally
My
agree.
question to you, and
I
know
feel
the
more
IC's not going to get it right every time,
Angelino
but
than
when
I
there
have
is
in a long
pattern, or
time.
even
So
when there's a
I love it.
miss, what should the IC
I love the people here. I love my
to
neighbors.
review
I
why
love people here.
these major intelligence changes were not identified or predicted?
Thank you, Senator. You know, it's what I talked about, I think, in response to
True.
Chairman Cotton's question about this, is that, yeah, the intelligence community isn't always going to get it right, hasn't always gotten it right, but we've had too many instances where you all, as policymakers, are finding
I know,
out
butterflies. They have one
by
job
watching news
now.
reports about some of these things that I think can be, in some cases at least, fairly characterized as intelligence failures or lapses. We talk about what can we do, what do we need to do? Part of it is a technical thing in terms of improving our collection, addressing ubiquitous technical surveillance. And I know I haven't been fully briefed on this, but I am impressed by some of the things that, for instance, the Directorate of Science and Technology is doing to help us solve for X with regard to operating as human sources in an environment of UTS. But I also think a bigger part of this that I'm going to focus on, Senator, is to look at what's happening in terms of the focus and execution on core mission. Better, you know, as I said, good decisions are hostage to good information, and we all know that the human intelligence collection isn't where it needs to be. And so looking at the reasons why we've lost our focus there, and some of those things are, you know, if you have a politically motivated, bureaucratically imposed social justice agenda that takes up part of your attention, that can distract from the core mission of collecting human intelligence that matters and providing it to you in a timely way. So my pledge to you is that I'm as every bit as concerned, and I don't want those intelligence failures or lapses to happen on my watch, and we'll do everything that I can to make sure that it doesn't.
This is the
Thank you, Mr. Radcliffe, for the thorough
dawning
answer. I know that you would be thrilled to stay
age
here
of
all day long to answer our questions.
nefarious.
Colleagues, let's try to move
Age
it along.
of
I know there's at least 4 or 5 other hearings going. Maybe you have to get to those hearings. Let's try to move quickly and stick to the 5-minute limit. We'll have a chance to question Mr. Radcliffe and close hearing, and I'm sure he'll be happy to answer your questions for the record as well. Senator King.
Nefarious. Angus, here we go. Maina. He's a Maina.
Here at these hearings. I first want to acknowledge a new senator at the end of the dais, Senator Young. Welcome him to the committee. I'm very pleased that he's joining us, and I know he'll make a great contribution.
No, it wasn't supposed to be, I thought.
Mr. Radcliffe, congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome. And it seems to me that you
That
have
just
an
made me
initial
think of that
task
other
that's a
song,
little
Neil.
unusual, but also very important, and that is to restore the confidence of the president-elect in the intelligence community. Before you can deliver the information that he needs to know, you need to get him to a place where he does have confidence in the judgments that are coming to him, and he's notoriously skeptical of the intelligence community, and being skeptical is not necessarily a bad thing, but I hope that's one of the first things that you can work with him on, is to make him receptive to the information and the truth that you will be providing as a result of your position.
Well, thank you, Senator. I think one of the reasons that I have this opportunity
I really like
for you
that
all to
song.
consider me
And it
for
says
confirmation,
Boogaloo. Is that something that's not
because
real
President
Boogaloo,
Trump
though, right?
knows and wants me to lead with integrity, wants me to
you know,
to
if wishes
carry
were
out,
horses.
the duties of the of the CIA as a
Stick
director to follow the law and authorities as far as it will go and no further to protect America's national security interests.
Incessant permutations of nefarious.
Important task. Let me move forward. Everybody's talked about telling the truth to power. Dan Coates, one of your predecessors at DNI, put it, I think, most succinctly and
Chaos
persuasively.
and
He said the mission of the intelligence community is
misunderstanding.
to find the truth and tell the truth. I think that's a very good way to look at it.
That's good. Oh, damn. I love that song. I don't want to ruin that
I recently
song.
reread David Halberstam's
I am recording a song this weekend. It is going to debut Sunday, and I am not going to apologize, and it is going to happen, motherfuckers. And it is going to be stuck in the midst of a coup. I am going to slightly rewrite some of the lyrics, but I'm going to take that guitar track that Jay Rant sent me, and I'm going to record that motherfucker. So get ready, Sunday, new music.
4 years ago, I asked you a series of yes and no
I'm committing
questions. You answered
publicly.
them all correctly. I'd like to run through them once more, very briefly. Would you ever ask, encourage, or support an intelligence professional adjusting his or her assessment to avoid criticism from the White House or political appointees?
No.
Would you ever change or remove content in an intelligence assessment for political reasons or at the behest of political leadership?
No.
Would you consider an individual's personal political
Yes,
preferences
she
to
did.
include loyalty to the
Didn't
president
she?
in making a decision to hire, fire, or promote an individual?
No.
She did.
And do you
I'm
commit
pretty
to
sure she did.
exclusively consider professional qualifications in IC personnel
I had that
decisions
album. Are you
without
kidding me?
consideration of
It's
partisan
movie
or
night
political factors?
tomorrow.
If you
It's
were to
movie night
receive credible
tonight. Well,
evidence
actually,
as,
no, it's
director
not
of
because
CIA that an
I have to
individual
check
was
with Jim
undermining,
Stewartson
objectivity and furthering
because
the
I
political
might
agenda of the
cancel
intelligence
tonight's or
community,
move
would
tonight's
you
movie.
remove
Thank
or
you for
discipline that
reminding
person?
me.
Yes.
Will you or any of your staff
I'm
impose
woefully
a political litmus
behind.
test for CIA employees?
No.
Finally, if confirmed, will you reassure your workforce that loyalty tests are not allowed and not encouraged in the CIA?
I will.
Those were exactly the answers that you gave before. Thank you. One other,
Yeah, I
brief
like
question.
that idea, gal. I like that idea.
believe that
I think I'm going to go ahead
you
and
were the author
cancel
of
the
an important
movie
statute
tonight
on
just to
cyber
see if
security.
Jim's going to go ahead and do a
I've done extensive
space.
work in that area myself.
And then I can move
believe that one of the
I can
great
move the
failings in
movie.
national policy is the lack of a cyber
Yes, the
deterrent
Summer of
strategy.
Soul. Oh,
And our
I'm going to
adversaries,
find
particularly
that. I'll
China,
find that
feel
link.
that they can attack our telecommunication system, our electrical system, or whatever with impunity.
I don't
Do you
think
believe that
so.
it will
Wait,
serve
let
the
me.
national
Maybe
interest to
I'm
develop a
crazy. Hold on,
declaratory
Jay. Let me see if
cyber
I'm
deterrent
crazy.
strategy similar to the strategy that underlies
I
the
think
rest
it's on
of our
my
national,
Mac.
defense posture.
Maybe I'm crazy.
I do, Senator, and I know we share
Weirder
a
things have
similar
happened.
view on, the threat from cyber. There's so much focus on the integrity, the sovereignty and integrity of our territorial borders. But as you well know, it's invasion through our digital borders from half a world away in a few seconds and a few keystrokes that can
And it's
cause
happening every day.
so much damage. And the deterrent effect has to be that there are consequences to our adversaries when they do that. One of the things that I hope to do, if confirmed as CIA director, is to work on the development of the types of tools that will be effective in allowing us to do those things. The deployment of those capabilities, of course, would be a policy decision for others to make, but I would like to make sure that we have all of the tools necessary to go on offense against our adversaries in a cyber means.
Thank you very much. I hope you will advocate that in the councils of the national
Am I
security apparatus
crazy?
of the administration. Thank you, Mr. Radcliffe. I appreciate your testimony.
Senator Langford.
I might be crazy.
John, Michelle,
I know.
thank you.
I will try and
leadership.
clean
Thanks
up all
for your
my
sacrifice
media
and what you have already
messaging.
done to be able to serve the nation.
Yes, I
We
did.
really
I have
appreciate
that
That
story
is a
lined up,
tremendous
Jim.
sacrifice to serve in the intelligence community. As my wife has said to me a couple of times, we share everything about everything and talk about life together, but there's now a portion of my life I
Am
can't
I
talk
crazy?
about with her. Serving in
Am
the
I
intelligence
crazy?
committee. You've had even more of that serving as ODNI, and so thanks for y'all's sacrifice.
I must be
to be able to
crazy.
serve. I've got several questions I want to be able to run through quickly on this. There are a group of folks in Oklahoma City, I can't name who they are because they're alive, but their lives were threatened on Election Day by an ISIS terrorist in Oklahoma City that was discovered initially by a 702. That 702 authority is important. There are people in my neighborhood.
Maybe
that
I
are
made
alive
it up in
today
my head
because of
that
that 702 authority. Now, you've been outspoken on this. It has been much maligned in many ways on it, but it has been vital for intelligence collection around the world. What is your position on 702 authority?
Thank you, Senator Langford, for the sentiment and for the question. FISA, and particularly Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, is an indispensable national security tool. There's no other way to get around that. I say that not as a matter of opinion, but as an informed judgment as in my role as the Director of National Intelligence, being the President's principal intelligence advisor, advising the President in the Oval Office, and understanding that a significant percentage, sometimes more than half, of the actionable foreign intelligence that we provide to the President as the policymaker to act as Commander-in-Chief comes from FISA-derived or 702-derived action. I will say, I have supported FISA in that regard, but I've also, as I outlined earlier,
I think I made it
understand
up
that
in
is
my
an
head,
important,
Jay Ray.
indispensable tool, but one that can be abused, and that we must do everything we can to make sure that it has the appropriate safeguards, because it can't come at the sacrifice of Americans' civil liberty. So I have supported those reforms and called
Must
out those
just be the
abuses when they
Christmas
have taken
song.
place.
I think the best way to be able to do that is by actually enforcing those.
I
that
gotta
have
pull out
abused
my
it, that
Mac.
they're actually called out, and accountability is
See if
held
it's
for
a-
those
some-
individuals, so everyone knows this is an indispensable tool. Don't abuse it, and I think that becomes very clear. You have mentioned in your testimony, we cannot ignore CIA's critical counter-narcotics and counterterrorism missions in support of border security efforts. I think few Americans understand just south of our border is one of the most violent areas of the world. Today, there are murders, beheadings, there are aerial bombardments with one cartel fighting within itself for leadership happening right now.
Oh, good. Are
It is
you
an
fighting the
incredibly violent area
cartels,
just south of our
John,
border,
too,
not
with
to mention
Pam over in the
thousands
next
of
room?
Americans that die with the narcotics that they pump into the United States, and they destabilize our economy and our families. That's a critical role for us in our national
No, I don't
security.
think
How do
Jay
you
actually
perceive
did
that?
record
Well,
that.
and
I
it
think we
also ties
talked
in,
about her
Senator,
recording
to
it,
your,
but we never
question
actually
about
did the
importance
deed.
of FISA. So much of what the
That's
CIA
okay.
has done and can do to support the
Yeah, we're
U.S.
back at the
government
border.
efforts to interrupt the drug trafficking rings and the places from which the precursor chemicals for those drugs come from. Our disruptions are,
maybe
are
that's
often
it.
as a result of
Maybe that's it.
FISA-derived information. But you highlight an important
All right, maybe
point. You know,
I'm crazy.
We talk about the threats
mean,
from China and Russia and other adversaries overseas, but we, I think, all know and understand and
That's okay. I'm
acknowledge
still
that,
recording that motherfucking song.
that the failures in the integrity of our border has turned my home state of Texas as not only a border state, but every state into a border state. And that we have to
Really
make
though?
sure, and
See,
one of
the
the
thing
things
is,
that
I
if
would have
confirmed,
probably
wanna,
eventually, but I think I
talk
would have
about
sent it to
and
you after I
pledge is
recorded a vocal
understanding that,
track too.
in addition to drug trafficking, I made a point about terrorists coming across
I
our
don't think
border,
it was
that we not
shitty
lose
because
sight of
I think
counterterrorism,
that's what I might be
as something
confused
that
by.
the CIA needs to be focused on as we talk
Hold
so much
on.
about the threat from China and Russia and the great power competition.
I'm
Mr. Chairman,
it's
I'll
me.
yield back
I'm
12
the
seconds. How
drama.
about that for a gift?
Thank you. Senator Bennett, please follow Senator Langford's example, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take Senator Langford's 12 seconds. I'm just kidding. I want to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, on taking this role. Thank you for that. And I want to thank the Vice Chairman for your leadership as Chairman of this committee. I hope that we'll continue along with the standard that you set for all of us in terms of politics. Congressman Radcliffe, it's good to see you again. Thank you for your visit to the office. I know you're a student of our history and a student of this committee. You know that this committee came out of a series of reforms that Congress put together because to deal with a really dark chapter in American history. There was some Senator King from Maine talked about bad intelligence during Vietnam. There were instances of the CIA engaging in assassination plots abroad. It's hard to imagine today that that's even true. That provoked bipartisan outrage, and the reason this committee exists in part is not just to make the policy that you've been talking about and others this morning, but also to provide oversight on behalf of the American people and our colleagues who, as Senator Langford were just saying, don't have access to the intelligence that the people on this committee have. I would just ask you to talk a little bit about your views on what the purpose of that congressional oversight is, and what, if you are confirmed to this position, what your responsibility to this committee will be.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. I enjoyed the chance to visit with you and talk about a number of issues. As you know from my background, I came from Congress. I was on an oversight committee, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. And so I think it gives me a unique perspective. I brought that over as DNI, and if confirmed as CIA director, I have the perspective of both, the executive branch and the legislative branch. And I will confess that one of the things I was disappointed in was the fact that despite being on a congressional oversight committee over the intelligence communities, there was so much intelligence that I learned for the first time as DNI that I knew that no member of Congress was aware of. And I think that sort of speaks to my approach and understanding that I take seriously the obligation that I will have as, if confirmed as CIA director, to keep this committee fully and currently informed on intelligence issues. It's not that this committee or any intelligence committee or any oversight committee in Congress needs to know everything, but you should at least know the topics exist.
So let's talk about that a little bit, Congressman. I mean, the president gets his presidential daily brief every day. There's a very high standard for veracity.
It's probably
for
in my email.
What's in that, because he has to obviously make the most significant decisions that any human has to make about deploying our defense assets or the other things that a president does. We don't have anything like that in Congress, and a lot of the time, it seems like we're often, as
Young
you
and the
said,
Restless,
finding ourselves fishing around in headlines and in the sort of less well organized intelligence materials that were provided with no assurance that it's a complete picture of anything. So I wonder, what your conclusion about that is, and how what the obligation of the CIA or any intelligence agency is with your leadership to be able to provide a fuller picture, the picture that you're talking about, that a member of Congress who's on these committees should actually know rather than be guessing about.
Well, my perspective is that you've highlighted all of the things that sort of reveal that our national security posture is impacted in a negative way when we're not communicating well between the branches of government, and particularly on sensitive national security matters. So I think a better informed Congress will allow for better national security decisions and keep the American people safe. So I'm open to a continuing dialogue about how I won't stand on traditions. This is traditionally what the CIA does or shares. I am open to, at the end of the day, we talk about the core mission of the CIA.
That's what it
It's
was.
to provide a decisive
I don't think it was a shitty
advantage
MIDI.
to you and to the president as policymakers. And so I don't view it as just informing the president. I view it as integral that I be informing you to provide that same strategic, decisive advantage.
I'm out of time. I appreciate very much the fulsomeness of your answer. I just want to observe that it's really easy for politicians to accuse the intelligence agencies of politicization.
In fact, he didn't even listen to
Actually, it's
people
important
giving
that,
him the briefings, did he?
We do that when it's an appropriate thing to do, but this is the place where that oversight is supposed to be provided. These are the people that are supposed to fix that problem, and it can only be done if we have people with integrity.
That's such a good question, Jane. If you could wave a magic wand and get MAGA to comprehend 10 to 25 articles or reports that could lift them out of their stupor if they grasp them, could you narrow it down? That's such a great question. Oh my God, I love that question.
Michelle, thank you for the sacrifice which you
God,
also
I fucking
often
love
allow
that
him to
question.
do.
Gal, if you're around, that's a great
I wanna go
question.
back to the FISA section 702 just a little bit. We're in an open session, and I think one of the opportunities that we have is to perhaps share with the American
Oh, did he
people
have a bad night?
with a little
I
bit more
love
clarity what
cats. Cats are
702 is
cool.
really all
Dogs are
about
cool.
and-
I like
and
animals.
What actually happens? Could you kind of describe in an approach that, look, it's coming up for renewal again in April of next year. And between now and then, we're going to have to convince the American people and other members of Congress that we've made significant improvements in the protections, but also we've done our best to try to explain why this is such an important part of, as a tool in our collection approach. Can you talk a little bit about the mechanics so that
Ah, yeah. I actually, now I
they understand
recall,
what
it's
FISA
actually
702
sent
actually is and how it fits into
just
the
like a
collection
run
process?
through. So I'm
Senator,
going to
thank you.
listen to
I've
that
enjoyed the
again
chance
because
to
I
visit
thought that
with
was
you,
good,
and, I know
actually.
we,
Maybe not. No, I didn't think it
are
was
like-minded in terms of the importance
a
702 as I
draft.
talked with Senator Langford and how I view it as an indispensable
We have
tool.
15
It's one that I
coyotes in
used
its
as
mating
as
season. I don't know where
prosecutor.
number
General
16 is going to
Ashcroft
come
talked about,
from.
national
Somebody's going to have to
security
double
and
up.
terrorism-related investigations. So
Or
I've used
someone's
it as a
going to be left
practical
out in the
matter there, and then,
cold.
like you as a legislator.
But yeah,
have seen it.
hey,
But
Iguana,
then in the
I
unique
do want to do
perspective
more
of
music.
as
So
DNI
I know
and
you've got a
confirmed
busy
here,
life, but I want to do more
the
music with
importance of
you.
it
So
in
if you
fulfilling the
do
core
want to
mission,
learn this, that's great.
well,
But
702
also,
allows
no
for
pressure.
collecting foreign intelligence on foreign persons, not on U.S. persons. The controversy.
No problem. I
why
haven't
some
listened
people
lately
think that
either. I'm going to
FISA is,
listen
no
to
pun
it again. I
intended,
have
a
it teed
four-letter
up. But
word, is that in the course of doing technical collection on foreign persons
I love you.
for foreign
Yeah.
intelligence to make good decisions to keep
No,
our
I'm
country
gonna.
safe,
I
that
want to have it out
sometimes,
for the inauguration.
U.S.
So,
persons are incidentally collected.
but I got to
In
look
other
at.
words,
And
they're
I
having
also
a
printed out
conversation
the
with a
changes to
foreign
the
person.
lyrics.
Yeah, look, we eavesdrop, don't
Oomph
we?
that you suggested. I
we're not
printed those
eavesdropping on
out. So
Americans. We're eavesdropping
I'm going
on
to take another look at that
people
song.
that are not American citizens,
Yeah.
and we're doing it outside of our country.
That's right.
I kind of want to
And
change
you
it a
know
little
what? We
bit
have
based on what's
Americans that are sometimes
happened,
caught
but
up in maybe
I don't
perhaps
think it
having
has
a
changed
conversation
too
with
much.
somebody outside the country.
That's right.
And at that point, there might have been something collected inadvertently. Can we use that?
So there is when, for instance, the CIA collects intelligence, it is allowable to do a U.S. person query where you're
All
looking
right,
for
live
someone that
updates.
might be
Israel and
communicating,
Hamas agreed
with
to a
some foreign
Gaza
person to do something
ceasefire
bad
deal,
for the United
officials
States.
say. That's a
What you
live
can't
update from
have
6
is
minutes ago.
accessing that or making
Senior
a query
officials
for
said a deal had
political
been reached,
reasons or
but
for some
negotiators
reason
had yet
other
to
than
confirm a
protecting
start
our
date.
national security. And so we have to have the safeguards to make sure that those kinds of abuses can't take place and be misused. And my pledge to you is, as if confirmed as CIA director,
Negotiators from Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire in Gaza, although the start date is unclear, according to a senior official from one of the mediating countries and 2 senior Israeli officials. The deal needs to be formally ratified by the Israeli cabinet. According to the officials, there are also still technical details that need to be worked out. 2 other officials said there was last-minute wrangling over the Egypt-Gaza border, which is currently controlled by Israeli forces.
Based upon practices that were not appropriate several years ago. Is that a fair way of putting it? But they've already been addressed now.
That's correct.
And so you would be supportive of the renewal of 702, and perhaps there are some additional considerations. But at this
Yes,
point,
Oren,
it
I
is
am going to
critical that we
put
get it
all
renewed.
of these links in the description, and I'll do it in a timely fashion. I won't let that lapse, so
for
people
instance,
can grab
half
them.
of the actionable foreign intelligence comes from FISA 702. What are we going to replace that with? And the critics haven't provided any alternative
Playing games
to that.
with people's lives. I can't even anymore.
And look, I agree. I just thought it would be important in this open setting that there be a better understanding, or at least a better clarification, just how critical it is and what it really is. It's basically looking at things overseas, not in the United States.
And I think it's going to be an iterative, ongoing discussion, and needs to be as it comes up for reauthorization again. And it'll be incumbent on me, if confirmed, to both within the administration and outside, stress the things that you and I are talking about.
You got
and
it.
make
Don't
sure
worry.
that
I got
people
you, girl.
understand, and to dispel false narratives about how FISA is being misused or can be misused.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Radcliffe, for your service. Thank you for meeting with me. We had an excellent conversation about a number of our priorities on the committee, but mine specifically. Pandemic preparedness was one issue, AHIs, which Senator Collins covered very effectively, and sexual assault and harassment in the military. So I just want to address those so you can talk about them publicly. As we discussed, we need to do a much better job in detecting and preventing and knowing the intelligence to prepare for the next pandemic. We didn't have the type of collaboration we needed to prepare for COVID. We had disagreements about how COVID began, and we never really got resolution on that.
I think they did, Teresa. That's why I'm like,
but
this
idea
is
of
great.
a One Health proposal
Let's see what
is
happens.
creating essentially a fusion center for the CIA,
He
the
will.
NSA, the DOD, the
It's not
Department of
yeah.
Agriculture, and HHS, so that you are in real time working collaboratively.
Well,
to
there's no
detect this
rules.
information,
There's no
because
rules anymore.
agriculture
folks.
and
It's
science,
it's
they
just
often share
reacting
data and
to
information, and we
disinformation
know with regard to
at a
the Wuhan
breakneck
lab
speed.
that they were publishing data and information about the tests they were doing. The scientific community had access to that. The CIA, on the other hand, was looking into other intelligence. They might have been able to get the details about illnesses quicker than anyone else. But none of these groups were talking, so the data wasn't shared in a timely basis. And so we didn't really have the information we could have had if the CIA was talking to the medical community, the scientific community, and the agriculture community in terms of research. So I just want your commitment that you will work with me on this very important issue.
I just feel like this is not what she should be asking about. I'm sorry.
From such other threats, such as a pandemic or any use of a biological weapon.
They're going to say what they want to
of
say
that
to
kind
get
of
the
harm to the
job,
United
for fuck's
Senator
sake.
Gillibrand, I really did
The
enjoy
hell?
the chance to visit and talk about these issues. I agree completely. I do pledge to work with you on that. You know, we go back to one of the worst incidents in our nation's history, 9/11. It was a failure of communication. We had the intelligence, we just weren't sharing it with each other in a way that would prevent that. And you brought up COVID, and is the more recent example where maybe as many as 25 million people died worldwide, and at least 1 million Americans as a result of that. And one of the things when I came in as DNI, to your point, was I was surprised at the lack of coordination between, for instance, the intelligence community and health agencies like the CDC and the NIH, and the ability to, the channels were not open to share information like you're talking about. So many of these things can be, if not prevented, mitigated quickly if we're communicating and sharing intelligence better. So I completely agree with the sentiment that you've expressed, and look forward to working with you to make sure.
Should
that we're
everybody
doing
know
those
what
things
you're
if I'm
working
confirmed as
on?
CIA
Yes,
director.
Senator. Everyone
I just
should know what
wanna,
we're working on.
associate
Okay,
myself
great.
with the
You have the
comments
job.
of Senator Collins with regard to AHIs. I think it is essential, as I mentioned in our hearing, that you collaborate with the Department of Defense, with their intelligence agencies, to understand what the nature of
That's the Havana
these
syndrome.
effects are, what causes them, and what type of adversaries could be using technology in a way to actually harm our service members. So I just really appreciate that you will commit to delving deep into this issue and really try to limit the siloing of information between CIA and DoD on this very topic.
I will. I look forward to it. You know, CIA is the premier intelligence agency in the world, and I'm not saying that it should always be able to make an assessment about cause, but over time, that's typically something that we should expect and in some cases demand. And, you know, for instance, COVID, you brought up that's one issue, but AHI is another one. I'm curious and look forward to reading the classified version of the AHI in terms of the assessments that were made or the inability to make an assessment on causation. And if I'm not satisfied, we'll continue to look at that.
And my last question, obviously the scourge of sexual assault is problematic in every area of society. We want to make sure that the CIA is a safe place to work and that people who are being harassed or assaulted can come forward and demand justice. I just ask your commitment that you'll work with this committee to make sure all of our members of this community can work in a safe environment.
I will, Senator. I appreciate your leadership on this issue. I know it's been something you've highlighted, and as we talked about in our meeting, over the course of my career, I'm grateful for what my record reflects in leadership positions I've had and organizations I've had in terms of not tolerating sexual assault and sexual abuse. When I was U.S. Attorney, when I was DNI, when I was in Congress, all of those. And so I make that pledge to you gratefully.
Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to serve with you and other members of this committee. Mr. Radcliffe, had a nice visit with you in the office. You answered many of my questions. What I'll ask you here today will be familiar to you and build on that meeting. Thank you again for your willingness to serve your country. You are prepared, I think, for this step, this position. You're qualified. I anticipate supporting your nomination. So we'll begin with that. You spoke in your testimony to the growing role of emerging technology and to advances being made by our adversaries. If confirmed, how will you direct the agency to analyze and respond to foreign threats that undermine, often overlooked, but critical areas of our security and economic well-being, such as the food and ag sectors?
So thank you for the question. I did enjoy our visit, Senator Young, and enjoyed serving with you in the House of Representatives. And if confirmed, look forward to working with you from this perspective. You know, we were just talking. I was talking with Senator Gillibrand about COVID-19, the origins of that, and the things that the intelligence community needs to do to be better. Part of that is, to your point, embracing emerging technologies and making sure that one of the things that the CIA does is adapt to the technology curve. So, for instance, when we talk about utilizing artificial intelligence and machine learning, there's so much data that's out there in this, you know, great technological age that we live in, that sometimes the intelligence community spends so much time sifting through the data that they can't find the signal for the noise. And one of the things that technology allows us to do is to find the signal.
How is that measured? I don't even know how that's measured,
in other words,
GP.
so that we
I don't
can
get it.
find the intelligence, spend more time using the intelligence and less
Don't
time
we
looking
basically
for it.
share
And so you
intellectual
brought up,
property
different
because
issues
people
where that can be valuable
study over
and
here,
where
we
that can
study
be
over,
helpful.
like,
One of the things that
who cares?
I know you're interested in and that we've talked about was the biosecurity
I know China
and the
needs
biointelligence
consumers,
issues, and
so I would
how the
imagine they
CIA
want to
needs
get ahead
expand
of
its
all the
authorities in that regard,
consumerism.
and its
I
relationships
don't think they have
with
much of an
scientists and
existence if they
researchers
don't
to be
actually have
on
the
leading edge of
consumers.
information as it's coming out, and
But,
and to
okay.
develop early warnings to some of the problems that we're talking about in that space.
Well, I'm encouraged that you are thinking critically about this topic, and it's clear to me you are. You should know, as you're likely aware, but all others who are watching this should know, that there has been commissioned by Congress a National Security Commission on Emerging
Yeah,
Biotechnology.
Bondi's back. We'll go back to
And
that.
that commission is charged
I have it teed up.
with looking at the national security implications
I was hoping these guys would get to a break,
biotech
but
leadership, but also making recommendations to make sure that
actually, you're right. Maybe we should just go back to Bondi and we'll come back to these
particular.
guys. All right, be quiet. It's too many clowns in the clown car. It's too many clowns. Too many clowns. Too many clowns. Yeah.
Because of the lack of independence from Merrick Garland.
Oh, boy.
And Eric Holder bragging about being Obama's wingman. So I just want to ask you.
I'm going to speed you up
You've been
too.
asked this a bunch of times. You're going to make decisions as you always have, right?
This is
On
only
the law,
1 1/4.
and let investigations go where they're going to go, but they're not politically motivated, correct?
Yes, Senator, based on the law and the facts that apply.
And in my limited time, I do want to give you an opportunity to talk about some of your experience working with law enforcement as Florida's Attorney General. This is something that, as you and I talked about over the years, you were known for this, the collaboration you had. And I think getting the Department of Justice back to its core function of taking on violent crime, protecting the constitutional rights of Americans, but taking on violent crime is really important. And how you went about doing it, you've gotten bipartisan praise for that over the years. You've got the support of all these law enforcement agencies. That's something that you're going to continue and take forward into this office. Is that right?
Yes, Senator, thank you so much. And I feel like my experience with that goes back to when I was a state prosecutor with state and local, our sheriffs, our police departments, our police chiefs, and then as Attorney General on a statewide basis. And now, if I'm confirmed, all of our federal law enforcement agencies.
Speaking of
I
clowns.
would be very proud to supervise those.
I'll just close with this, Mr. Chairman. We heard one of my Democrat colleagues ask you the question that you're not going to pursue a case because of a name, but because of the crime. I would argue.
Oh, there you
that the
go. An
current
excellent
Department of
program on our
Justice
public
adopted
broadcaster called In China
Lenin's
Tonight.
claim,
Cool.
which was,
I had
show
a
me the
friend who
man,
worked in
and I'll show you the
China a
crime.
lot because
And
she
they did
worked in
everything they could
import
to throw
export.
President Trump in jail for the rest of his life because they didn't want to lose the ballot box. That is not what this country is
That's not
about.
what
That
we
is not what this
do.
republic's
No,
about.
that actually
But they
isn't
did
what
it.
happened.
And it's
There's
up to you now to
evidence,
restore the
sir.
integrity and
Ask
of
John
that agency,
Eastman.
of the Department of Justice, and I have full confidence
Ask
in you.
John Eastman.
Thank you.
Ask John Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, I just want
He
to
lost his
remind us all
license
for the record that
for lying.
34 convictions, not indictments, convictions of former President, incoming President Trump were by a jury of his peers.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Ms. Bondi, for being here today, and I too would like to welcome your family and friends who are here.
Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity to meet yesterday to learn about your priorities and discuss a number of issues that are important to me. But I got to tell you, as I reflected on our conversation yesterday and as I've observed the hearing today, I continue to have significant reservations on your ability to function as a truly independent Attorney General for your friend. Let's say you keep referring to him, your friend.
And really, in many respects, taken advantage of Lee by really low wages.
My questions here. Now, the first issue area is something that we didn't get a chance to touch on yesterday. So I actually want to follow up on some of Senator Durbin's questions from earlier about the 2020 election. And to be specific, on the day after the 2020 presidential general election, you traveled to Philadelphia to appear alongside President Trump's then attorney, Rudy Giuliani. And together,
Exactly. There's, and
had, quote, won
in this country, there's no end of that.
Now, I want to be clear, at that moment,
but
there
it's
were
not a
still
wide
at least
brush.
1 million ballots left to be counted.
And it's understanding. I mean, I think it's important to understand what any national security threat is.
But in the following days,
I feel like they're more of a, they want
to double down on the big lie,
provide
falsehood,
material to the world. So
without offering
they want to
any
make money.
actual evidence. And I remember it clearly because I served as California Secretary of State at the time.
That was a capitalist thing to do.
And I invited anybody associated with the Trump campaign who was making these claims to come forward with evidence of irregularities in the election or massive voter fraud. 4 years later, I still have seen none. So I ask you today, do you have any evidence of election fraud or irregularities in the 2020 election?
Yes, I was in Pennsylvania.
Senator.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
First, Senator.
Do you have evidence, yes or no?
First, Senator. I'm so sorry about the fires to you and Senator Schiff and what you're going through in your states. I have to say that.
I appreciate that. My clock is ticking, and I want to
all
hear
of our
your answer.
hearts go out to everyone in California for what you're facing right now. I'm glad you asked the question about Pennsylvania.
It's a yes or no question. Do you have evidence, yes or no?
Senator, I was hoping you'd ask the question.
Do you have evidence, yes or no?
I traveled to Pennsylvania.
Do you have evidence, yes or no?
Senator, to Pennsylvania.
Okay, you're not answering my question. If you have no evidence to offer, let me ask you this. Will you now retract your previous statements that Trump won Pennsylvania in the 2020 election, yes or no?
Oh, Senator, I traveled to Pennsylvania, and let me tell you what I saw firsthand.
Yes or
no?
no?
I didn't talk about California because I was not in California. I talked about
yes or no. That's what I'm going to ask.
I talked about Pennsylvania because
Mr.
I
Chair,
was there.
I'm going to move on because she's clearly not answering my questions. And I want to know, colleagues, for everybody, members of the committee and everybody watching, that the attorney who stood beside Mr. Giuliani was making very similar statements. And he has since been disbarred from multiple jurisdictions for making these false claims about the 2020 election in court. And like Mr. Giuliani, as you've noted today, you've taken an oath to uphold the Constitution just as an attorney. And now You're asking us to consider you to serve as the chief law enforcement officer in our country. So it's imperative, Ms. Bondi, that you subscribe to facts and evidence and not politically convenient conspiracy theories. Your job will be, your job will be to protect voters and election workers, not to undermine and dox them. Now, I know that earlier you agreed that Joe Biden is in fact president, but many of the president-elect's inner circle continue to spread the big lie about the 2020 election. Then move on to a different topic.
Senator, you were speaking. May I speak? You cut me off when I was speaking.
You can speak, and I hope you answer, Ms. Bondi.
Well, I'd
now,
like
when
to
we met
answer the
yesterday,
previous
No.
When we met yesterday,
Shut up.
You did not seem to be familiar
let me answer
with
my question. I'm
the
not
No.
bullied by you,
clause, the
Senator
14th
Padilla.
Amendment of the
Oh
United
my
States.
God, what a
which was
cunt.
Deeply disappointing.
I guess you
And I'm
didn't want
hoping
to
you're
hear
more
my
familiar
answer
with it
about
today
Pennsylvania.
after I gave you an opportunity to study overnight. So can you tell me in this committee what the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment says?
Senator, I'm here to answer your questions. I'm not here to do your homework and study for you. If I am confirmed as
You're
Attorney
the one
General,
asking for a confirmation,
hey,
but
you
ma'am,
cut me off. Can I please finish?
what does the 14th Amendment say?
Senator, the 14th Amendment, we all know, addresses birthright citizenship. I've been a state prosecutor. I've been a state AG. I look forward to, even given your remarks today,
Oh, he got her.
working with you and the people of California if I am confirmed as the 87th Attorney General of the United States of America. I didn't take your homework assignment. I'm sorry. I was preparing for today.
So on the 14th Amendment, now you've testified repeatedly to this committee that you will uphold the laws of this country and defend the Constitution of the United States. Do you believe birthright citizenship is the law of the land, and will you defend it regardless of a child born in the United States, regardless of their parents' immigration status?
Senator, I will study birthright citizenship. I would love to meet with you regarding
And you're
birthright
asking us
citizenship.
to
Can I
consider
answer
to
the
serve as the
question?
Attorney General of the United States, and you still need to study the
You did
14th
answer the
Amendment of
question, you
Constitution?
stupid idiot.
That is not helping me have more confidence in your ability to do this job.
Wait, I gotta
One
do
other,
this. That's it.
Immigration-related
I
question.
have
I'll
to
steer clear
humiliate
of-
myself for the cause.
Senator Harona asked you earlier, but I don't think you answered her question. Can you please tell us, do you agree with the statement that immigrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of our country, yes
Here we
or
go.
no?
I did
Here we
not
go.
say
Hold
that.
on.
I did not say that you said that. I'm asking if you agree with it, yes or no.
I did not say that.
Do you agree with it, yes or
Senator,
no?
Let me see
my
if I can do
great-grandparents
this.
are immigrants.
Do you agree with it,
They
yes or
came
no?
here from Sicily
Do you agree
through
with it,
Ellis
yes or
Island
no?
Sicily?
when they were teenagers.
Do you agree with it, yes or no?
Senator, let me answer
No,
the
that's a
question.
movie.
Yes or no? It's
My
real simple.
great-grandparents immigrated to this country from Sicily. Recently,
That
we
was a
found each of
movie.
their birth certificates.
Pam.
We are a nation made up of immigrants. Do I believe immigrants are poisoning our country? No, Senator.
Thank you very much.
No,
Mr. Chair,
I
can't
don't.
wait for the second round.
I don't agree.
Same, Senator. Thank you.
Same, bitch.
No, sir. Thank you.
I can't get it to. Oh, wait, there. It's now.
Suggestions about unfair statements about the 2020 election.
I'll do anything to make
I
you
thought I'd
guys
remind
laugh.
people that Senator Schumer and former Senator Casey raised questions about the Pennsylvania Senate race just a few months ago. In 2018, numerous Senate Democrats, some of them on this committee, claimed that the Georgia governor's election was stolen. In 2016, Hillary Clinton and a host of Democrats claimed the election was stolen or illegitimate and blamed Russia for the loss. And every one of my Democrat colleagues voted last month to confirm Judge Anthony Brzezinski. He engaged in lengthy litigation regarding his loss of the 2020 congressional election and did not concede until 3 months after the election. I think we all agree that our elections can be more secure and better run, but I find these lines of attack against the nominee very partisan. Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so much for being here today. And really
Ah!
glad to see your family. I had the opportunity to help them find where to
Oh,
come back
shit.
in.
Hold on.
Thank you, Senator.
They are all so excited and rightfully so and so proud of who you are and the work that you've done. And
Wait,
speaking
I
of, I
gotta-
think it is
gotta raise
absolutely
this a little bit.
completely ridiculous that anyone on the other side of the aisle would ever say that you
Wow,
are anything
that's
but
her at
immensely qualified for this job.
125%.
From your time as a career
Don't I
prosecutor
look good?
to then a two-time attorney general of the third largest state with regards to all of the people that operated underneath you, what you were able
really
to achieve. It is
I
truly
should have gotten longer ones, I
the United
guess.
States of America could only be so fortunate if you were confirmed.
I'm doing
and had
this all
someone
the
of your caliber,
time.
of
Oh
your
my
intellect,
God.
And of your experience.
I'm doing this all
running
the
a department
time.
that
This is my new
unfortunately
look, you
has been
guys.
run into the ground.
Fuck off.
So I think that is
Fuck off,
full-on
everybody.
gaslighting, which
Yeah,
by the way, I had
that's
to get my
Katie
children to
Britt.
explain to me what
She's
that
wearing
was.
a cute little plum off the
Not only
shoulder
that,
model.
but to act like you would be the one that would weaponize the Department of Justice. What I have heard you say time and time and time again is that you will follow the law. And this is coming from a side of the aisle that has allowed the Biden administration, by saying nothing, they've allowed them to go after parents who are at school board meetings, who want nothing more than their children to be taught and not indoctrinated. They have allowed them to go after people who are trying to practice their faith, and they have sat idly by while the weaponization of the Department of Justice has undermined the credibility and credence that Americans believe that they should have in equal justice under the law. So I know that you will, as you have said here, you will follow the law and you will return this department to where it should be in the eyes of Americans. So thank you. And I wish the gaslighting on the other side of the aisle would stop, because
I knew I bought these for a reason. God damn it.
I'm over it. And I believe that's exactly what
I
the
knew
American
I
people said
did.
too. And speaking of, my distinguished colleague,
Fuck
who I have a
yeah.
great deal of respect
Oh,
for on the other
Lord.
side of the aisle, just said,
Tom's like,
tried to
"God
make you
damn
answer a
it."
question about immigrants and, quote, poisoning the blood.
I don't know what you guys are
of America.
laughing at. This
When
looks
actually the previous
perfect.
question by
And
our
this is
colleague
my
from
new
Hawaii
look,
was
so shut
illegal
up.
Immigration. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of
How do
laws.
you freak that
And the
senator out? I don't
lawlessness
know. She seems
under
to be
the
freaked out
Biden-Harris
by a lot.
administration has made every
This is
single state in
great,
this
you
nation a
guys. I
border
don't know
state.
what you're upset
I
about.
am so thrilled about what you've done when it comes to opioid use and human trafficking, and I look forward to you instituting that at the Department of Justice. Your
Yeah.
credentials speak for themselves. When opioid and fentanyl overdoses are the leading cause of death between the ages of 18 and 45 in this nation, we
Yeah.
need someone who takes it
Yeah.
serious. You not only take
Yeah.
that serious, you have a track record of
Yeah.
proving to the American people you've done it for the people
Yeah.
of Florida.
You're
and I
really
look
good at
forward to
that.
what that means to the families
Oops,
that I have
sorry.
met.
You're
You
really
talked about
good.
the families
Wait,
you've
is
met
that the right
across
one?
Florida
Yeah.
that showed you pictures
Yeah.
of their loved ones that they lost, their brother, their sister, their cousin, their friend, their
Yeah.
mother.
Mm.
And I know that there will be more lives that are saved as a
Go
result
back
of
to
your
your
service
fake
when you are
kitchen.
confirmed. So on that, I say thank you. And when it comes to
The ginger
illegal
beard. Oh, I have those
immigration,
somewhere.
which we need to put a
I don't know
stop
where
to.
they are,
I
though.
want to ask
I
you
gotta
a
find my
question that you and
beards.
I had an opportunity to discuss a little bit. You share my desire, I know, to not only get away from the weaponization and wokeness that we are seeing in the department right now, but really prioritizing safety and security. And I want to say thank you for that commitment and your commitment to blind justice. When we are looking at illegal immigration, the Executive Office of Immigration
Oops,
Review
can see my
within
hand.
DOJ, there have been a
Her
number of things
QVC
that we've talked
kitchen.
about with that. And I know, as you are aware, some people call it EOIR, some people call it EOR, but it houses our
Eeyore.
nation's immigration courts. Over the course of the Biden
Oh,
administration,
I'll
the
get that.
immigration
I'll
court
get that
backlog
beard
has
out
grown
again.
from
Don't you worry.
1.4 million at the end of 2021 to 3.5 million at the end of 2024. Over that
Oh
same
no,
period,
yeah.
the Biden
Remember it was
administration
when I
pursued
was
policies
knocked
both
off
at
of
DOJ
it was the
and
first
DHS
Halloween I
to
was
foster a
on and I
culture
got knocked
within
off of
EOR
YouTube, so I did it on
failure
Twitch.
to adjudicate cases. As an example, between FY25 and FY24, immigration judges failed to adjudicate over 340,000 asylum claims. That is compared to just under 13,000 non-adjudicated asylum claims in the previous 6 fiscal years combined. Between cases dismissed, terminations, administrative closures, and failures to adjudicate, EOR during the Biden administration has allowed around 1 million illegal aliens to remain in the United States on an indefinite basis. Now, I've heard Laken Riley brought up multiple times today. Having talked to her parents, no parent should have to go through the heartbreak and tragedy that they have, and we are working diligently to rectify that and ensure that we are keeping Americans safe and secure. But a House Judiciary Committee report on this issue appropriately called it, quote, quiet amnesty, what we're talking here with EOR. Will you commit to me that if confirmed, you will make it a priority
I just
to
keep
reform the way
thinking that she's
EOR
saying
operates
Eeyore.
and put in place measures
That's it.
to
That is
ensure
there's
that
the ginger
immigration
beard.
judges
Thank you to
actually
whoever captured this
adjudicate
one.
these claims and cases?
Yeah, Senator, thank you for meeting with me in advance.
Yeah, you're boring. We're gonna listen to me do something funny. This was Halloween 2 years ago? Was it 2 years ago? Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago.
That is a great idea. I do need a service. I can't remember. Yeah, share this on Twitter. You know what? Fucking share this on Twitter. Fucking share this. Fucking share this on Twitter. Share this whole fucking thing on Twitter. Share it on Twitter, damn it. Share it on Twitter, or else I'm gonna come to your town and
Hold on, wait, there's another one. Hold on, wait, there's another one. This was the black and white
does
one.
have a costume and wants to come on, or even doesn't have a costume and wants to come on, you can hit the click. You can click the link at the top of. Oh no, you can't. Hold on, I'll do it again. Oh my God, here we go. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe you'll all get disconnected. It's an adventure. It's an adventure. Oh my God. Oh my God! It's Boomer Halloween. Okay.
I know I laugh at myself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I laugh at myself. Ah! Get away from here. Oh my God. Anyway. I'm sorry.
Advance, and I learned so much from you about this topic, and I look
That was
forward
2
to
years
learning more
ago.
and working with you
So
to do
this is not
everything we can
unusual,
to make sure that
okay?
functions properly.
Thank you.
If I am
I have
confirmed,
like
Senator.
10
Thank you.
beards.
You are going to be confirmed because America needs you.
Oh
As a
my
part of this effort,
God.
I hope that you
Katie,
will
fuck off.
consider a number of
Fucking
things,
die.
including
I can't
reinstating
stand
the
these
performance
bitches
metrics
anymore.
for
I
immigration
can't.
judges similar to
I
that that were in
fucking
place
help.
during the
I hate
first
them
Trump
all.
administration,
I
and the
know, it was
reevaluation of
amazing.
the
It
Biden
was
administration's
amazing.
decisions and policies that have
Who
encouraged the
knew?
use of administrative closures. And I assume I have
Oh
your
yeah, I turned you
commitment to
down, didn't
examine
I?
those
God
issues
damn it.
thoroughly.
We'll closely
Sorry about
examine
that.
those, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Booker.
Oh, Booker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the time. Ms. Bondi, thank you.
That was Katie
Thank you,
Britt,
Senator.
Thank you for being willing to speak with me
Britt.
in my office. I really value
She's a
that time
fun
that we've had
wife.
together. If there's anything that's been demonstrated in this hearing thus far, is there is a serious crisis of faith in our judicial system in America. And we are at a time where, as Judge Learned Hand reminded us in his writings and speeches, that the power of the Constitution is only strong as long as it is believed in and had faith by the American people. And that faith is shaken by so much of the political tumult. And as we have a new administration coming in and a lot of the protestations about retribution or going after political opponents, I know you could expand your empathy enough to understand why there are many that really worry about your independence. But I've heard you over and over again in this hearing, as much as I've tried to focus on it as I've gone back and forth between Senate Foreign Relations and another
Yes,
Floridian,
that's the one,
Marco Rubio.
Oren.
But
Yes,
I am
that's
hearing
the
from you
bitch.
that you understand that
Yes.
the Attorney General's guiding star
Indeed.
is the U.S.
This
Constitution.
is normal.
And your
I have
client is
10
the American
beards.
people.
Okay.
That there can be no argument
It came as a
about that.
set.
Yes, Senator.
Yes. And more than that, though,
Maybe.
I hope that you,
Maybe I bought 2. I don't
should you
know.
be confirmed, understand that there is an urgency in not
Have
just
a good lunch,
demonstrating
Neil.
through
I'm
your
hungry
actions that
too, but I'm going to
independence,
probably eat
but
some
beginning to
Cheetos.
heal this country's lack of faith and shaken faith in that independence, in the U.S. Constitution. History may not long remember what any of us individually do here, but for the sake of our democracy, what you do to restore and repair the American faith, whether they be Democrats, Independents, or Republicans, is vital. I want to switch here to say publicly that when Donald Trump appointed Craig Carpenito as the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey, it was over the objections of myself and then Senator Menendez. I was wrong in my anticipation that he would not do good things in our state. He partnered with local leaders like those in Newark, New Jersey, to dramatically drive down crime. He was good for the safety of the city in which I live and the one that I led. Part of his strategy was to focus his resources on the most violent criminals.
Yeah, she even moves.
But that also meant that he used something that you know of called prosecutorial discretion. His strategies aligned with that of local leaders and was able to create historic drops in our murder rate. You know, through your experience, and you're intimately familiar, that enforcement decisions prosecutors must make every day, which charge to bring, which plea deal to offer, or what sentencing recommendation makes, it's very important that local prosecutors understand that. Given this enormous discretion our legal system gives them, that they are best determined to make decisions about public safety. I'm very concerned that many people are starting to call for a time in our country where the Department of Justice should prosecute state and local prosecutors who exercise that prosecutorial discretion. As Attorney General, will you commit to respecting the autonomy of state and local prosecutors?
Senator, we have to work together with state and local prosecutors. That's what I did my entire career. And
Entire
if confirmed
career.
as Attorney General,
Pictures or
I
it
will
didn't
continue
happen.
to do that. They serve a vital function in our justice system.
And you understand, like in my state, that sometimes they will decide not to go after certain low-level offenses in order to use their scarce resources to focus on the strategy of pursuing more dangerous people.
Yes, Senator, I completely understand
And
that.
those decisions shouldn't be politicized if they're part of a larger public safety strategy.
No, Senator. When I was a state prosecutor, we used to sit down with the U.S. attorneys and talk about cases and work together. And that's what I'm discussing about bringing back the cooperation between state and local
Thank you, Ms.
governments.
Bond. I just want to continue. One of the most stunning hypocrisies I've found since I've been down here in Washington is every politician gives lip service to driving down gun violence. But the very federal authority, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearm, that is primarily focused on enforcing America's gun laws and keeping people safe, is hamstrung by federal leaders. The ATF's core responsibility is assisting in local law enforcement. When I was a mayor, I detailed local law enforcement to the ATF, but I'm stunned
at how they have been stripped of resources, of their budget, and all of their capabilities to go after illegal gun running. When I was mayor of the city of Newark, we couldn't find one gun crime that was done with a legally purchased gun. But when I turned to the ATF leader at that time told me in private, we don't have the resources, support, or legal ability to go after these crimes. I am concerned about our ability to fight gun crime in America that threatens our law enforcement officers as well as people in communities from red counties to blue cities. Will you commit to doing everything you can to making sure the ATF has its resources and the legal power to pursue illegal gun runners in our country?
Senator, I will do everything in my power to prevent illegal gun runners in our country. When I left being a state prosecutor to run for Attorney General, I almost didn't run because I was working on a wire case involving illegal gun runners.
The DOJ issued in 2022 a use of force policy for its federal law enforcement officers. It was approved by the heads of the DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and ATF, and many of them said it is actually a use of force policy that actually protects law enforcement officers as well as protects others from having their rights violated. It was also endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police and NAPO, the National Association of Police Organizations. This policy is considered best practices in law enforcement. Will you commit to continuing this policy?
Senator, I have not read the policy. I will review the policy, and I will report back directly to you if I am confirmed as Attorney General, and consult with law enforcement, absolutely.
And I would appreciate if you look at the policy and I submit questions for the record, hoping that you can elucidate maybe more of your thoughts on this.
Certainly.
And then I will also say, it's my last question, because I see my time has run out, and I look forward to a second round. The DOJ issued a policy regarding chokeholds, which limited the use of no-knock warrants and chokeholds. It's worth noting that Florida has outlawed no-knock entries altogether since 1994. Would you commit to continuing the 2021 DOJ policy on these issues?
I'm familiar with the policy. I have not read it. I'm committed to reading it and studying it and reporting back to you on that policy once again.
That's a no.
Thank you.
Senator Hawley. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, welcome. Congratulations on your nomination. I'm so glad that you've been nominated, as we discussed when we had the chance to meet.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure to work with you as a state attorney general for a number of years. And
Oh my
I'm delighted
God.
to see you
They just
here today
really
for the
love
committee.
that
I look
she'll
forward to
just
your
do
confirmation.
anything
You will
they
be
ask.
confirmed.
That's it.
I,
anything.
too, have taken note of the number of times you have been asked about weaponization of the Department of Justice as if it was a theoretical possibility that might happen in the future. One of my colleagues on the other side said, weaponization may well occur under your tenure. We all know that weaponization has occurred like we've never seen before in American history under this administration. And I want to get even more specific. In the last 4 years,
That's
this
Corey
administration
Lewandowski.
has carried out an unprecedented attack and campaign against people of faith. If you look at the numbers, we've never seen anything like it before in
What was
American
the
history. It has
crop
been one of the most
hunter's daughter?
disgraceful
Oh,
chapters
that's
in the history of the Justice Department
Oh,
and
shit.
in the history of the FBI. And I hope
Brin-
that you will reverse
Bindi.
this and do right by
Bindi.
every American citizen, including especially people of faith. Let me give you some
Not Bondi.
specifics.
Bindi.
After the Dobbs case was decided by the Supreme Court, over 100 pregnancy care centers and over 300 churches in this country were attacked, vandalized.
Yeah, we talked about
firebombed.
pregnancy care centers.
Do you
They're
happen to know off the
stupid,
top of your
and they're
head
not
how many
actually, they don't
prosecutions
actually do
Merrick
anything.
Garland's
So I'm
Justice
sorry about
Department
that.
brought in those cases?
They actually take advantage of people. So there.
I do not, Senator.
It's a stunning number. It's 2. Hundreds of churches, hundreds of pregnancy care centers. And I might just add, these pregnancy care centers, the attacks on them, which were violent, which were gruesome,
Okay, I'm actually going to go
were egged on and
past
encouraged
Holly
by
because,
rhetoric
or
from
go
was
live because I don't give a
developed
shit about what
by
he
the
says.
FBI field office in Richmond, Virginia, 23rd January 2023, targeting Catholic parishes for spying, for recruitment of infiltrators.
Oh my God.
I mean, the memo goes on and on.
It does
and on
not.
about the FBI's plans to put assets into Catholic parishes, into choirs. This is an unbelievable assault on Americans' First Amendment rights. And we only know of it because of a brave whistleblower who came forward and released it to us. And I will tell you, I have never been misled and lied to like I was by the current Attorney General and the now former FBI director when they sat right where you're sitting now and told this committee,
Calm
"Oh, we don't know
down,
anything
Josh
about it."
Cotton.
Oh, only one
Jesus
field office was
Christ,
involved.
Tom
It was
Hawley.
the single work of
Relax.
a single field office and a very few individuals. As it turns out, that's not true. Multiple field offices were involved. Multiple individuals were involved. Under your leadership, will you put a stop to the use of FBI or Department of Justice resources to try and recruit informants and spies into Christian churches or any church or house of
That's
worship in this
not,
country
we
on
don't
the
do
basis of
that.
nothing more than faith?
Oh my God.
Of course, Senator.
Of course.
Let me just say this.
That goes without
To our
saying.
knowledge, no one who was
Bye,
involved
Tom.
in the
Be
writing
careful. Be
and
safe. Be
performance
warm.
execution of this memo
Stay
has
warm,
been
Tom.
disciplined or fired. will you
He
conduct
doesn't
an
like anybody.
investigation like
He
you
hates
talked about,
himself.
Ms. Bondi, that will get to the bottom of abuses like this? And to
Why?
be clear, this is an outrageous abuse.
Stop it. It is not. You're overreacting for the cameras, Tom Hawley.
Of Department of Justice and FBI
Josh
authority in our
Cotton.
history. Will you conduct an investigation to
Yeah,
find
except
out
if in
who
the
signed
church.
off
Don't
on
report
this, who
suspicious
approved
activities
it,
in the
who
church. Wait,
advocated
what?
for it within the Department of Justice? Will you open the
Yeah,
books
it's a fantasy.
on
It's
these
a this is their
abuses so
last
that the
time to
American people can have
masturbate to the
confidence in your
tune of
DOJ?
Senator, and I think what you're talking
weaponizing
about is
the
ultimate
government.
weaponization, what we've been discussing all day. If I'm
I
confirmed as
can't
Attorney
wait. I hope
General,
the midterms
one
really
of
are
the first
real
things
and
I will
they
do,
happen
there'll be
and
many, but
we
I will
overtake both
personally
these
read
houses.
that memo, and if Mr. Patel is confirmed, discuss it with him right away.
Really?
Fantastic. And will you work with this committee and our relevant subcommittees?
They're just
I'm
admitting that they're
chair
going to
a
go
subcommittee called the
after
Crime and Terrorism
Merrick
Committee. We're
Garland.
going to do our own investigation into
That's
what
what they're
happened here
saying.
at the FBI and the DOJ. Will you work with us as you discover the nature of these abuses, and as you put a stop to them, will you work with us to make sure the American people get all the facts and this never happens again?
And Senator, yes, I look forward to working with you and the Democrats. I would think this is something that we can
Oh
all
my
agree
God.
on
Shut the
both
fuck
sides.
up, you stupid
This should
fucking
not be
cunt.
happening in the United States of
God.
America, and work together.
Yeah, what if she said
That's
no?
fantastic.
Fuck
Let
you,
me ask
Josh.
one
I'm
other
not going
question
to.
here in my just few seconds.
He's
that are remaining.
excited because his
This
wife doesn't
memo-
actually
this
love
memo
him.
targeting
If you've ever
Catholic
seen their
parishes
kiss.
repeatedly refers to as an expert source a group called the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Oh dear.
Now, the Southern Poverty
Are
Law
you going to
Center
go
has
after
a
the
long
Southern
history
Poverty Law
as an
Center?
anti-religious
Seriously?
group that has repeatedly gone after
No, they haven't.
conservative and religious
They've
organizations.
gone after
called them hate
extremists, you
groups,
stupid
called them
fuck.
sometimes terrorist groups. They're cited in this memo.
Some of
They
you
once
are.
Infamously, the SPLC called the Family Research Council a terrorist
I
hate
know,
group.
you're
and
right.
an
They're
armed
all the
gunman came into
victims.
their lobby and opened
Interesting.
fire. Will you put a stop to the use of the SPLC
No.
as
It's
an
a fucking
official source for
private
any Department of
organization, you
Justice
stupid
memorandum or
asshole.
finding?
That will be one of the first things we will look at as well, Senator, and report back to you and the committee.
What?
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Chairman.
I hate this life. I hate this country.
Thank
I
you, Mr.
hate everyone in it. And I hate every
Ms.
person.
Bondi, as you know, the
And
Supreme
all of you
Court in Trump
fuckers are
versus United
racist. And the
States
reason we call you
held the
racist is
president
because in
has
the English
absolute
language,
immunity
we
to
have
commit
words for things that
crimes
mean
in certain
something. And one
core
of the words
areas of
that
the
means
president's
something is
responsibility.
racist. And you, all
One
of
of those
you
core areas is the Justice
who
Department.
reject
So
that
in
term
a
are that. And you're
breathtakingly
not the ones to
dangerous and
actually tell us what you are
irresponsible
because we can see
decision,
what you
Justice
are.
Roberts and the
You're a
majority held the
fucking
president can
racist.
commit crimes using the Department of Justice and be immune from
Fuck
prosecution.
you want to suck
Justice
these
Sotomayor
billionaires'
correctly
cocks
said this new immunity
so
lies about like a
bad.
loaded weapon.
You will do
So the
anything to
fear and the
keep these
concern we
motherfuckers in
have
power. You stupid
is that the
fuckers.
incoming president will use that loaded
Oh,
weapon,
I hope it
that
backfires
immunity
in your
to commit
families. I
crimes
really do.
through the
I'm
Department of
sorry because it's
Justice.
going to
And for that
backfire in all of
reason,
our families.
it is all the
So
more
why should
important
you be any
that we have an
different?
attorney general who has the independence, the strength, the intestinal fortitude to say no to the president when it is necessary. So my first set of questions has to do whether you have the independence to say no when you must say no. And you can say
I'm gonna
this is
take the dog
hypothetical,
out for
but
a
it
walk.
is not
I'll be back.
hypothetical. So let me start with one very specific non-hypothetical. The president has said Jack Smith should go to jail. Will you investigate Jack Smith?
Senator, I haven't seen the file. I haven't seen the investigation. I haven't looked at anything. It would be irresponsible of me to make a commitment regarding anything without, you're a long practicing attorney, without looking at a file.
So you would need a factual predicate to open an investigation of Jack Smith, is that right?
Not a summary by you sitting here. Yes, sir.
And not a summary by the president either, right?
Absolutely.
So a summary by the president or his desire to investigate Jack Smith would not be enough for you to open an investigation of Jack Smith, is that right?
I will look at the facts and evidence in any case. You know,
and sitting here,
72%,
sitting here today,
Senator, 72% of Americans
please, I only have 7
lost
minutes.
faith in the Department of Justice.
Sitting here today, are you aware of any factual predicate to investigate Jack Smith? Sitting here today, yes or no?
Senator, I will look at the facts and the circumstances.
You
of
can't answer that
anything that's
question?
brought to me.
You're not a part of the department yet. There's no worry about divulging
Sir, I'm sitting
law
here as a
enforcement
nominee.
sensitive information. So just tell us,
I'm
are you
sitting here as
aware,
a
just
nominee.
tell us, are you aware of a factual predicate to investigate Jack Smith? Yes or no?
Senator, what I'm hearing on the news
Are
is
you aware
horrible.
of a?
Do I know if he committed a crime? I have not
You
looked
seem
at it.
reluctant to answer a simple question. Let me ask you a different simple question. The president also wants to jail Liz Cheney. Sitting here today, are you aware of any factual basis to investigate Liz Cheney? Yes or no?
Senator, that's a hypothetical, and I'm not going to answer that
No,
question.
it's not hypothetical. I'm asking you, sitting here today, whether you are aware of a factual predicate to investigate Liz Cheney.
Senator, no one
Based
has
on what
asked
you
me
know.
to investigate Liz Cheney. That is a
The
hypothetical.
president has called for it publicly. You are aware of that, aren't you?
No one has asked me to investigate
But the president
Liz.
has
We're
called-
also
the
worried about
president-
Liz Cheney,
the
Senator.
president has
You know
called
what we
for
should
this-
be worried about?
Ms. Bondi,
The
please
crime rate
answer
in
my
California
questions.
right now
You
is
are
through
aware,
the roof.
Ms. Bondi,
Your
my-
robberies
Ms.
are
Bondi,
87%
my
higher
question-
than the national
My question
average.
is this.
That's what I
My
want to
question
be
is
focused
this.
on, Senator.
Do you have the
if I'm
power to
confirmed
say
as
no to the
Attorney
president?
General.
And what you're suggesting today by your non-answer is you don't have the independence to say no to the president. So let me ask you a different question. It also requires you, if you're going to be a good attorney general, to be able to tell hard truths
I
to
don't
the
know.
president.
Are they
So
stopping
my
that?
questions now are, can you tell hard truths to the president? So let me start with an easy truth that you could speak to the president. Can you tell us, can you tell him that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election? Can you say that? Do you have the independence to say that? Do you have the gravitas, the stature, the intestinal fortitude to say, Donald Trump, you lost the 2020 election? Can you tell us that here today?
Senator, what I can tell you is I will never play politics. You're trying to engage me in a gotcha.
You are doing
I
that,
won't
honey.
do
By
it.
not
I
answering, you're
won't
doing
play
that.
You can
politics
speak truth
with any
to
ongoing
power. So let me ask you
investigation,
another.
like you did
let
leaking
me-
your
let me ask
colleague
you-
Devin Nunes's memo.
If you can't answer the question,
Oh!
let me ask you a different, what should be a simple
he
truth, not a
didn't.
hard one. Was there massive fraud affecting the result of the 2020 election, yes or no?
Senator, I'm glad you asked that question. If you'll let me answer what I saw in Pennsylvania.
No, I asked a simple question about massive fraud.
I can only tell you what I saw in Pennsylvania.
I know you want to answer a different question, but my question is, can you tell us whether there was massive fraud affecting the results of the 2020 election, yes or no? Was there
I
or
can
was there
tell
not?
you what I saw when I went
That's
as an
not my,
advocate
that's
to
not
the
my
campaign.
question. So you can't answer that question. You can't speak that even easy truth to us, let alone to the president. So let me ask you a different question. It will also be important that you give good advice to the president. Are you prepared to advise the president not to pardon people who beat police officers?
Senator, as I said, the pardons are at the direction of the president. We will look and we will advise. I will look at every case on a case.
so you
Let me
look at-
finish. On a case-by-case basis.
Okay, good.
And I abhor violence to police officers.
Follow up with that. So will it be your advice to the president, Mr. President, I know you said you want to issue hundreds of pardons on day one. Will it be your advice to the president? No, Mr. President, I need to go over them on a case-by-case basis. Do not issue blanket pardons. Will that be your advice to the president?
Senator, I have not looked at any of those files. If confirmed, I will look at the files
And
for
will
the
you be able to
pardons, as
do,
well
will
as
you
the
be able to
ongoing
review
investigation.
hundreds of cases on day one?
I will look at every file I am
Of course
asked
you
to
won't.
look
So
at.
will you advise the president?
Can I
will
answer
you-
the question?
Well, my question
I
is.
would have plenty of staff. You said, of course you want.
You'll be able to review
Listen, I'm
hundreds
not
of
going to
cases on the first day?
mislead this body nor you.
All right, let me ask another question. You don't want
Did
to.
she have to read that?
Censured by Congress, Senator, for comments just like this that are so reckless.
It will also be important for you to be able to preserve the records.
I'm going to tell you,
the evidence of the
Republicans have a lot of
Department. Are you ready
balls.
to
I'm going to tell you that
commit
right now.
That none of the evidence
They have a
in the
lot of
January
fucking
6th
balls to lie the
investigation
way
will be
they do.
destroyed under your watch.
Senator, I will follow the law. I will consult with ethical officials in the
Do you
department.
see any ethical basis to destroy evidence in the January 6th investigation? Then why can't you answer the question? Why can't you say, I commit to this committee, we will never destroy the evidence in the January 6th investigation? Why can't you give this committee and the American people that assurance?
Are you frightened because evidence was destroyed against President
I wasn't
Trump that
even.
was false? Is that
No,
why
that's
you're
not
writing
true.
that?
That's a lie. That's a
Why do you have
lie.
difficulty
That's actually a
answering that
fucking
question?
lie.
I can't believe
Why do you have
She's a
difficulty-
fucking liar.
Why do you have difficulty
She's a
promising
fucking
to
liar.
preserve evidence at the Department of Justice. Why is that a difficult question?
I will follow the law.
It shouldn't be a difficult question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I
Oh,
know
God,
that you
this
are pleased
cunt's.
that we are to the end of round one.
This cunt
And
bitch.
we appreciate your being
This fucking
here. And
Russian
I
asset.
appreciate that
This
you told
dick
my
sucker.
California
Fuck.
colleagues
I
you were
really
willing
hate these
to
people.
work with them, even in light of the manner in which they have approached you. Now, one thing I think we need to have
Fuck you,
everybody
cunt. Fuck you, you
understand
stupid,
that is
ragged
watching this
cunt.
hearing today,
You stupid
and
fucking
everyone
roast beef
sitting in
motherfucking
here,
cunt.
what we have witnessed over the last 4 years with a weaponized DOJ. My colleagues have talked about this. And the
Absolute
American
pure
people
evil,
know
GP.
this.
Absolute pure
They
unadulterated. They know they're lying.
Carried
Evil.
out against President
Imagine
Trump and his
that. They know they're
administration.
lying.
And in November,
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't
they
hear that, but
voted
okay.
to see an end
God.
to 2 tiers of justice, 2 tiers of treatment, 2 tiers
Who?
of access.
He got
because
off,
they
you
have
stupid bitch.
absolutely had
He's
it
fucking
with the
president-elect, you cunt face.
with the
You literal rag of a
and
human.
with the attacks that have come against so many people who were just seeking to live their lives.
What?
And then all of a sudden found the FBI or another federal agency or the DOJ.
It's all lies.
knocking at
Yeah,
their
it's just
door.
one big
You
fucking
know,
lie.
Ms.
And
Bondi,
the
it would
voters of this
make you
country, and I'm
believe
going to tell
that
you
my
again,
colleagues have
the people
learned
who stayed home
nothing
and the third party
Nothing
voters, okay, I would like to know what you have to say about all of this. Please,
They
please,
don't see
please
this as a
do
movie
grace us
script
with your
that
fucking
someone may
ultimate
have
wisdom.
liked to write.
Grace us with your
What they
fucking
see
wisdom.
is
I'm turning
this
her
is-
down because I'm not even going to fucking hear it. No, this is my show. So I'm going to talk, Marcia, not you. All right? So let me tell you, I certainly blame the maggots. Oh, don't get me wrong. That's the stupidest load of motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. They'll believe anything any fuckwad tells them. And in the wild, they'll fucking wave the flag as if they actually care about this country. But let me tell you, you don't care about this country. I think people did stay home. I think there was 20 million vote difference in the totals. I think people did stay home. And so I blame you. I blame you if you did stay home. I blame you if you thought, I'm going to vote for Jill Stein because I'm sending a message to the Dems. Yeah, you know what message you sent? This. You fucking idiots. You fucking idiots. The blood is on your hands. The women dying in parking lots. That blood is on all of your hands. All of you. All of you. You literally thought, I understand, Pepper, but you know what also doesn't help? The fact that nobody holds them accountable for what they thought was going to happen. So why don't I get to hear their voices? Why don't I get to hear them tell me and comment on what's happening right now? So, yeah, no, I'm angry. I'm angry. I'm angry. Because we had an opportunity to not fuck this up. And we did. And if people are truly repentant of their vote, then they need to stand up. I don't want to attack other citizens. I don't want to attack people that have conviction. I just don't understand who your conviction included. Who are you protecting with your conviction? And it's not too late. Stand up and be pissed off. Absolutely. You're right, Pepper. I don't need their repentance. I need their collaboration. You're right. I need their activity. I need them not to be quiet. Yeah, we do need the Paul voices. Absolutely. But yeah, Pepper, I get what you're saying. And you're actually reminding me that it is to be human that we must do first. And we can't become what we don't admire in people. So I appreciate what you're doing and what you're saying. I love you so much. You know I love you, my sister. And you're right. And I want their collaboration, but I need them to be loud now. And it is never too late to do the right thing in terms of speaking out and saying, disinformation is a problem. It's not that the Democrats lost their way with the people. Maybe they did, but I don't know how you call this not losing your way with the people. So I'm sorry. That argument falls very weak to me. That seems a very weak argument. So I want to hear what they think now we should do collectively. Is the goal that you think it's going to absolutely explode and of the ashes will be rebuilt in some other form? Is that what you think? Is that what you think is going to happen? Is that what you think is going to happen? Because I believe that if you voted third party or if you stayed home because you were trying to send a message, I believe that means you have a deep conscience about people's lives and etc. But what was the calculus that made you think that, oh, okay, well, by doing this, I'm gonna advance us towards that state? Is it that when it burns down, it's like, oh well, too bad, who's ever left? Then they get to be the ones that go to the promised land? Is that what it is? You have to go through the fire to get to the promised land? Because I'm unclear on what it really, And I don't, I think the party system is fucked up. I think the parties are fucked up. I think the money in politics is fucked up. But I can actually point to things like reversing Citizens United as an actual step that we could take as a nation if both right and left, decided to work on something together. I'm up for it. But if we're going to just act like nothing happened and it's the same, yeah. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. All right. Whatever.
They don't come to Congress unless they don't get any help in the executive
Doesn't
branch.
matter.
It seems to me that it's very important that you respect whistleblowers, but I've seen them treated like a skunk at a picnic by the agency they're in. I've seen them ruin themselves professionally. I see themselves, one time an FBI agent came to me, was escorted out of headquarters with his gun and badge taken away from him, just because the laboratory there was not using science to make sure that crime was actually committed. So now we have a new $40 million head or science lab so that people are protected and get their constitutional rights. So will you protect whistleblowers from retaliation and promote a culture? And I think that last thing, promote a culture, is more important, that values the important contribution of whistleblowers.
Yes, and Senator, I think so people fully understand the importance of whistleblowers. They have to be able to tell the truth and come forward without fear of retaliation. And that's the purpose of the whistleblower
And
statute.
when there's retaliation, the taxpayers' money's paying for that retaliation in most cases. The Biden Justice Department issued guidance telling prosecutors to stop charging mandatory minimums and ignore laws setting penalties on drug type. It also allowed folks to pay civil and criminal fines to politicize non-government organizations instead of the government treasury. I put together a list of their guidance. I find it very concerning and unfair to the taxpaying public, and I'd like to have you review those policies very soon after you're confirmed.
Absolutely, Senator.
In regard to antitrust, enforcing antitrust laws is extremely important to ensure that markets are fair and that consumers are protected. I've been active in making sure that the Justice Department and the FTC carefully scrutinize mergers and that they look out for anti-competitive behavior and predatory practices. I keep a close eye on these issues as they impact my state of Iowa, and particularly agriculture,
Will you
healthcare,
prosecute
and
Ticketmaster,
technology industries, and I'm
Madam
interested
Bondi?
in your commitment to make antitrust enforcement a priority.
Antitrust enforcement was a priority when I was a state AG, and it will
Except
be a
for
priority
Trump
if I am
University,
confirmed as
but nobody's
Attorney
going to ask
General.
about that, are
And
they?
Again, I am so proud
I
to
give
have
up.
Gail Slater.
You know what? You're all
handling that. She
right.
is
Do you agree that?
What the hell
by
do
both
I know?
sides of
Okay.
the aisle.
Well, my time's up. Go ahead, Senator.
Go ahead if you want.
Okay. This is the Civil Rights Division in your department, if you're head of it, supposed to enforce laws against race and sex discrimination. But under the Biden administration, the Justice Department has arguably promoted discrimination and turned a blind eye to racist hiring practices. Do you agree that race and sex discrimination by employers is illegal, even if the discrimination is called diversity or equity?
No one should be discriminated against.
Go ahead.
Oh my God.
You owe me 44
I
seconds.
hate everybody.
Ms. Bondi, I'd like to say something, and I hope you agree with it. Violence is never acceptable when it comes to political expression. Period.
I think I said
Stop
that initially. Yes, I
asking
do agree.
these stupid
I
fucking
I agree.
questions.
abhor that sort of thing happening when it comes to conservative Supreme Court justices, and I abhor it when it comes to Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked in his home,
That was horrible.
which we should all say unequivocally both are unacceptable. I think you agree, correct?
Horrible.
All right. I guess as I reflect on what you've said today, a couple things surprised me. I did not expect you to be as outspoken as you are about Kash Patel. He's been characterized as a professional career defense attorney and a career prosecutor. That's a pretty amazing achievement in his life. But he also has said and done some things which are impossible to understand.
Well, that's
and
incredibly dumb, Neil.
For example, are you familiar with something called the QAnon conspiracy?
I have heard of it, but I do not know.
Really?
Because
Because are you good friends with Kash Patel? Because he has beers with Q all the
Let me tell you what I've
time.
learned about it. Its core belief is that a cabal of satanic, cannibalistic child molesters are embedded within our government and are conspiring against President-elect Trump. They asked Mr. Patel about it, and he said, quote, "I agree with a lot that the movement says." End of quote. Does that sound like a good preparation to run the FBI?
Senator, I don't know anything about. I had heard of QAnon, but I've never heard that definition
Fuck
attached
you.
to it.
Fuck you, Durbin.
At
Fuck all
all.
of you.
You're gonna have
I'm
to
glad
ask
he's
Mr.
asking it,
Patel
but it's a
about those
fucking
statements.
layup. So fuck everybody.
And I'll tell you, until we get answers to those questions, I don't know many people on this side of the table will give him an unequivocal endorsement. This and his enemies list, what he calls his
What?
government
Because they
gangsters.
don't actually
This is what
have.
you expect of Stasi. This is
Wait,
what you expect
what?
of secret police. It is not what you expect of justice in America, as you've even described it at the table today. So I would say this unequivocal support of Mr. Patel should at least have some reservation until he explains some of these outrageous positions he has taken.
I look forward to hearing his testimony about QAnon in front of this committee.
You will.
Why are you laughing?
Let me say another word.
People have
about,
died because of, for fucking, I hate everybody.
January
I really
6th, what
do.
happened.
I'm so sorry.
We lived through it.
This
many of
might
us.
be my
We'll
last
never forget it.
performance.
To think that the United States of America's Capitol building would desecrate it.
I think I'm the one that's out of
An
step.
insurrectionist mob that came in and did horrible things, particularly to our police force, that keeps you safe as you sit there and keeps us safe every single day. Over 100 of them were attacked by these demonstrators. One, Kenneth Bonowitz, a member of the so-called Proud Boys, another alt-right group, assaulted at least 6 officers, placed one in a chokehold and lifted him up by the neck. Bonowitz injured one officer so severely he had to retire. Kyle Fitzsimmons, convicted for 5 separate assaults against law enforcement, including one that caused a career-ending and life-altering injury to U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Ganell. Can you understand why when Donald Trump says, the day I am inaugurated as president, I will issue a blanket pardon to these, quote, political prisoners? We view this with an outrage on our side. These men and women risk their lives for us every day, and they almost died. Some of them did die in the course of this attack. Why aren't we treating them as such, and why do you have to reserve judgment? Vice President Vance didn't when he was asked this week. He said that pardon should not be extended to those who were guilty of violence against policemen.
Yeah, and Senator, I do not agree with violence against anyone, but especially police officers. And every time I've been walking through these halls, meeting with all of you, the men and women of the Capitol Police Department are incredible. They do a great job. They deserve to be safe. And I do not agree with violence against any police officer.
I would hope.
I never have, Senator.
So then what about,
You weren't able to answer my question
Yeah.
affirmatively earlier, but I would hope
can you answer
that if
that?
this moves forward in a positive way on your nomination, you will speak up at some point on behalf of these
Oh my
police
God,
officers
Dick
and keep you
Durbin,
safe
go
today
fuck
and your
yourself.
family safe. I yield.
Okay. Before Senator Graham, I want to enter into the record without objection from the members of this committee, letters from law enforcement groups who support Ms. Bondi's nomination. These groups include the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Sheriff's Association, the National Association of Police Organizations.
I know.
They praise
The
her,
clown world
quote,
makes the
support
rules
for law
now.
enforcement, crime prevention, and public safety, end of quote, without objection. So ordered. Senator Graham.
Thank you. Well, I've been gone for a while, so they're asking you about Cash Patel. It must be going pretty well.
You didn't miss anything, Senator.
So that's just an observation. So anyway, thanks to my colleagues on the Democratic side. It's been a good hearing. And a couple things. Pardons. If somebody applies for a pardon, you'll give the president legal advice as to whether or not he should grant it. Is that the way the system works?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So rather than prejudging what you do,
They're
you
on
look
their
at the
second round.
application and give him your best advice, and you don't like people who beat up cops.
Correct. I hope no one does.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So let's just get back to the process.
I'm not going to speak for the president,
Yeah.
but the president does not like people that abuse police officers either.
Yeah, well, the hope is that
Oh my
through this
God.
pardon process,
Then why does
you'll
he
make
act
a
like he
rational
does?
decision based on the applicant rather than deciding the outcome in a Senate hearing. That's all I'm asking. That's what I would want if I represented somebody. I'd want at least to be heard. Now, Section 230, are you familiar with it?
Yes, Senator.
One thing that unites this committee is protecting children and society at large from social media abuse. We passed online privacy legislation. Senator Durbin's been great to work with. Everybody, Klobuchar, we're all trying to find out how to empower people who may be victims of social media. To empower a parent whose child's been bullied, when you call the social media platform and they blow you off, you go to court and they kick you out of court because of Section 230. Sexual exploitation of children on the internet, we've heard stories that make us just break our hearts. We're united of trying to give people a say. If they take your content down, you're appealing to the people who made the decision to take your content down. So what I want to do,
Wait,
along with
is
Senator
that what
Holly,
you're worried
everybody,
about?
is repeal Section 230
Yeah,
or
he is the
replace it
Jag-off. If
with
there's
a
a
system
Jag-off
that
anywhere
empowers
in the
consumers
Jag
who may
history,
have
this
been-
is the
may have been
Jag-off.
hurt. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I would love to look at that with you. I'm not familiar with what you
He
want
got
to
his
do
rounds
on
in
the
at the
issue. I
bar.
talked to
That's a
Senator
good one, Neil.
Klobuchar.
Here, I'll
I
give you
think
this.
Senator Durbin and I may have even discussed it, but I'm committed to looking at that with you. There are so many issues online that's one of the things. We have to find things that can bring us together.
Yeah,
now,
we're listening to
and
an
this has to be
anti-porn
one of them.
case tomorrow,
Well,
guys, at
protecting our
SCOTUS.
children.
So tune in tomorrow morning for Wake and
What
Bake because we're
FBI
going to listen to
director said,
SCOTUS
Ray, where you
talk
agree with
about
him or not, I
porn.
agree with this.
Because
Have some
Max,
blinking
didn't you
lights
say that Project
everywhere in terms
2025
regarding
seeks to
national
eliminate
security
porn?
threats. Does that make sense to you?
They're coming for your pegging.
Yes, Senator. I was looking at that, the date of that. That
They're
was
coming
a year
for your
ago.
strap-on.
Yes, Senator. I also heard about, I haven't seen it yet, his 60 Minutes interview that was very troubling to me for our
So-
country.
Right. We know we found 8 guys from Tajikistan that were released, caught again because they were tied to ISIS. So the point I'm trying to make is,
What about the 600 that are paid
January
by the
20th,
Russian
we're on
government to
this.
provide
I
disinformation
just
to
urge
American
you,
people?
to the extent you can, to
No? Okay.
urge the president to secure that border. We need money. The idea of moving money around from defense is not going to cut it. We need a lot of money for bed space to finish the wall, do technology,
so.
hire ICE agents to accelerate deportation of people who are criminals and gang members. We don't have time to waste. I hope you'll make that an urgency because the threat is real. Are you worried?
Oh, is it today?
about
I thought
an
it was
attack on
tomorrow.
our
That could be me.
homeland
Okay,
being
yeah, we'll make
generated
sure we
from
get that
ISIS
recording because I want to hear
or
that
their
too.
affiliates, and what should we do about it?
Senator, I don't have a security clearance yet, but only from the public reporting that I've seen, I'm terrified.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to try to fit in 2 questions in my 4 minutes. Lindsay, stick around because I'm going to say something nice about you. First, yes to 230. We've got to really work on that. There's a lot of support for fixing 230, in fact, outright repealing 230 in this committee. First question. Presumably, your commitment to fairly enforcing the law based on facts and evidence would also apply to environmental cases.
Yes, Senator.
I'm concerned because, under Trump, criminal prosecutions for pollution dropped sharply in his first term. And you will be running an Environment and Natural Resources Division that has things like, for instance, a methane task force that big polluters who spent big money to get President Trump reelected don't like. And they're going to be coming to you to say, hey, we don't want a whole lot of enforcement on this. Methane leaks, carbon dioxide leaks, it's a pollutant, polluting our water, polluting our air. Will you be strong when that happens?
Senator, if you haven't learned yet, I'm pretty strong and I'm pretty independent. And I will, I think you and I spoke about this in your office a bit. I think you and I a lot about that issue, but I am committed to meeting with the ENRD division and talking to you about it. I wish I knew more about the issue you faced, but I don't. But I'm committed to absolutely looking at it and doing what I can to help you in your state.
I don't want environmental prosecutions to be an ignored stepchild subset. It's law just like any other law. The second question that I'd like to get to goes back to Chairman Grassley's opening comments, that it's going to be really important for the Department of Justice, under your leadership, to answer questions from senators, both Republican and Democrat, and to give us real answers. Sometimes the best oversight comes from the other party. And indeed, sometimes the best oversight comes from one senator who sticks to one issue and persists at it without necessarily support from the rest of the committee. And that oversight has been really consequential in the past, and it's really important. So Chairman Grassley has been very good about trying to enforce that rule. And I want to tell you just a quick story about something that went the wrong way, I believe. Crossfire Hurricane was mentioned by Senator Graham. There was a committee investigation into Crossfire Hurricane. During that Crossfire Hurricane investigation, box loads of material was provided by the department and the Bureau to Senate Republicans. They got files, they got investigative reports, they got internal memos, they got stuff that would not be FOIA-able. They really were able to do a deep dive because they got everything they asked for, even stuff that the FBI would ordinarily not produce. That was happening on that side of the aisle. For me, I had questions about Justice Kavanaugh's supplemental background investigation. And I asked for things like, what is the Department of Justice policy for how tip lines work?
Yeah, we're going to be watching that Supreme Court probably tomorrow.
Question. I didn't get a single piece of paper. I asked for things like, what are the ground rules for investigations of supplemental background investigations? I didn't get a single piece of paper. Senator Graham called the Deputy Attorney General up into his office to say, will you guys please knock it off and give this guy some information? So, you know, I have lived the example of, if you're a Republican,
that is crazy,
on this
GP.
committee, in a Republican administration, you get everything you ask for and more. And if you're a Democrat, you get zero. That was not
she hasn't
a
seen the
great moment,
Netflix evidence on
for
that
me,
yet,
and not a
Senator
great moment
Whitehouse.
for the department. And so I will take the chairman at his word that he wants the department to be responsive to requests from all of us. And I would ask you, will you be responsive to all of us, irrespective of our party affiliation, if we are asking legitimate
Why
questions?
did you accept a $25,000 donation 4 days after dropping a suit against Trump University?
Especially on Freedom of Information Act, I will follow the laws that apply to the Freedom of Information Act. I believe in that. I
What
actually
about
dealt
it?
with the public records when I was a state prosecutor. It's been so long ago, I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah.
So I
Well, just
handled
to be-
all the public
One
records.
just sort of point of order here. The FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act process is one thing. Anybody can get information under the Freedom of Information Act process. As senators, we should be able to do better than that. When we're doing worse than that, that's a sign that somebody's hiding
There you
something.
go.
When we're doing better than that, that's a good thing for congressional oversight. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Senator, tell us.
Can we take a minute off Senator Schiff, since I'm joking? Since he took an extra minute, I'm joking.
Yes, you can.
That's really not funny.
You wanted to say something to Senator Schiff?
No, sir, I asked if we could take a minute off Senator Schiff, since Senator Whitehouse
went
took an
over by a
extra
minute.
minute. I was teasing. I'm sorry.
Okay. Senator, tell us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I wanted to come back, and I'm glad I did, because I got another mark on my bingo card. QAnon came up. It's a little known fact, but the so-called, I think I heard someone say that that's an organization, a cabal that has cannibalistic tendencies. I don't know if y'all know this. It's a well-documented fact that the so-called QAnon shaman is a vegetarian who actually had to be transferred to another prison to satisfy his dietary
What are
needs
you
after
talking
being
about?
sentenced to 41 months in prison.
What are you
So
talking
I don't know
about?
if all the QAnon people are cannibals, but it's a little bit
What?
absurd.
No,
I
no,
just
no.
wanted
They
to,
say we're
add
cannibals.
little
You're
levity
such
here
a
and let y'all
dumb
know I'm
mother.
one mark
Oh,
away from
fucking
hitting
hell.
bingo.
He's dumb.
Yeah, but you know, it's important.
You
to
literally,
talk about
Tillis,
this,
you got the
folks,
whole
because this is the
fucking
part I
story
don't like
wrong.
about the
You
big committee. I love
stupid
intellectual property
motherfucker.
subcommittee, because we don't get into this theater.
Good job, everybody.
But it's just absurd to think that, and it was mentioned in reference to a comment that Kash Patel made, who I spoke with earlier today. You know, it's just absurd to kind of throw that stuff out there. Does anybody honestly believe someone with a distinguished career like Kash Patel thinks that a cannibalistic cabal controlling the internals of government really exists?
Yes.
Let me give you an example
Yes,
why I
he says
resist
it.
that notion.
So, you know,
I
there's
resist
that.
the notion that most of the members here, who all raise tens
But I
of
guess we don't
millions of
believe what
dollars
people
through
say,
ActBlue,
I
that
guess.
has a subpage that only until Senator Butler finally
They've done
told them to
that the
take
whole
it
time,
down
Iggy,
after
haven't
I
they?
spent
Yes,
a
or
year
and muddied the
ranting
water
about it.
on
their
purpose.
ActBlue, a subpage on ActBlue had the all caps are bastards subpage in fundraising.
All cats are
drive.
bastards?
I came
Wait,
to this
all
committee
cats
for
are
a
bastards?
year
That's
try to
terrible.
encourage my members to say this is absurd.
Act Blue
So would
had
it be
all
fair
cats
for
are
me
bastards? Well,
to
now
say
that's a
that
headline.
President Biden is embracing an organization that thinks all cops are bastards and you should have a fundraising run for 13.12 miles and protest outside of police departments and put pressure on them? Saying that President Trump or you or anybody else or somehow have some, or Cash
especially
Patel have an
Catturd.
allegiance, that's so absurd.
Pretty
To
sure
think
they
in
don't
a
have
big hearing
marriage.
like this, we actually just talked about that we actually
Cats
think
are
someone
bastards.
of the stature and the experience
Yeah, they
that
never
would
get
come before
married.
this
They never get
committee
married.
would actually think
They're always all
a
over the
bunch of
place.
people-eating cabals controlling the
Okay,
units of
all right.
government
Well,
was
okay. So
real.
here's where we
That's
find
just being
unity
I
then.
get the theatrics. I
Cats
get the
are kind of
marketing
assholes.
department thought it'd be really cool if it was said, but
That's
guys,
fair.
that's not us at our best.
Some assholes I like, some assholes
And I
I
just thought
don't.
it was kind of funny that he's a vegetarian too. But I want to go back to this is a narrative.
Well, you
that
got it
people are gonna
wrong, so
force,
it's
and
not.
I'm going to trust you to do what you do as a prosecutor, like you
Yeah,
said
unity
earlier.
at long
You're going to
last.
examine the facts of a case. You're going to give the president your best advice. If you, I cannot believe if there is compelling evidence that you as a prosecutor know that this person breached the Capitol and injured a police officer, that the president would even ask you to consider
Hey,
it. And
if
I
any
certainly
gal
can't
squad is in
imagine
the room, can you
recommending
tell
that
me,
they
is
move
Jim doing
forward.
a
It's
space tonight? I just want to know if I
I
should
don't want you to respond
move
to
the
it, but your
movie,
track record
which
as a
I'm happy to do.
prosecutor would suggest otherwise. Last question. You mentioned that when you were dealing with some of the opioid challenge, I think it was opiates, Oxycontin, I believe you mentioned, that you went up against your own party or you got some pushback from your own party. Would you
This is getting
explain
really,
how you
really,
have
really,
looked
really
at your party
steamy.
and done the courageous thing of
Entering a
speaking truth
police
to them?
officer? Oh my God.
Oh, I remember when that started.
Oh my
Several of my
God.
former colleagues are behind
Copying.
me. I remember when that started. I said, "Ooh, I'll never get elected to a second term."
Copying.
Yes, I fought for what I believed in, based on meeting these victims' families and seeing the need. And I fought the industry. Whew, that was a
And
big
you were in an
industry,
elected
and
position.
the doctors.
You were in an elected position with a lot of people with a target on you, and you stood firm. Thank you.
More than once, Senator. Thank you.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Attorney General Bondi, in our previous conversation, we talked about criminal justice reform, and in particular, your contribution to the enactment of the First Step Act in the previous Trump administration. And I just want to talk with you about a couple of bipartisan initiatives in this area. Senators Cornyn, Lee, Durbin, Tillis, Booker, and I have introduced a bipartisan bill called the Safer Supervision Act. It focuses on the fact that federal probation officers have a massive caseload, often more than 100 folks they are supposed to be closely supervising. And this bill would work on focusing supervised release resources on those who really need it and creating positive incentives for those who are willing and able to be rehabilitated and leave prison much less likely to reoffend. What's your experience about the need to support people when they get out of prison and to provide them with positive incentives rather than just leaving them to their own free will and the very high likelihood they may reoffend and thus violate public safety concerns?
Yeah, and Senator Coons, that's why reentry, we call it, halfway houses, what you need, Senator Welch, are so important, because many people deserve to go to prison, but many people are going to get out of prison. And we don't want a revolving door. We want to do everything we can to make productive members of society. And when someone goes to prison, I mean, I saw this every day. You saw this as a revolving door. People get out, and first of all, I back up. We need drug programs. I could go on. We need drug programs, more drug programs in our prison. We have
More
to.
drug programs.
Mental health,
More
we would be here
programs
for
to get
another
drugs
2
into
days.
prison.
We have to
Wait,
give
what?
our mental health in our prison system, counseling to help
Oh,
people.
what's that?
I think our local jails actually do a better job of it, at least
Yes,
in
Rose
Florida.
Spott's
But
hearing. I
we've
want to
gotta
hear
work
that
on
one
that, because
instead.
when
Hold
people
on.
get out, we expect
Oh,
them
shitballs. Hold
to
on.
do well.
That's one I really wanted to
Many
hear.
people don't
God
even
damn
know
it.
how to go get a driver's license, yet we're telling you go get a job, have a place to live.
Parameters. So, for example, with the Ukraine money, every week or two you'll see a release of it, and there's a great deal of
How long has
discretion
this been
given to
going
the
on?
president on when it's released and how much is released. For example,
Okay,
in
wait, I've
last
gotta go
fall, when
back.
we passed the Ukraine money, they decided to call some of it.
Have been driven by a commitment to taxpayers, wily veterans.
Okay, I'm just going to stop it for a minute. This is Russell Vought. Now, Russell Vought, we did a lot of talking about Russell Vought. And Russell Vought is going to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget, which is a very important office in terms of personnel management, all of these things. So, and he is an architect of Project 2025. He is part of the, what is it, the FRA or something, Family Resurgence. What is he? He is very bad. He's very, very, very bad. Family Research Council, FRC or something. Everything, whether it gets funding or not, it just controls the money, sends the office to, money to Ukraine. FRC, the Family Research Council. Thank you, Oren. And Gal has a lot of work done on him. A lot of people have talked about Russ Vought, but he's one of those names that you don't really know, but you need to know because he's going to be one of the people who's important just around mass deportations. You know, like he's fucking insane. Oh, probably around March, Iguana is the best weather. Okay. So we're going to catch up on this one. Let me get him to $1.25 here. And then we'll go from there. Okay.
Their love and support and enthusiasm for me serving again is a major reason for why I feel that my going back into OMB is the right endeavor at the right moment, beyond my enthusiasm for being at President Trump's side. It is a profound honor to be nominated a second time by President Trump to serve as the director of the Office of Management and Budget. The president has promised the American people a federal government that works for all Americans, not the interests of bureaucrats and an entrenched establishment. Making a start in fulfilling that vital promise during my previous time at OMB as deputy director and director was among the most rewarding experiences of my career. Throughout my career, I have been driven by a commitment to taxpayers and their families. Growing up as the son of an electrician and a school teacher, I saw firsthand the sacrifices my parents made to balance their budget and save for the future. They are a reminder of the burden of government spending can place on everyday Americans. My parents and countless others like them have always been the measure of which I evaluate policies and spending decisions. Today, nearly 80% of Americans do not feel confident that their children will lead better lives than they have. That's nearly double the 40% of Americans who said the same just 2 decades ago. When I look at government waste and our national debt, I fear for my daughter's future. Almost half of our fellow citizens expect their standard of living to be worse than that of their parents, a critical part of understanding the president's overwhelmingly successful election. I am eager to get back to fulfilling the promise of a federal government that works as hard as people like my parents. OMB's mission goes beyond crafting the president's budget. It encompasses the management of the federal government, reforming regulation, and coordinating policies across agencies to ensure efficient and effective implementation of the American people's will as expressed by both their legislative and executive representatives. A strong interagency process delivers the best results for all Americans, and I believe OMB's collaborative ethos is key to achieving those outcomes. The civil servants at OMB are among the most resourceful and innovative individuals I have worked with. It has been my privilege to work alongside them, and I look forward to leading and supporting them as director once again as we labor to make the American government work again. We have to use taxpayer dollars wisely, because inflation driven by irresponsible federal spending taxes Americans twice. The average American household has lost roughly 2,000 of purchasing powers just since January 2021. The forgotten men and women of this country, those who work hard every day in cities and towns across this country, deserve a government that empowers them to achieve their dreams. While Office of Management and Budget may not be a household term, the agency's work is profoundly one that impacts their lives. If confirmed, I will continue to serve with the best intentions at their heart to serve and strive to ensure every decision contributes to a more prosperous future for all Americans. Thank you for considering my nomination. I look forward to answering your questions and the opportunity to discuss how OMB can continue to deliver on its vital mission.
Thank you. We will now proceed to questions where each member will have 7 minutes. I want to be clear at the outset that the committee will not tolerate any disruptions of today's procedures. The committee will direct the Capitol Police to immediately remove any member of the audience that attempts to disrupt the hearing. Mr. Vought, it's a practice of this committee to ask this question. Do you agree without reservation to comply with any request or summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes, I will be up here always with the advice and counsel of our team.
I reserve the rest of my time and recognize the ranking member for his questions.
Mr. Vought, under your leadership in 2019, OMB illegally withheld $214 million that Congress appropriated to the Department of Defense to provide security assistance to Ukraine. The Government Accountability Office concluded that OMB's actions were a violation of the Impoundment Control Act and that your actions then forced Congress to reappropriate the funds. Just 4 years ago, you told this very committee that under your leadership, OMB would abide by the Impoundment Control Act. However, your past actions and public statements suggest that you may not follow this law in the future. So my question for you, sir, is if you are confirmed as OMB director again, do you commit to follow the law and allow OMB to withhold funding from, and not allow OMB to withhold funding from programs that Congress has appropriated?
Senator, thanks for the question. I will always commit to upholding the law. I disagree with the characterization of the General Accounting Office. My time at OMB, we followed the law consistently, and we will continue to do so.
So that you can withhold funds that are appropriated by Congress? You think that's within the law?
Again, Senator, we did not hold inappropriately funds. We were engaged in a policy process with regard to how funding would flow to Ukraine. We released the funding by the end of the fiscal year.
Do you believe the Impoundment Control Act of 1974 is the law of the land that you must follow?
It is the law of the land. As you know, the president has run on that issue. He believes it's unconstitutional. For 200 years, presidents had the ability to spend less than an appropriation if they could do it for less. And we have seen the extent to which this law has contributed to waste, fraud, and abuse. But as it pertains to the parameters of how we would use that, that's something that his team will have to consider when they are confirmed in these roles.
So you know that the Impoundment Control Act has created a process that's been held by courts over and over again. Courts in Train versus City of New York have consistently rejected attempts by presidents to withhold funds unless Congress clearly allows it. In Clinton versus New York also determined that laws which allow the president to unilaterally cancel appropriations are unconstitutional. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is there anywhere in the Constitution that gives the OMB director to determine whether or not a law is unconstitutional?
Again, there are 200 years of practice by the presidents of the United States have used
So
this.
you're saying these courts are wrong? That's fine if they're wrong, but these are the laws of the land right now.
I'm aware that they are the laws of the land and the caseload that is on the books, and this is something that the administration will consider when they are in these roles, if confirmed.
So you're going to continue to challenge and break the law going forward?
Sir, I'm not going to continue to break the law. I'm giving you my commitment to uphold the laws of this land. This administration.
And these court precedents? You don't care about the court precedents?
No, sir, that's not what I've said. I've said that the president has run on the issue of impoundment and has reminded the country that 200 years of presidents have used this authority, and we'll be developing our approach to this issue and strategy once his administration is in office.
Okay, well, you know, as a member of the Senate Appropriations Committee, that I am in addition to this, I've worked very hard with colleagues to negotiate in good faith and reach bipartisan spending agreements. And I'm concerned about your actions and statements about the president going to be able to unilaterally refuse to spend money that Congress has appropriated. I get it, he ran for office, but that doesn't change the Constitution. There are other processes that we have to go through. We don't allow presidents to act outside of the Constitution. I would certainly hope you would advise the president that he is also bound, that he will take an oath of office here in a few days to uphold the Constitution, and we have to abide by that, not because you just believe something. There is a process to go through. But my question is, how will Congress be able to negotiate in good faith if the president is simply able to disregard the bipartisan laws that are passed through the appropriation process? How do we negotiate with someone who says, I'm just going to do what I want, to the hell with the Constitution?
Again, Senator, I think that's a mischaracterization of the president's viewpoint on this matter, and it is not something in which would impact bipartisan negotiations, notwithstanding anything that he announces with regard to impoundment.
So if the president can refuse to spend appropriations passed by Congress, wouldn't he now just basically have the power to simply pick all the winners and losers who receive government funding? He has all that power.
No, of course not. But again, I'm not going to get into the parameters of the power that it requires a policy process by his incoming team.
I'm answering without answering.
Congress has granted the president broad authorities to respond to real emergencies and crises, like pandemics and natural disasters. However, past administrations of both parties have unfortunately abused these authorities, as the chairman and I have noted. In fact, Senator Paul and I have worked together on bipartisan legislation to curb the abuse of presidential emergency powers and reassert proper congressional oversight. And I'm deeply concerned about reporting that indicates that you designed the plan to abuse the National Emergency Act to circumvent laws passed by Congress by moving military construction money to build a border wall. Do you commit, so my question for you, sir, is do you commit to not recommend the use of presidential emergencies to accomplish the president's policy agenda?
Senator, with regard to that instance in our first term, we were specifically using the transfer authority that had been provided in the language of the Department of Defense appropriations to be able to transfer that authority to the Army Corps of Engineers for its use on the border wall. It was specifically a transfer authority that Congress had given the president in the underlying appropriation.
There was you circumvented the laws. I think it's pretty clear. My question is, next question and last question here in remaining time, will you support efforts to rein in presidential authority and ensure that Congress has a rightful say, in the use of emergency powers? Will you support those efforts?
I'm not going to speak on future legislation, but the administration will review anything that comes to their desk, and OMB will have a definite role in reviewing that legislation, as you know, in terms of our enrolled bill process for the president.
So, very simple question. Do you believe Congress has a rightful role in the use of emergency powers?
Again, Congress provided the laws that the president uses to declare emergencies. If Congress wants to make changes to those laws, that's their prerogative to do, and the administration will consider those and have a position if those bills get to his desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With regard to the subject, I'm sympathetic to some of the points Senator Peters is making. There was a vote at the time, and I actually voted with many on the opposite side of the aisle to say the power of the purse is Congress's when we decide it's going to be spent somewhere. However, given that that was my position and still is my position, I think there is some debate over transfer authority and moving money and what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. I disagree with it. I think if we appropriate something for a cause, that's where it's supposed to go. And that will still be my position. But I think there is at least some debate over the legality of repurposing, reauthorizing, and the transfer in the law. And if we want to make it less so, we may need to tie up, the rules and the boundaries more, see what we do to everything. There's a national security waiver. There's a presidential waiver, all these emergencies. Congress has made the mistake of giving too much power to the executives, regardless of party. So this is something I'm still open to no matter who is president, and hopefully we can continue to discuss. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me congratulate you on your new position here. And say I'm really looking forward to working with you to reinvigorate congressional oversight, which we've allowed to atrophy, quite honestly. So really want to work very cooperatively with you to do so.
Let's talk about congressional oversight.
First chart I'm going to put up here
Ron.
describes and shows dramatically what bipartisan spending cooperation yields us. In 2019, prior to the pandemic, the federal government total spending was $4.4 trillion. During the pandemic, with the severe recession, trying to help Americans out of that, we went on a massive spending spree and spent $6.5 trillion that year. Now, in an American family, if let's say you spend $100,000 a year and you have a family member that gets sick and you have extraordinary expenses, maybe $50,000, you spend $150,000 that year. The following year, if you get well, you don't keep spending $150,000 bucks, and you certainly don't borrow money to do so. But the federal government, in effect, did the exact same things. For the last 5 years, we've averaged $6.5 trillion. Last year, we spent over $6.9 trillion.
Honey.
This is $2.1 trillion above 2019 levels. This is absurd. Mr. Vought, do you see any rationale for continuing these spending levels?
No, Senator, and thank you for the question. I mean, we're in a situation where we have $36 trillion in debt. Our fiscal house continues to be a mess. When I left office, we were spending about $350 billion in interest per year, too much. And we're now in a situation where it has surpassed what we spend on defense. And we have to put forward budgets and spending plans. We have to consider them in Congress. The budget process needs to work again. And we've got to tackle this problem that you're clearly articulating.
Let's talk about how we reset spending to a reasonable level. Let me put it in my next chart. Another family analogy. Let's say that same family makes $100,000 and they have a child. So their population grows 25%. So if their income grew from $100,000 to $125,000, and let's say throw on top of that 3% inflation. So now you're at $128,750 total income. That family's kept whole, right? Kind of no harm. They've been able to maintain their spending level with increased population and inflation. Well, again, I'm trying to figure out some way to justify
increased population,
a lower spending level. So I've gone back in time. I went back to Bill Clinton's administration, 1998. The first year we had a surplus since 1969. Back then, Bill Clinton spent $1.7 trillion. Last year we spent $6.9 trillion. Now, if you take Bill Clinton's spending level, again, I don't think Bill Clinton spent too little, and you inflate the spending to increase it based on population growth and inflation, with this caveat, you slot in President Biden's spending on Social Security and Medicare and interest. You leave those as they are, but you inflate it. That $1.7 trillion would be $5.5 trillion of a baseline spending. Now, if that's too reasonable for you and you want to spend more money, you could look at President Obama's 2014 spending. Back then, he spent $3.5 trillion. Now, inflate his base spending,
You can't just compare
population and inflation,
one year to another.
using Biden's Social Security,
Oh my
Medicare,
God,
and interest,
This is stupid on
you'd be
so
spending
many
$6.2 trillion.
levels.
Those would be reasonable baselines, correct?
What's happening
Now, I also
in
did it 2019.
Bill
I don't particularly like the result because we be at
administration
$6.5 trillion.
versus- oh,
That's
for
not good
fuck's
enough.
sake.
Let's go to our next chart.
This is dumb as fuck.
Here's
How
the one, and I think
embarrassing.
you've got this in front of you, that I want to use. Because we have a new administration, President Trump, the tail of his administration, you were probably key in producing this budget, budgeted for 2025, a spending level of $5.4 trillion. So if you take that budget, inflate all the spending except for Social Security, Medicare, and interest, that is what we spent this year anyway, or projected to spend in 2025, the baseline budget would be $6 trillion. So my question to you is, having gone through this, I realize a lot of numbers, a little bit of a rationale here. Why wouldn't this be a very reasonable baseline spending as a starting point for the next 10 years?
Senator, I think it very well could be. I mean, I think we have to get into office if confirmed and look at the numbers, begin the formal budget development for the president's fiscal year 26 budget. Haven't begun to do that. But there's a clear template in terms of the previous budgets that the president has put forward. He put forward more spending cuts and reforms and savings than any president in history.
This guy is.
It was largely ignored by Congress. Our hope is that the budgets that he puts forward, that there's more of a take-up rate here in Congress with regard to the spending cuts that are necessary to get us out of this hole.
Would you agree right now that this is the primary metric that we need to be focusing on, is how much in total the federal government spends? It's not, I'm hearing people saying, well, in order to sign on to a budget, I've got to see $3 to $5 trillion in cuts. Measured against what? And I will just point out, by the way, in terms of metric, you start about a $6 trillion level when we're already spending $7 trillion. That's $1 trillion difference over 10 years. That's $10 trillion in reduced spending versus what the current Biden baseline is. I would also ask, do you think any American who voted for President Trump expected that spending levels would remain at Biden levels?
No, look, the president ran on the issue of fiscal accountability, dealing with our inflation situation. And to your earlier question, Senator, like any family in the country, the main metric with regard to whether your fiscal house is good or not is the extent to which you're spending and the way that drives your debt. And that's the metric, and that's the area that we'll be looking at to be able to bring it back into some rationality.
By the way, I didn't point out on the previous chart there, I showed the Clinton level. If you inflate that to $5.5 trillion, just happens to match what President Biden is projecting for revenue. If we do this, we're that close to a balanced budget. So it's possible, and it's possible using Clinton spending priorities or even Obama spending priorities. I just soon use President Trump's. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hassan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Peters, for this hearing. Welcome, Mr. Vogt, and welcome to your family as well. In 2018, President Trump signed into law the Support Act, a comprehensive bipartisan package to help address the opioid crisis in this country. The Support Act expanded resources for the state law enforcement officials and first responders who are on the front lines of this opioid crisis by, for example, helping provide overdose reversal medication to states and localities. Unfortunately, Elon Musk killed a recent bipartisan agreement to authorize the Support Act for the next 5 years, and you've previously supported rescinding funds for fully funded programs that require further authorization. Congress, meanwhile, has appropriated funds for next year for the Support Act services. If confirmed, will you commit to distributing funds appropriated by Congress for Support Act programs?
Senator, thanks for the question. As you know, the president, the opioids epidemic is a huge priority for the president. We'll be taking a look at all of the funds that are necessary to combat that epidemic. I can't speak to it beyond that because we haven't, not confirmed, we haven't begun that process. But you can certainly be assured that this was something that you heard about in the first term with regard to the president's interest in this area, and I can imagine it will continue to be that.
Well, let me just be clear here, because I'm following up on a point that Senator Peters made. We've appropriated the money. We had a bipartisan agreement to reauthorize the program. So I am disappointed that you won't make a clear commitment here today to ensure that the life-saving program signed into law by President Trump will continue to receive funds that have been provided by Congress. And I urge you to rethink your position as your nomination is considered by the Senate. Government shutdowns put public safety and our national security at risk, but you have repeatedly, Mr. Vogt, called for brinksmanship around government shutdowns and opposed bipartisan deals to keep the government open. In 2011, for example, you wrote in an article that Republicans simply must be prepared to shut the government down. That's a quote. Simply must be prepared to shut the government down, close quote. And, quote, need to dig deep and embrace the sort of brinksmanship that shows they are playing to win, close quote. If confirmed, you'd play a role in negotiations to prevent a government shutdown later this spring. Why have you repeatedly advocated the use of the threat of a government shutdown as a political bargaining chip? If confirmed, would you continue to favor a partisan agenda over keeping the government open?
Senator, I don't think I have been a person that has wanted to have government shutdowns. I've had to be the one that kept the government open consistent with the law for the longest shutdown in history. I know the impact that it has on the federal government, and I want to be a part of a process that sends budgets as soon as they can, meeting all the statutory deadlines, to be able to start the process with the appropriators as early as possible so that on a bipartisan basis, recognizing that appropriations bills have to have bipartisan support, and to get that done as soon as possible so that you don't have the kind of pileups at the end of the fiscal year that we have seen. And I think the breakdown of the budget process here in Congress is something that has not been good, and I hope that it is brought back to a good degree and that we can have a bipartisan spending process of which I look forward to participating in if confirmed.
Well, unfortunately, this is a situation where there seems to be kind of a confirmation conversion because your words in articles and in talks reflect a different view about the use of government shutdowns. And I will note that the impact of government shutdowns,
yes, do it, Orrin.
Not just an impact on the federal government, it impacts the American people in significant ways. So this isn't about people in government offices. This is about them and the people they serve in the United States. And that's the reality, and that's why it's so important that government, efficient, effective, right-sized government, continues to stay open. I'd like to ask you about the non-political role that OMB plays in distributing grant funding and ask for your commitment to fulfill this role in a nonpartisan way.
Good about that?
In December, President Biden signed the Grant Transparency Act into law, a bipartisan bill that I worked on with Senator Cornyn to require agencies to provide greater transparency regarding how grant applications are evaluated. The law is intended to provide grant applicants with a clear picture of how their applications will be reviewed so that the grant-making process is fair and competitive. So, yes or no, if confirmed, do you commit to ensuring that agencies do not evaluate a grant application with the applicant's political identity or views in mind?
Certainly look forward to looking at that law. Those are the types of transparency laws that we have supported before, and many of these new requirements, new transparency initiatives are things that in my first opportunity to do this job, we made a concerted effort to get it done, to actually move forward and not let this be something that we just say, hey, we don't have the resources to do, and I look forward to continuing to do that.
Well, I appreciate that, but the question was yes or no. If confirmed, do you commit to ensuring that agencies do not evaluate a grant application with the applicant's political identity or views in mind?
If it's the law of the land, absolutely. We have no business in trying to engage in understanding someone's political views.
If confirmed, do you commit to ensuring that agencies do not evaluate a grant application submitted by a state based on that state's political makeup, whether it is red, blue, or purple?
Again, Senator, the extent to which we make decisions are going to be based on the policy grounds, the agenda of the President of the United States. We will continue to do that.
So if the President says to you, I don't care what the law says, I don't like California, and I'm not going to give them the disaster aid they need, you're going to stand up to the President and say, sir, that's not appropriate.
Senator, I don't engage in hypotheticals, but the President would never ask me to do something along those lines.
Well, history speaks a little bit differently to that point. And if confirmed, would you direct agencies to withhold grant funding from eligible grant applications that hold different political identities or views from President-elect Trump?
Again, we make decisions at OMB based on the policy grounds, the laws that are in place, and we do not look at people's political inclinations.
And even if you somehow found out about people's political inclinations, you would not allow that to influence your decision-making at OMB?
Correct.
Thank you.
Senator Moreno.
Yeah, we do know they just say whatever
so you know
they
you're a
want,
newbie.
right?
You don't know to hit the button.
Because remember,
thank you, Mr.
Roe
Chairman, for having me on the committee. Thank you, Mr.
law.
Vogt, for being here. I probably can't imagine that, like me, you're thinking to yourself, why am I doing this? I know I think about that every once in a while when I'm here because I never thought I would be doing this. So I got to confess up front that I've been a fan of yours before I even thought about running for public office. And I think your selection to run OMB is an incredible service that you're about to provide to this country. One of the good news that I've heard so far in this hearing is a lot of talk about the United States Constitution.
Yes, if the
as you know, when we
President
talked,
directs it,
I wasn't born in this country. I came here as a young kid. I had a tough mom who made me study for the citizenship test. She made me read all 88 Federalist Papers as a teenager, and not fun to read today, let alone when you're in your teens.
And
I studied the Constitution up and down, so I have a question for you because you're more the expert than I am. Where in the United States Constitution does the bureaucracy stand in terms of power versus the president?
Senator, it's a great question, and thanks for the kind words. The Constitution envisions that the bureaucracy would work for the President of the United States in Article 2.
So now I come from the private sector where I ran companies with thousands of employees. I suspect it should work, but correct me if I'm wrong, where if you're the chief executive, that means that all the people that work for you actually work for you. Is that true in government also?
It is not the case currently, but it is something that, as a policy objective, I think our founders would have envisioned it that way.
So meaning that the president, not Congress, not the judicial branch, has total and complete discretion over who serves at his or her pleasure?
Again, those are not the laws that are on the books as of that we know today.
What?
The president has many laws that
That's a king thing,
and paradigms
bitch.
have been put in place to ensure that the American people's will, when they select a president, are not what prevails in the agenda-setting process.
Because I would suspect that most voters, somebody like me who wasn't into politics a few years ago, would suspect that the president is actually the one making these decisions, not some unnamed bureaucrat, whether they're a good person or a bad person, or been here for 5 years or 25 years. That it's the president's agenda that should be implemented. Is that correct?
Who wasn't into politics a few years ago?
When you look at the separation of powers, which is a fascinating conversation among the 88 Federalist Papers, they were really concerned about the decentralization of power. There's a lot of conversation about what Congress does, what the president does, and what, of course, the judiciary does. In your point of view, is it the president's ability to unilaterally terminate student debt, for example?
Dumb as a post.
No, sir.
But it seems like the prior administration did that.
Yeah,
it
red
went to the
Federalist,
judicial
so I
branch.
guess you weren't
They found it to be unconstitutional. And yet, President Biden continued to forgive student debt. What would be your point of view on that?
Beat Sherrod
Again,
Brown?
we believe that was not the right course of action, that the president did not have that authority. And I think an example of the Biden administration's unwillingness to follow the law.
Yes.
Now, did you find a lot of outrage about that from those who are now asking you the same question about a potential Trump administration? Meaning,
I'm going to find
like if you were somebody who was introducing legislation here in this body to forgive student debt, not something I think we should be doing. I don't think we should be forgiving anybody's debt.
He's a fucking
We certainly shouldn't
fraud.
have, in my case in Ohio, 70% of the people who didn't attend college to pay for the 30% who did. But do you find it hypocritical if you're somebody who's introduced legislation to forgive student debt and now is lecturing you about the executive overreach powers? Would you find that to be hypocritical?
I note that I did not find any outrage on the Democratic side with regard to President Biden's actions on that, and I'll just leave it at that.
And I see, if you don't mind, now I'll yield a few of my minutes back, but I want to, if you don't mind, ask you a personal question. How old are your daughters?
12 and 10.
12 and 10. So if they're our age at some point, really old, by the way, if we don't do something, like actually do something serious, when they're in their 50s, Mr. Vought,
listen.
what will their future be like?
Less freedom, less opportunity. I mean, the extent to which we don't tackle our fiscal situation means that the amount of burden that's going to inevitably come from higher taxes, that's going to inevitably put on their backs with regard to debt and what they're inheriting is not what we were given. And we were given a better shot. And I think that's one of the things that keeps me up at night is the extent to which we haven't seen progress in the area of dealing with our fiscal situation. And that has to change, or it's going to have profound impact on the next generation and the next generation of those who are trying to take advantage of this country and the opportunity that it affords.
And if I could just ask you one last personal question. When you think about what you're going through here in this hearing and what you're about to inherit going into work in a very tough situation, is it fair to say that you're doing this because you genuinely love this country and are concerned about the future of this nation?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Well, thank you for doing it. I appreciate it. Thank you to your family. It is an absolute sign of patriotism for you to be here. Look forward to having you and every single one of President Trump's overqualified nominees to have this body confirmed so that we can get to work to put this country back on track. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your service, Mr. Vought, and your willingness to come back. Thank you also to your family. As you know, in the closing days of the last session, the United States Congress, by overwhelming majorities, approved disaster relief funding going to the Department of Agriculture, as well as FEMA, for disaster relief all around the country. Will you commit to releasing those funds promptly and fully to the areas that depend on that disaster relief funding?
We will continue to release the money that's appropriately been funded for these areas, as we always have with regard to the FEMA dollars.
So the answer is yes.
Yes, we will continue to do what we did in the
You
first
won't continue because you're not yet in office.
Fucking liar. He lied about his MBA.
You will release that money fully and promptly to the agencies that can provide that relief. For example,
he's
the
just a fucking
prick. $31 billion, I believe it is.
He says he learned English
for
watching Ronald Reagan speeches.
Army Corps and the Agriculture Department.
But he only got into politics a few years ago, Gal, although his mother made him read the 88 Federalist Papers when he was
These are specific amounts. How about the $3.8 billion left for security assistance to Ukraine? Will you release that money?
Again, Senator, I'm not going to get ahead of the policy process of the incoming administration, but when it comes to responding to the disasters, the president has always been someone that cares deeply about these areas and getting them
I'm talking
Puerto
about
Rico.
the Ukraine funding, which I believe is essential. The Congress believed it's vital. It's been authorized and appropriated. Will you release that?
But not into
remaining
politics until a
$3.8
few
billion?
years ago, easily.
Again, Senator, I'm not going to get ahead of the president on a foreign policy issue of the magnitude of the situation with regard to Ukraine.
Let me ask you, do you believe the Impoundment Control Act is constitutional?
No, I don't believe it's constitutional. The president ran on that view. That's his view, and I agree with
Have you read Train versus New York? That's the United States Supreme Court saying it is constitutional. You're saying that you're going to just defy the courts, the Office of Legal Counsel, under both administrations, including then Attorney Rehnquist, afterward becoming Supreme Court Justice, wrote for the Office of Legal Counsel. You are simply going to take the law into your own hands.
I did not say that, nor did I imply that on behalf of the incoming administration. I said earlier to a question from Senator Peters that the incoming administration was going to take the president's view on this, as he stated in the campaign, work it through with the lawyers of the Department of Justice, some of them who are coming before Congress just today, if confirmed, and to put that through a policy process. And I can't prejudge that policy process, but I certainly can't announce the parameters of what it would produce.
I am astonished and aghast that someone in this responsible a position would, in effect, say that the president is above the law and that the United States Supreme Court is entitled to their opinion, but mine should supersede it. It's just baffling that we are in this, I think, unprecedented moment in the history of this country. And I think our colleagues should be equally aghast, because this issue goes beyond Republican or Democrat. It's bigger than one administration or another. It's whether the law of the land should prevail, or maybe it's up for grabs, depending on what the president thinks. I think it is fundamental, and I hope you will reconsider this view. And I'm going to put it in a question for the record to give you an opportunity to recast your answer, which I think should be disqualifying for both sides of the aisle, frankly, because what goes around comes around. The next administration could be Democratic, could be independent, but the Supreme Court in Train versus New York said it's constitutional. That's been the clear consensus. So let me move on. I'm the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I'm concerned by your proposal that there should be a means test for who deserves Veterans Affairs disability compensation. For me, nothing's more important than caring for our veterans. I think that is true of many of us on both sides of the aisle. Do you believe that veterans should receive disability benefits only if they qualify under some kind of means test?
Senator, the president has been a firm supporter of veteran spending, of getting veterans everything that they need. That was always reflected in all of the budgets that the president sent to the Hill, and I fully expect—
I'm going to interrupt you with apologies because my time is running out. Do you believe there should be a means test for disability benefits going to veterans?
Again, I'm not going to speak to the—
But you're not going to answer that question. But you have in the past taken the position there should be a means test.
The president has always fully supported veteran spending and put forward everything that they need for that the Department of VA does, and I fully expect that to continue.
Do you believe that
my God.
disability compensation benefits for veterans should be eliminated if any veteran has a disability rating below 30%?
Senator, I'm not here on behalf of what I think, but I'm here on behalf of the president.
That is the proposal from the Center for Renewing America, the organization that you founded. Do you continue to believe it?
It's a think tank that I currently am the president of. It is not the agenda of the incoming president of the United States. And so I'm here on behalf of being his nominee and doing his budgets.
Is that what he believes?
Again, you should judge him by the budgets that he sent forward to Congress. And I am here on behalf of the fiscal responsibility that he wants to restore. And I fully intend to do that if confirmed.
Oh, Orrin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, as I said previously, I'm sympathetic not only to the arguments that Senator Peters made, but Senator Blumenthal is making on power of the purse. The only thing I would caution with this is, as we debate this, so much of this is because Congress hasn't done a good job with clear parameters. So, for example, with the Ukraine money, every week or two you'll see a release of it. And there's a great deal of discretion given to the president on when it's released and how much is released. For example, in last fall when we passed the Ukraine money, they decided to call some of it loans. And so they did. And then a month later, they forgave the loans. And I was like, wow, when are they even supposed to start paying on the loans? I discovered their first payment wasn't supposed to be made for 40 years. So that's disingenuous. It's a loan. Oh, we're going to forgive it. When are they supposed to start paying? In 40 years. But there's a great deal of latitude. And part of this, and this is going to be as it moves forward.
Generally, when a country goes to war and loses a lot of their infrastructure, they need time to pay things back that might feel
Every piece of legislation that we put out has a presidential waiver for national security.
Seems pretty
they always
sound
say, if you don't do that, you're
economics to
crazy. What
me.
about in times of war? Well, no, they just use that for everything.
Not just
You're
a
going to find
grant,
that there's going to be a
it's a
bunch of
loan.
issues, that there's going to be
Jesus
emergencies declared on,
Christ.
but Congress
Seems like
let
a
it.
really great
So we do need to readdress this, and I am sympathetic to it. Senator Peters and I have a bill on emergency powers that I hope will get a vote, which says that basically presidential powers would expire in 30 days unless approved by us. Now, any presidential powers with either the current president or the next president go on forever unless we reject them with a 2/3 vote, an almost impossible bar. But there is,
it wouldn't be.
I think, a difficulty in the
Bill
witness
Clinton,
answering.
I guess,
Will you spend all the Ukraine money? I think
according
they have. It's
to the other
complicated.
guy.
They have all kinds of parameters for how much to spend, when, and there. We haven't made it that explicit. That's my only point. Did you want to comment?
I will just say briefly, Mr. Chairman, the reason why Congress writes laws with attempted precision, not always, but sometimes providing latitude, is to enable some flexibility in the executive branch releasing funds. That's a prerogative of Congress. But then the president has to obey what we say in releasing the money. And
I would just argue we made the windows too big.
My comment
waiver's
here
too big.
goes to obeying the law that has been upheld repeatedly
No, that's why you
as
have
constitutional,
Congress.
as
I
opposed
think it's
to
a valid
saying,
debate.
no, we don't need to
No,
obey
it's not a
because
valid
we
debate.
believe
You
it's
misunderstand the
unconstitutional.
Constitution,
I think it's a valid debate and a
Dr.
good debate.
Paul,
Senator Kim.
Dentist Paul.
Thank you, Mr.
One
Vogt,
of the
for
bad
coming.
Pauls.
Did you want to? Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for leading this committee. I'm excited to be on it. Mr. Vogt, thank you for coming out before us. I want to start by just reading you a quote that you had said. It's, quote, there certainly is going to be mass layoffs and firing, particularly at some of the agencies that we don't even think should exist. I want to just give you an opportunity to clarify, what are the agencies that you don't think should exist?
Well, I didn't say that. If you go back and look at the video of when I said that in an interview, I said there needs to be. I didn't make an announcement on behalf of the incoming administration that there would be. So I'm not here to do that or to elaborate on any plans to that effect, because I'm not sure that they exist.
Okay, well then let me go a little bit ahead here. You know, there are some entities within the executive branch that have some space of independence, Federal Reserve and others. You've said in the past, quote, it's very hard to square the Fed's independence with the Constitution. Can you elaborate on that so I can understand your thinking?
I'm not here as a think tank president, sir. I'm here as a nominee to be OMB director. The president hasn't spoken on that matter. I'm here on his behalf and for his agenda.
Well, we are trying to assess your capabilities to do this job.
But then you say you can't tell us
I
what
guess I
he's
just wanted to
thinking.
get a
What the
sense
fuck
of
is
your
it?
understanding of the Constitution and the executive branches, in particular the president's
I love
capacity
this
to be
guy.
able to shape that. So I would like to just ask again, for instance, should the president have the ability to set interest rates?
Sir, the president has run on the issue of bringing independent agencies in for a regulatory review. He has not spoken to the question that you just asked. I'm here on his behalf, and not on behalf of anything that I've stated with regard to policies at the Center for Renewing America, and I'm here on for his agenda.
Well, I guess I'll ask it in a different way. Do you believe that the president has the authority to set interest rates?
This is bad,
Sir, I'm not going to speak to the matter. If that's not it's a hypothetical that is best
It's not a
entertained.
hypothetical. I'm trying to get a sense of your understanding of the power of the president. You know, you will serve, if it confirmed, in the office of the president. And I want to have a sense of your understanding of what the president is allowed to do and not allowed to do. And I think that that's a very valid concern.
Again, Senator, I'm here for the president's agenda, and my view of OMB is that it is a very important office. It touches all aspects of the federal government, and that it is important for the president to have someone in this role that wants to accomplish his agenda and not their own personal agenda. That's what I'm known for, and that's what I'll continue to be if confirmed.
Well, look, I will move on to something that's very clearly not hypothetical then, which is your previous work in the past administration.
Let's be real.
You said in your written testimony here, quote, the civil servants at OMB are amongst the most resourceful and innovative I've worked with. But I've also heard you say in other circumstances, quote, we want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected when they wake up in the morning. We want them not to want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma. I raise this with you because I was a career nonpartisan civil servant. You know, I worked in multiple departments and agencies. I guess I just wanted to ask you why you would use a language like villains in talking about people serving our nation.
In those comments, I was referring to the bureaucracies that I believe have been weaponized, and there are portions of weaponized bureaucracies across the federal government.
So are those
that doesn't
not
mean there's
people?
not amazing career civil servants, many of whom I've worked with at OMB. I look forward to, have confirmed, getting back to work with them and being able to rely on their expertise, their understanding of the federal programs, and to be able to allow them to help us have more implementable policies on behalf of the President of the United States. But I do believe that there are bureaucracies that are weaponized against the American people. When you have
even within OMB?
No, sir, not within OMB.
Oh,
well, I guess I wanted to ask you then, at the end of your term as OMB director, you implemented Schedule F, and you implemented that as well at OMB. Do you remember what percentage of personnel at OMB you categorized as Schedule F?
We implemented it at 90%. Again, Senator, that was not to fire anyone. It was to change their classification.
And what is the purpose for the changing of that classification? What does that allow you to do?
It's to ensure that the president, who has policy setting responsibility, has individuals who are also confidential policy-making positions, are responding to his views, his agenda, and works under the same basis that most Americans work on, which is they have to do a good job, or they may not be in those positions for longer. And I didn't find that to be the case with regard to anyone at OMB.
But you felt that it was necessary to take this step still and hang that over them?
Well, the president had a policy. He instructed all agency heads to use the Schedule F classification.
Yep.
You look at OMB, it is essentially all policy-making officials. That's why we had a higher percentage. And I am someone that is going to abide by the president's viewpoints.
Have you had
I think it was a sound policy as it pertains to making sure that the president has career civil servants that are going to give us all of their knowledge and expertise and disagreement at times as to what they think about a potential proposal, but at the same time being
Hold on
aware
for a second. I just wanted to ask this question, which is, has the president-elect had conversations with you about restarting Schedule F starting January 20th?
I don't speak to the conversations that I have with the president. Those are private deliberations, and I'm not here to announce anything on behalf of
When we have these confirmation hearings, we ask those that come before us to let us know what are the priorities of the president when it comes to the work that you do. I want to ask one particular question here. In the first administration, or so far in hiring for the second administration, have you or any other managers asked candidates for employment or current employees if they have who they have voted for in the presidential election, what party they are affiliated with, or if they have donated to campaigns?
No.
You have never, no one that you know of?
No.
And if you had heard and come and understood that some people within the administration or incoming administration are asking those questions, what would be your response to that?
I can only speak for myself, Senator. I haven't asked those questions.
Okay. I yield back.
He won't even answer that. It's all the devil's in the details.
Looking forward to working with you. I'm a former CIA officer and Pentagon official. I did 3 tours in Iraq. I worked very proudly for both Democrat and Republican administrations, including in the White House of both. I'm also a Democrat who won in a Trump state, right? A state that we were both on the ballot. I think what's interesting is we don't have to guess how you'll be in this job because you've been in the job before. You are kind of the ultimate Washington insider. You've been in for 26 years in this town. You've been on the Senate. You've started a think tank. You've been in and out of different policy jobs. So you're definitely of this town, and you clearly know the rules well of this town. You've said, and I agree with you, that a budget is a reflection of president's priorities. I think the thing that was really disturbing as a Michigander was one of the things you did 3 out of the 4 budgets that you prepared last time was zero out the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, this huge program to maintain the Great Lakes, 20% of the fresh water of the world, where it took bipartisan work, including potentially senators in this room before my time, to claw that back. We have projects on treating algae blooms and invasive species, cleaning up some of our bays, making sure it's accessible for commercial traffic. What's your view on the GLRI?
Yes,
are we going to have this conversation again when you zero it out in the budget?
I have not started, because I'm not confirmed, working on the president's fiscal year 26 budget. I can't speak to those issues, but I'm happy to work with you on your viewpoints as it pertains to that program, and consider all of those and the recommendations we get for the president. Inevitably, what we end up coming up here and defending.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was very bipartisan. There's 465 projects in Ohio. 1,200 projects in Wisconsin, a ton in Michigan. So it's something, but can you confirm you submitted a zeroing out of that program 3 years in a row last time you were OMB director?
It's been a long time, Senator. I have to go back and refresh my memory on the specifics of our budgets, but I'm happy to do that in the QFRs.
Yeah. On the issue of impoundment, I know you've addressed this, but if this group on a bipartisan basis authorizes more money, as we do every year, for the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, that you will spend that money in the Great Lakes states where it was allocated for.
Senator, I'm not going to engage in the hypotheticals with regard to the impoundment conversation.
We've heard it. It's okay. So the other question I have is on your views of the civil service. Again, as a CIA officer, which is set up and has been reformed over the years, that's for sure, to provide best assessment and advice to the president. You said that OMB was not an agency where you had a bureaucratic problem, but which bureaucracies specifically do you believe have been weaponized?
Again, I'm not going to get into all of the agencies that I believe have some of those characteristics.
Give an example of one.
I think the Department of Justice is clearly one that has bureaucracies within it that engaged in trying to take out their own president during the first term. The extent to which the FBI goes and investigates someone that comes to a school board meeting in Loudoun County for being concerned about the situation with his daughter, and then gets investigated as a domestic terrorist.
So the director and the deputy director of these agencies, they're at the prerogative of the president. The president, any president, has about 1,500 political appointee jobs that they get to allocate all over the bureaucracy. I don't quibble with that. Do you believe that intelligence agencies and law enforcement agencies need more political appointees to keep kind of management at those agencies?
Again, I'm not going to speak on behalf of a specific proposal that the president has not made.
But what's your view? Would you support a proposal? I'm just asking, you want the job, you want it back. Would you support a proposal to put more political appointees to oversee the activities of American law enforcement at the federal level and American intelligence community?
Again, the president hasn't spoken to that matter to my knowledge, and I'm not here on behalf of my own personal views.
Okay. Again, the feeling that we have, the thing that keeps coming up is, again, I don't quibble at all with the fact that the president is going to put in people that I don't agree with on a policy perspective. That's not my debate. My concern with you and with potential Secretary Hegseth yesterday is that when asked clear constitutional questions about the allocation of money, you can't answer a straight constitutional question. Again, we're going to disagree on policy. There's no question about that, and that's not my issue with you. My issue is the constitutional side, because you are going to swear an oath to the Constitution, not to Donald Trump, just like any other confirmed official. So can you confirm for me, please, that you will abide by the Constitution and current law as it is, not what you wish it to be?
I absolutely will abide by the Constitution at all times.
And your interpretation does not, pardon the pun, trump the interpretation of the Supreme Court or at current practice on the books?
Again, administration goes through a very, very extensive policy process with the lawyers of the Department of Justice to abide by the Constitution.
You can see how this bureaucratic, wonky answer you keep giving, right? You're claiming to be an outsider that says you're going to shake things up, but you're giving the most wonky answers. I just want to hear that when you hold up your hand, like many of us have done in this room, to put themselves in harm's way, that you're going to protect and defend the Constitution as interpreted by the people who are in a position to interpret it, like our Supreme Court. And that's what bothers me about you. It's not that we disagree on policy. It's that basic tenet that a lot of us have had to do in this room on both sides of the aisle. That's all I care about. So with that, I'll yield back. But I wish from nominees that we see across the board, just be straight on the U.S. Constitution.
Senator Langford.
Thanks, Senator Paul. First of all, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you, Senator.
You have done a lot of work for the United States. You have sacrificed a lot of time. Your family has paid a big price for that. For that, I say thank you to all of your family and to you. I often will refer to OMB when people will look at me with a confused look, like, what is that? I will say it is the most important agency you've never heard of.
God, man.
It is a common refrain that everything has to come through there to be checked. You're keeping us out of legal trouble. You're getting the budget train on track. All those things are incredibly important. And so I thank you for the work. It is super wonky, super nerdy work, but it is incredibly important to be able to do. So thanks for stepping into that. I've got several things that I want to be able to talk through. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask permission to be able to put something onto the screen as well. Would that be okay?
Without objection.
Thank you. So you started work when you were at OMB before on a bill that was passed called the Taxpayers' Right to Know, to create a federal program inventory. That was great work that you laid. To their credit, the Biden administration and OMB continued that work of working on the federal program inventory. This is what it looks like now. It should be a listing of every program in all the federal government. We've never been able to, as members of Congress, or certainly not the public, to be able to say how many programs are out there that do this. and to be able to search it. The Biden administration's put together a lot of search features into
That's
this,
good.
try to get it out. It's unfinished. There's still more programs and things to get
so
into
Biden-
it. But it is a tool that
go
we look
Joe
forward to
Biden.
using it. It's been on
Thanks, Joe
GAO's top
Biden.
list for years now to be able to actually get done. It's getting done on this. But there's some areas that are
Thanks, Joe
unfinished on it
Biden.
that I want to just be able to highlight on it. The Biden administration's done a lot of work to be able to get the skeleton of this going. But let me just give you one example. This is not about Youth Build as a program, not making a policy statement on it. It just is one of the many entities that are here. This lists how much spending is done on it, on the different authorities that are done, what regulations are from it. But also one of the requirements of this is to be able to ask, what's the results? Here's the money that Americans are spending. What do we get for that? Well, in this particular one, it has results. What was done in 2016 was evaluated, but 2017 wasn't evaluated. 2018 wasn't evaluated. 2019 was evaluated, but it was evaluated based on how much money was spent, not the results of it. Then nothing in 21, 22. I heard something about the COVID that came during that time period, I guess. 22 and 24, it just says we spent this much money in this many places. That's not really the question. The question is, what did we get for that money? So my question to you is, as you're stepping into this project that is you started, others have worked on, and now needs to be finished, how does this rank in a priority for you to be able to fulfill, which, by the way, is the law now, to be able to have a way to be able to look at every program and to see how it's evaluated, if it's evaluated at all. That helps all of us around this dais to be able to look at it and to say, there's 12 different programs that seem to do the exact same thing. 2 of them seem to be successful, and 10 of them aren't.
And you know
we
what?
can't see all that unless we go ask GAO to go chase it for us, unless this is actually finished.
Tools
so how does this rank in a priority for you as far as getting this done?
Thank you, Senator. It'll be a high priority. As you know, when I came into OMB, I'd gone through this process the first time and clearly made aware of the extent of these transparency apparatus that was intended by Congress. And there was a lot of objections from individuals saying, we don't have the bandwidth to do this. And we brought all sides of OMB together internally. We put someone in charge to become an expert. I provided director-level leadership to say, I will push through the barriers that exist to being able to get this set up. And so I'm looking forward to seeing where we are. And I would want to finish the job if given another opportunity by the Senate.
It's great. Thank you. Look forward to that. Because, again, this is not partisan work. This just take every program that's out there and just say, what's happening? How is it being used? How is it not being used? Nothing to hide. This is full transparency that the American people are actually looking for to be able to have. And quite frankly, all of us in Congress are looking for as well to be able to go through it. I'm going to go through several different things that have come up in the last few years. Circular A4, which again, we're getting into nerdy stuff here, was rewritten by the Biden administration. It's something that had been used for years by Democrats and Republican presidents alike to just evaluate cost benefit. The Biden administration came in, changed all the rules that had been done for decades, and said, we want to rewrite this. And actually what we want to do is to say, we're going to evaluate it based on the immediate costs, but the long-term benefits. We're going to look at just the costs in a small area, but get the global gain from this. They changed the rules of how every regulation is done.
What?
That's something I would just say. You can't say how you're going to be able to act on this because you're not there in the seat on it. But I would say, change it back. There should be no disagreement with this body to say, use the same rules President Obama used. Okay? Because this was a nonpartisan rule until they tilted the scales and said, no, we want to be able to change the scales on this. Something else that you put in place that I thought was a great benefit to the American people was that all guidance documents had to be online. That if an agency had guidance, it couldn't be hidden guidance. There couldn't be surprises show up in some business out there and say, you violated our guidance, when people would say, I've never seen it, I don't even know how to find it. Most agencies didn't have any of their guidance publicly until you actually helped put it online and it could all be done. Well, the Biden administration came in and turned that off and said, no, the American people and businesses can't see the guidance from agencies. You've got to guess what guidance that agencies are putting out. Well, I think that's wrong. I think if there's a regulator is going to actually put a guidance document out there, I think they should actually have the guidance and should be able to find it rather than have to play Mother May I to go get it or guess what it is. So again, you're not in that seat, but I would recommend, based on the desire of the American people, if their government is going to put guidance out on what they need to do with the regulation, they should at least know where to be able to find it.
It seems to me that there's some kind of
so that's another piece coming up. You have a lot of responsibility in the days ahead for helping us deal with spending. The chairman brought this up at the very beginning on this. My question to you is, how do we get a hold of the grants?
My question for you is, do you want
We have a grant that came out from State Department doing an investigation on, do helmets improve safety in Ghana? Well, I can go ahead and not spend $1 and tell you probably helmets improve safety there just like they do here on motorbikes and bicycles. I don't need to spend that money on it, but for some reason we decided it's in America's best interest to do a study on helmet safety in Ghana.
Maybe we need to understand the scope of the problem.
The parameters to make sure grants that are going out are actually in America's best interest and best use of Oklahoma taxpayer dollars.
Sure. Senator, thank you for all the questions, particularly on the regulation front. And some of these ancient landmarks that the Biden administration moved are certainly, we're aware of them and we'll be considering them in detail. As it pertains to grants, obviously the management side is a very important
That's what the kids
office,
call it nowadays.
OFFM, putting forward rules and regulations to guide agencies on the grant process, but also asking the oversight questions. And many of the times that OMB is accused of withholding money, or these are not impoundment conversations, these are us asking the questions of the agencies, how are you going to spend the money wisely so that we can get all on the same page as to whether something's going to be totally wasteful or not. And that is, I think, one of the important aspects of getting in and being confirmed for this role.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The question was brought up previously about the constitutional oath and obeying the Constitution, and I would not diminish that at all, but I would argue that it's a little more complicated than some would make it out.
Customs and Border Patrol must share their documents with the public under informed compliance standards.
Clause 1
sounds like lack of
actually says that no state shall pass an ex post
basis.
facto law. So recently, the president was convicted in New York of a law that was passed after 20 years after the alleged crime. And that law was passed specifically at the behest of going after one individual, which is also a bill of attainder and also potentially unconstitutional as well.
Are you a dentist?
But not everybody up here agrees with what I'm saying, that it's an ex post facto law. Some people loved it and thought it was a great use of a prosecutor who ran to try to convict the president to go after him. So there are debates over what the Constitution says. With regard to Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, it also says that states may not accept anything but gold and silver coin as tender in payment of debt. That's not adhered to by every state in the union, and yet we're not going to somehow say, "Are you going to obey the gold and silver, clause of Section 1, Clause 10?" The loan program. This was a case which is even much more clear-cut on the Constitution, where the court is actively telling President Biden that what he's doing is illegal, and he's actively doing the opposite of it.
Too bad. I'm doing something really good for people and putting money back into the economy.
The Trump administration began by saying you no longer have to pay your rent or your debt based on a quarantine resolution from 1938 from the CDC, which did not apply. The Biden administration continued it also, but I think when we talk about obeying the oath of the Constitution, we want sincerity. We want someone who truly believes that they will read and understand and obey the law. Will you obey the Constitution, and will you obey the law as written and interpreted?
Yes, Senator.
Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I love Ruben Gallego. Congratulations,
as OMB director, will you be giving advice to the president?
Yes, Senator.
Not just executing whatever you want. Great, perfect. And this is why I'd like to get to kind of more of your thought process, because while I don't disagree that you're going to follow the best as possible to the every dot when it comes to the Constitution, I don't question at all whether you will abide by that, nor your patriotism or anything like that. I do think it's important for me to understand your thought process, because you will be advising the president. And as such, I'd like to know what your thought process was in your positions in the past and previous in your previous roles. So going back to Senator Blumenthal, as someone like me, who I am a veteran, I do receive VA disability. Many of the men I serve with in the Marines also receive disability. I have gotten very frightened phone calls in the past about different things they've heard, a lot of times online, that either the Democrats or the Republicans are going to cut VA disability, whatever it is. It always happens. It's not just comes from both sides. They're worried about both sides cutting it, and it makes sense if you understand their life. A lot of them have very, very small, personal budgets. If something is cut, that could affect their livelihood, their ability to pay rent, and things of that nature. And so, we heard obviously what Senator Blumenthal said about potentially, your past position that people below 30% VA disability should have that disability cut off altogether. I'm not saying that you are going to project this going forward to the president, because clearly you say you're going to abide and go by what the president tells you to do. But what was your thought process back in the day in terms of your belief of why that was a good program? And I'm sure there was some reason for it, obviously saving money or whatever it is, like breaking down bureaucracy, but I'd love to hear the thought process to that.
Well, first of all, Senator, I just want to say thank you, and I don't take it for granted for you to accept that I will be someone that upholds the Constitution in performing the duties of the OMB director, so I'm very grateful for your comments on that. Look, I'm not here on behalf of proposals that as president of the CRA might have put forward. I'm here on behalf of the president. He fully supported veteran spending. One of his most proud initiatives was
then how are you
some of the reforms
him?
that were made to provide additional health care resources and flexibility, and to make sure that veterans got all the care that they needed to. It was a huge priority in the first term. We were always fully funding the needs of the VA, and we will continue to do so if confirmed.
Really? And no doubt, as someone that I've been a veteran, since the Bush administration, I've seen great progression actually under all the administrations, and certainly saw some under the Trump administration. why I'm asking this is because, again, prior to starting this line of questioning, I asked, will you be giving advice to the president? And that's why I'm trying to get at, what is your thought process? Because that's going to give me a very good indication about, where future decisions are going to be made and future advice will be given to the president. I have zero doubt that you're going to fully execute whatever the president tells you to do. But at some point, you'll also likely be giving advice. And this is why I asked certain things, whether it's
the per
as your
capita
past
cost
position
going
in government,
down
whether it's your
if we
past
had
position in
Medicare
whether
for
you or
all?
not.
Can you
as
even
the head of your
imagine
think
the
tank.
per
For
cost
example,
capita that
it is
would
concerning when it comes to means testing.
result as
There are places, obviously, I think
Can you
when it comes to
imagine?
government
It would
benefits, that there
fund
should
the
be
whole
some
fucking
means
thing.
tests. When it comes to veterans and VA disability benefits, it's not, a lot of us don't believe there should be means tests for something that we actually did and received in service to the country. And so if you could explain at least that, what was the thought process? Because that helps me determine what is going to be the advice that you'll be giving to the president, because it does concern
bullshit
veterans.
amount per month
we would
or
be concerned
something,
if somebody
If you
is going
make
to cut
over
our
$1 million
benefits, or
a year,
if at
you
minimum we
can't-
understand where the
you have to
process is, and maybe we could say,
pay
this is someone that's being
You know what
reasonable
I mean?
and
Something
maybe we could
ridiculous.
try to work with them in any other way possible.
About a
Thank you,
third.
Senator. I think the best way to get a sense of the
Interesting,
advice that I'll be
Neil.
giving is based on what the president ran on. I mean, my view of this role is that you take what the president wants to do, what he ran on, what he is articulating once in office, and figuring out how to best implement it and to do it in the most efficient manner. And the president ran on fully funding veteran programs and providing what is necessary. And I think that should give you a pretty good sense, even though I'm not going to get into the
You should listen to
specific
what he
advice that I give to the
said,
president.
not what he did.
So in your interpretation of the president being a stalwart supporter of veterans, and I think he definitely ran on that. I think we could all agree on that in this committee. And certainly almost everyone I serve with voted for the president, so I think they also believe that. Would that include the fact that that would be including protecting VA disability that would match the president's point of view? And would you advise him to actually follow through on that by protecting VA disability ratings?
Again, Senator, I'm not going to get ahead of the budget process other than to say that it's been a priority to fully fund the needs of the veterans, and that will continue if confirmed.
Okay, you back.
Senator
Only a
Scott.
small means test.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Vought, congratulations on the nomination. I enjoyed working with you when you were up here before.
Here we go.
And I know you'll do a great job. We've seen the bloating in the federal government under the Biden administration. In his 4 years alone, he's added $8 trillion to the national debt. He's increased our federal spending by 53%. Our population is up 2%. We cannot continue down this path of spending way above pre-pandemic levels. And with the past 4 years of Joe Biden, there hasn't been any serious discussion or plan how to control spending or reduce our now $36 trillion worth of debt. If you travel around Florida, here's what you're going to hear from people. They can't afford it. They can't afford this inflation. They said, I could afford to live a few years ago, but today with this inflation, and I can't go buy a house, interest rates are up, I can't buy a car, I better sure as heck pay off my credit card because we've got high interest rates there. So what are some of the things that you think are doable to deal with inflation and interest rates?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the kind words. Obviously, one of the things that our past budgets have really gone after is non-defense discretionary spending, which just so happens to be where the bureaucracy is funded on an annual basis, and which gives members, senators, the annual ability to go after some of that waste. And many of it shows up in the reports from Senator Paul on an annual basis. But it also is those agencies that I think have been overbearing on the American people, and I think that will be one of those areas that we can target first. But the president has also put forward reforms to reduce or have better outcomes with regard to welfare, get people back into the labor force, and those are potentially substantial amounts of savings as well.
So what's the right way of looking at this? We've seen since pre-pandemic, we've seen about a $2 trillion increase in spending. So is the right way of looking at this saying, let's go back, like in my business life, what we do is I say, this is what our revenues are going to be. So we're not going to spend more than that, and hopefully we're going to have a profit. So is it the right way of looking at this is saying, why do we have this unbelievable increase in spending? Should we go back and say, why can't we go back to 2019 or 2020 spending?
What?
Rather than be stuck with where we are now?
It is certainly a valid line of reasoning, and one that we will explore if confirmed in trying to think through what our fiscal goals might be. Certainly been aware of the debates up here, as you all have been trying to get the country's attention with regard to where we are fiscally, and we will look for those types of opportunities if confirmed.
Along with us.
So the regulatory costs up here, when I was governor of Florida, we added 1.7 million jobs. When we cut taxes and fees 100 times, so what really had the biggest impact, we reduced 20% of the regulatory environment, and we streamlined the permitting environment. It could take you 2 years to get a permit you were entitled to under our water management districts. We got it down to just a few days because you were entitled to it. You didn't have to go hire a lawyer, didn't have to go hire lobbyists to get it done. So what are some of the things you think we can be doing with what you're going to do with
it's still at 1 1/4 speed, by the way.
DOGE to reduce One, the cost, increase the economy and build up the economy.
Well, certainly in the first term, the president was very active in this area. It was one of his main deregulatory priorities. He was horrified by the extent to which all of these projects would take decades to get approval, and his view was that agency should be on a time clock. Doesn't mean you're always going to win if you're the person who's trying to do the project, but the agency should respond quickly, and that's the way he thinks, and that's the way I think you'll see many of our deregulatory ideas and initiatives to flow out of that viewpoint.
So what's success for you? So let's say you're confirmed and you have the job for 4 years. At the end of 4 years, what would you say? I was successful in this role because of what?
I want to do the best that I can to implement the president's agenda. My hope is that we're able to deal with the spending components of inflation to get a handle on our fiscal house. The president's put forward budgets before, and I expect him to put up similar budgets that deal with that problem, and to be able to get the regulatory apparatus that we had in the first term back in place, where we're actually deregulating as opposed to putting endless burdens on the American people. I think that's how we would define success at the end of the term.
So why is this job important to you? Why do you want to go back and do this? What drives you to do it?
Why should I hire you?
Well, I think the president deserves to, having done this the first time, people who know how to do the job can do it well on day one.
Now we don't have people like John Kelly in our way.
And it's very rare in life that you get an opportunity to think about a job for 4 years and to try to go back and even do it even better. I think the president deserves that, and I'm looking forward to being confirmed, if confirmed by the Senate, and doing that job.
You've been thinking about it.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, and CIA informants being assassinated. That's right. Don't forget that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vought, good to see you. Congratulations on your nomination. Thank you for being willing to do this job. Again, you did a great job the first time around. Look forward to seeing you back in this office. Let me just ask you, one of the important functions of OMB is the role that it plays in managing procurement through the Office of Federal Procurement Policy. Would you agree with me that it is a problem? And by the way, I think 1 out of every 10 taxpayer dollars goes to federal contractors. So that's a lot of money. That's a big part of our budget.
Now I think about it.
Would you agree with me that it's a problem when we are sending federal contracting dollars to entities, firms, especially consulting firms, that are simultaneously taking money from and doing business with our most lethal opponents, like China, for example? I mean, doesn't that strike you as a little strange?
That is concerning, yes, Senator.
Here's an example, prime example of this kind of behavior.
Is somebody talking next to him?
Consulting firm. So McKinsey got, in the last year for which we had full numbers available, over $851 million worth of consulting work. They had 90 prime contracts with DoD.
So
they got $98 million in contracts from the Army, $132 million from the Air Force, $37 million from the Navy. I think they advised on the F-35 fighter jet program and the Air Force Space and Missile Systems Center. At the same time, they had 1,000 employees in China. They were doing business directly with the Chinese government, and they advised Chinese state-owned enterprises that have now been blacklisted by our own military.
Wonderful.
Now, my view is that if they want to do business with China, I don't recommend it.
No, it's not Josh
I suppose it's fine so long as it's not illegal. But I don't think they should simultaneously be getting hundreds of millions, approaching $1 billion in contracts, federal contracts, military contracts from our own government. Here's my question for you. You're going to have a lot of influence in this process through the procurement rules and process.
Okay, I'm going to shut up.
Will you be an advocate for protecting American taxpayer dollars in this contracting process, where hundreds of billions of dollars are spent every year? Will you be an advocate for protecting that and making sure it's not going to entities who are effectively double dealing and advising our enemies at the same time?
Absolutely. I'm very excited, if confirmed, getting back to being able to work with OFPP, getting a handle on the guidance that we're giving government-wide as part of the FAR Council, and to really look at what are the regulations that are in place and how can we get them better.
Great. That's great. That's fantastic. Give me a sense, just while still on the procurement topic, how you might ensure that procurement policies prioritize American-made goods and services, particularly in industries that are vital to our national security. And I just think about our experience in COVID, and you were there for the beginning, the onset of the pandemic, and when we learned that, my gosh, the most basic medical supplies we're importing from overseas. Our medical supply chains are so compromised in so many ways. So give me a sense, have you given some thought to how the procurement process might be used to safeguard those critical supply chains and prioritize American manufacturers?
Yeah, I think clear leadership from the director to make sure that a viewpoint from the president is implemented at the level of policy that the OFPP is reviewing. A lot of times in the management functions at OMB, they're kind of on autopilot with regard to the clear direction of the president and using the president's management tools and his agenda to be able to drive that policy across the federal government is something that we fully intend to do, and to do it robustly.
Very good. Let me shift gears just a little bit, but still thinking about federal regulations through OIRA. You have a lot of influence, thankfully, on the regulatory landscape and environment. I asked your predecessor in this role, the Biden administration nominee, if she would commit to the Hyde Amendment and the principle that we should not be using federal taxpayer dollars to promote abortions, which has been a bipartisan commitment, as you well know, for decades, she wouldn't commit to that. And indeed, as you know, the Biden administration pretty promptly walked back their commitment to it and has been essentially violating the law, because it is the law.
Really?
They've been violating it for years now. Let me just ask you, when it comes to the Hyde Amendment, which is the law of the land,
What's it with the
will you work to
contour?
ensure that all of our rules and
I'm
regulations,
sorry.
everything that comes across your desk is in full compliance with the Hyde Amendment, and
there's
we are
too
not
much
spending
highlighter down
federal
the bridge.
taxpayer dollars to promote abortion in any way?
There's
As I've said, Senator, we will abide by all laws on the books.
Very good. Let me ask you just a couple more things. And when it comes to the policies of life, because again, you're going to have a lot of influence over the regulatory environment. Would you agree that federal funding for family planning through Title X, through that grant program, should not include federal funding for abortion providers?
Again, the president has made his views on abortion really clear throughout the campaign. I'm not going to get ahead of the president with regard to the budget process.
Belong in the states?
We have submitted budgets in years past that give the Senate a sense of how he would budget, but I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that.
But let me ask you this, and just to be clear, what I just asked about was the Trump policy from in his first term. But here's another one. Pregnancy resource centers, should they be able to receive federal funding through federal grants? That was the president's policy in his first term. Do you think, again, as a matter of federal rules, pregnancy resource centers ought to be eligible?
Not regulated.
Again, the president's a pro-life president. He had a very pro-life record. He had an extensive debate within the campaign at his views, and I'm not going to get ahead of him in the budget process, but I think the country has a good sense of where he is on the issues.
Let me ask you just one more. The Mexico City policy, which I know you're familiar with, OIRA is very important in that policy. That's just the policy for those keeping track at home that says that American foreign aid dollars, tax money, shouldn't be spent on abortions overseas. President Trump championed this in his first term. Every Republican president has for decades now. Do you agree with the Mexico City policy, and would you implement it if the president directed you to?
Absolutely, we'll implement anything the president's asked me to direct.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Vogt.
Anything, even illegal stuff?
Senator
There's a
Ernst.
follow-up there somewhere. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and
Jesus
thank you,
Christ.
Chair and Ranking Member. It is good to be
Cornhead.
back
I hate
on
her.
the committee after a hiatus for many years. Good afternoon, Mr. Vogt. Thank you for the really robust discussion yesterday.
Thank you
I truly
for the
appreciate
margaritas
that.
last
And thanks for
night.
being here. You were here 6.5 years ago
Hey,
as
girl.
well.
Hey,
and
girl.
I do remember that as your kids had been sitting behind you during that as well.
So I won't say
and
anything
one of my colleagues had very
nasty.
inappropriately questioned you on your faith as part of
Yeah,
your first
so I thought
confirmation
we'd
hearing
just go
before
over
the
some of your
Senate.
porn
And I just want to
habits.
commend you
Oh, wait,
because
no.
during that period, you handled yourself
Trump
with
looking at
extraordinary
Joni.
grace. And so I truly appreciate that. And I just want to be on the record as stating that I think people of all faiths should have a place in the public square. But thank you so much. And what a great
Thank you,
example
Senator.
for your children. So as the chair of the Senate Doge Caucus, I look forward to working with you to make government more transparent, accountable, and efficient. And it's impossible to achieve these goals, though, if we don't even know how Washington is spending our tax dollars. During my time in the Senate, I've passed numerous laws to do just this. One requires the Department of Transportation to report all projects that are $1 billion over budget or 5 years or more behind schedule. Another requires the Pentagon to put a public price tag on all R&D projects funded with taxpayer dollars. Despite numerous laws being passed, these were passed and signed into law. Agencies have been completely ignoring the mandates. And likewise, the bipartisan law that originated in this committee requiring all government spending to be disclosed in a searchable public website, usaspending.gov, is being circumvented by bureaucrats who are hiding billions of dollars of secret spending awarded as other transaction agreements or OTAs from USA Spending. As director, what actions are appropriate to compel agencies and recipients of taxpayer dollars to comply with these laws, and how will you prioritize ensuring compliance?
It's a great question, Senator. It's one that we will definitely take note of and make sure that we are, when we're setting up on the management side these apparatuses, but also on the budget side that works intimately with the agencies, that they're not allowed to get away with these types of gimmicks.
Okay, and I look forward to working with you. Will you also require agencies to start reporting OTAs to usaspending.gov?
We will definitely abide by the law and make sure the spirit of the law is executed as well.
And that is the spirit of the law. Thank you. In the years since COVID, our nation's capital has remained a ghost town as private companies of all sizes from coast to coast have called their employees back to the office. Some federal employees allegedly come to their D.C. offices so infrequently that the calendars in their cubicles are still flipped to the March 2020 page. That's why it's entirely unsurprising that GAO found federal government headquarter buildings are operating at an average occupancy rate of just 12%. Meanwhile, I recently published a report on federal telework, which I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, which details some truly shocking statistics, and my staff will hand you a copy of this as well, Mr. Vought. Before COVID, just 3% of employees eligible to telework did so. Now, 6% of those employees say they report in person on a full-time basis. 6% showing up for work every day. Depending on the agency, between 23 and 68% of surveyed teleworking employees are boosting their salaries by receiving incorrect locality pay. Some employees claim to be working in D.C. while living more than 2,000 miles from their office. As you are aware, the Office of Management and Budget holds the critical responsibility of ensuring the federal workforce delivers meaningful results for the American people. Strong leadership from your office to correct the Biden administration's asleep-at-the-wheel approach to federal workforce management would send a very powerful and much-needed message to the rest of the government. To this end, I will ask a few key questions. First, will you share your daily schedule with the public?
Yes.
Congress has a set 60% utilization goal for your headquarters building and the headquarters building of each federal agency. What steps will you take to get each agency to meet Congress's goal?
Well, I think we're going to make it a priority, and obviously you've heard through your DOGE leadership with the leadership of the President's DOGE that this is a major area that they're looking at. We're going to be looking at ways that OMB can come along beside and ask the right questions, both on the management and the budget side, to get a sense for how our agencies monitoring their own employees that might be benefiting from the D.C. Pay rate when they're not living in D.C. So part of it is having a theory of the case, which we clearly have, to do that oversight and then to get into these roles and to figure out where we are on a day-to-day granular basis and then figure out what can be done about it.
Very good. And what would your plan be to get federal employees, including those that are covered by collective bargaining agreements, to show up for work?
Well, we're going to take a look at the collective bargaining agreements. Obviously, we're aware of the extent to which the Biden administration is locking in or attempting to bind the Trump administration with these CBAs that last an extended period of time. I don't have anything to announce other than to agree with you that it's a concerning phenomena and one that we are looking at very closely.
Very good. And I have a number of other questions as well. We went through a number of these yesterday in my office. I truly appreciate that. I could go on and on and on. I would encourage everyone, if you would like a copy, we may have some extra. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Vought, and I look forward to your confirmation and to working with you on these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Ernst. We're very interested, and the full committee is very interested in this. I think it would be illustrative to bring in some people who could tell us some stories about people not coming to work. I do recall that when the baby formula problem happened and the baby formula was contaminated, we had the heads of 3 agencies or 4 agencies, and one of the senators asked a question, when was the last time you were in the office? Most of the heads of the agencies, like the head of the CDC, FDA, they hadn't been in the office for a month. So we need to talk about this, and if nothing else, we got to shame some people to going back to work. There has to be some metrics. The private practice works because you have profit and somebody monitors your work. If you're not being monitored and there is no profit number to see whether you're doing any work, it's impossible. But let's work together on maybe doing a hearing on this in the near future. With regard to the regulations, Senator Scott brought up some of the different regulations, and it brought to mind a couple of things. We had a bridge collapse in Kentucky a few years ago. A tugboat hit it. And so I thought, well, they tell you these NEPA regulations take like 3 or 4 years to get. Maybe we should have an exemption. If your bridge falls down, you're going to build the bridge in exactly the same place. You don't have to do any NEPA review at all. And I think I got about 20 votes or whatever, 15 votes. We couldn't even pass an amendment, that common sense, saying it's going in the same place. It reminds me of one other quick anecdote, then we'll go back to a couple questions. Did you see the story recently about the snail darter? So apparently the snail darter was discovered back in the 70s when they were building a dam in Tennessee. And now they've got somebody to admit that, well, he told people at the time, this will stop the dam.
Well, let me
it's a new species.
You know what?
And apparently now they've done all these genetic testing, and it's not a new species. And the more they looked, the more they found the snail darter's everywhere.
Doctor,
we had a dirt darter in Kentucky. Must be a relative of the snail darter. And we had to lower one of our lakes by 30 feet where there's a lot of marinas and recreational activity. And while the dam was lowered to rebuild an earthen dam, Lordy, they found some dirt darters in a river, and they said, we can't fill the, we don't want to fill the lake back up because we'll hurt the dirt darter. My question was, it's a fish.
Wait until you
water. But I mean,
hear
the
about
craziness
what
of all
the,
this stuff. And one more. We have the pocketbook mussel.
oil and gas
It's been listed on the
industry
Endangered
did back in
Species
the
Act.
day when they
Have you ever
learned
seen
about
mussels? They are
climate
everywhere.
change.
Any pond, lake, creek's got
I'm
mussels everywhere.
Prepare to have your
So this was put on the
mind
endangered species
blown.
list. And then for the last 20 years, they've been looking for it. Everywhere they look, they find it. There's no endangerment, but somebody put it on the list, and it's a
Fauci underwear?
scam. So we had
I'm sorry, you don't mean
a sewage plant in a city was overflowing with sewage into the lake. Nobody wants that, so we wanted to build a new one in a little town in Kentucky. First, we got to get a consultant, $100 grand, $150 grand for this tiny little town to study the pocketbook mussel population and Indian artifacts. And all it does is it enriches the consultants. It lasts 2 or 3 years to get it done, slows everything down. But this isn't a question. This is just this is a rant. Anything you can do to fix that stuff, I'm all for you. Tell us what we need to do to fix it. We're going to do another round. We're going to start with Senator Peters for 5 minutes.
I hate Fauci. Okay.
Thank you.
The climate will suffer
Mr. Vogt,
more.
the federal
correct,
government
GP.
relies on the Inspector General to conduct independent oversight, as you know, root out waste, root out fraud, and abuse of taxpayer dollars that it finds. So my question for you, sir, is do you agree that the Inspector Generals are vital to protecting federal programs from inefficiency and waste?
Yes, absolutely. As a congressional staffer and director of OMB with various roles, benefited greatly from the reports of the IG community.
Great. So during your previous tenure as OMB director, you did not comply with an investigation into delayed disaster recovery funding for Puerto Rico that was conducted by the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Inspector General. So my question for you is that under the Inspector General Act, agency heads are required to provide all information and assistance requested by IGs to the extent practical. So why did you and your staff fail to comply with the law during the HUD OIG investigation?
Yeah.
Senator, I assure you, I'm always responding to the advice of counsel, and the extent to which that applied in that instances is the same.
So your legal counsel said avoid the law, just basically violate the law. That's the kind of advice you get?
Again, we go through a process with all the requests that come in, and we figure out what we're required to do, and we did that in that instance, and we will do that again on a case-by-case basis.
So again, I have to echo my colleagues, Senator Slacker. You do give really good bureaucratic answers, which is why people, I guess, are crazily frustrated with bureaucrats. You are a very good bureaucrat and not answering questions. Even when you avoid the law, you try to find some sort of bureaucratic runaround so that you can get away from doing what's right. It's really unfortunate. My next question is, under leadership, OMB also obstructed the GAO review on delayed Ukraine assistance by refusing to comply with GAO requests for information, and you also defied a congressional subpoena that was issued by the House Intelligence Committee in 2019.
Discord data breach.
Defied a congressional subpoena.
Emails from Discord. Use
will
two-factor
you comply with a congressional subpoena if you receive one from this committee, or will you defy it as you've done in the past?
Senator, as you know, the president was being impeached at that time. The Office of Legal Counsel instructed the appointees of the executive branch, because their agency counsel were not going to be allowed to participate in those proceedings and therefore protect privileged information, not to go to the Hill. So of course I will come to Congress if subpoenaed, but there's a reason why we consult our lawyers, particularly at the Office of Legal Counsel, as to their determinations with protecting the presidency, and an agency head has to listen to what they have to say.
So I just, Chairman Paul and I have had many discussions about subpoenas and the fact that our subpoenas are basically ignored by the administration in both parties, not in both. This is not partisan in any way. But it's clear, Chairman Paul, we're going to get the same kind of stonewalling on subpoenas if we continue to get these kind of bureaucratic answers from OMB under the leadership of Mr. Vought. Mr. Vought, will you commit to complying with all oversight requests you receive from the Inspector General, the Government Accountability Office, and Congress, or will I get the same bureaucratic runaround answer that I've received in all the other questions?
That's not how I would characterize it, Senator.
Of course not.
We will respond transparently to all the oversight requests, and we will make sure that, subject to the advice of the council, you are getting the information that you need to do your oversight responsibilities. That is a priority of my time at OMB, and when I get letters from senators, I take them very seriously. I want to be known immediately about them so that we can get after responding to senators and what they've asked for.
You know, whatever the age
So I expect I'm going to get the same bureaucratic answer to my last question here. Will you commit to fully and promptly responding to oversight requests from this committee, including from the ranking member and from other minority members? You've already stated that you will take these letters
We will definitely respond to your letters.
and respond with another very eloquent bureaucratic answer that, sorry, we can't comply. Is that what we should expect? We certainly got it the last time you were in OMB, How is it going to be different this time? How will things be different this time?
Senator, I would go back to something earlier that you said. We come up here and we are, when you subpoena us, when you request for us, even beyond using the subpoena power, we come to Congress. You've never, outside of the impeachment situation, you don't have an example to point to in which we're not willing to come and defend our actions before these bodies and the ones in the House. That will continue, and we will continue to help you do the oversight process that I think is vital by giving you the information that you need. At the same time, respecting the differences between the executive branch and the legislative branch, and that the president has a policy deliberative process that needs to be respected as well.
Well, time will tell.
From any service.
Senator Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think this committee wants to discuss who is and who isn't willing to be able to come for hearings. When last year, for the first time in 20 years, the Biden administration refused to come for the global threats hearing. So the request was made month after month after month to the Biden administration for Mayorkas and Christopher Wray to be able to come and give a public accounting for it, and they stiff-armed this committee for months and refused to come. So I understand what happened during the impeachment time, but that was a very unique moment that I hope is not repeated again, obviously. But this committee certainly has not had response from the Biden administration actually coming and appearing before this committee or delivering documents.
Well, Senator Langford, I hope that you'll recognize that I called that out very aggressively.
Oh, you did?
I have been consistent in that. It's not, I was way out front in calling that was wrong.
100%. And I was grateful for that. I was just saying that's not just a moment to say this happened once during the Trump administration. This is.
And I would just follow on with it's us against them. We are the legislature, all right? The ambition to pit ambition against ambition was us against them, not Republican against Democrat, us against the executive. So while I'm going to vote for Russell Vought, I want him to correspond with us. And if we ask for records, I'm going to ask with you.
Yep, totally agree. So let me do blitzkrieg through some different topics here. GAO does a high-risk list. Do y'all evaluate that? Do you go through that? Is that meaningful to you? Because what I asked GAO to do years ago was to take their high-risk list and to split it. Executive branch can do this on their own. The legislative branch have got to be able to act on this. They do that now and split it, so we each get our to-do list on that. Is that important to you as you go through it?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay, that's helpful because we're both going to have quite a list on this. I have a question on E-Verify. This should not be a challenge, but it has been a challenge and has been over multiple administrations. The law requires E-Verify be used for federal contracting and for prime, subprimes, and all that. But GAO has looked at this year after year and has determined no one's really checking it. So no one's asking the next question, are they really using E-Verify? Sometimes they do on the primes, but then all the subprimes that they use, no one's really asking. There is, without question, we have under federal taxpayer dollars, contracts being used right now where the folks that are doing it are not legally present in the United States. I think most people would be really shocked by that. We also have asked the question on OTAs and those other transactional agreements, are we checking E-Verify for that? And the answer we got was kind of a sheepish no. We kind of treat those differently. So if an OTA is used, no one is asking on E-Verify on it to be able to verify folks with American taxpayer dollars are actually Americans. So while we talk about buy American for products, we're not always hiring American, even in the United States on that. How does that get fixed?
I will definitely take a look at that and start to inquire about what's going on with regard to that.
Thank you. Retrospective review is a big deal. You and I have talked about before. We're back in nerdy territory to be able to go back and say, if a regulation was made years ago and it's been left alone, we should go back and take a look at it years later and say, did it work? Is it costing more? Is it there? I bring this up because during the time of COVID, President Trump put out a statement to say, for all those regulations that are out there, we understand everything's weird right now across the country. We got to figure out how to be able to process and do work, and we got to figure out the regulations. Somehow, as a country, we survived with relaxed regulations on it. I think there's a need to be able to go back and do a regulatory review and to say what regulations were relaxed at that time that we later learned, the country still works with that. Is that a need to be able to go back and do a regulatory review, not only during that time period, but for all regulations?
Yes, very much, Senator. In fact, the president's given us a new goal. He originally had a 2-for-1 goal in the first term. He's now given us a 10-for-1 goal. We believe that we can hit that, but it's going to require looking at everything that doesn't make sense within government and reassessing and trying to get better outcomes as a result.
I can't even begin to tell you how many Oklahomans would tell me, I just want the government to make sense. Just do it in a way that's logical. Don't try to do it based on somebody in Michigan one time did something, and so now the whole country has to do something different or produce a lot of paperwork. They just want it to be able to make sense on it. So that's very helpful to be able to get. Okay, one final question on this. Sitting in this hearing for the last hour or so, I've heard your name pronounced 3 different ways. Can you clarify for this committee and the American people, how do you pronounce your last name?
I appreciate that question very much, Senator. It is, believe me, I've heard all of them growing up. It is Russell Vought.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So we'll put you on record as an official vote. Got it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to say Russell either. So Thank you, Mr. Vought, for our time today and your commitment to working with the committee. The nominee has filed responses to biographical and financial questionnaires, answered pre-hearing questions submitted by the committee, and had their financial statements reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics. Without objection, this information will be made part of the hearing record, with the exception of the financial data which are on file and available for public inspection in committee offices. The hearing will remain open till noon tomorrow, Thursday, January 16th, for the submission of statements and questions for the record. We are adjourned.
Okay.
Good job.
All right. So this one's adjourned. Hold on. Don't leave me. Let me see what we've got. Because we've got Marco Rubio, which I think I'm going to push Marco Rubio to tomorrow. And then we have a lot of things to go over when it comes to Russell Vought. But it's now almost 6.5 hours, and I do need to eat something. So I think I'm going to eat something, and then I'm probably going to make sure that we get first of all, I'm going to put all the links for today's nominees, because Gal and others have shared so much good information about these fuckwads. So I will go ahead and list all of those by dusk, if not earlier. I will list all of those in the description of this video so that you can easily go and just find all the links that were shared. I really, really so appreciate that. And then also we'll catch up on some reading tomorrow. I don't think we have quite as much happening tomorrow. I think there might be a hearing or two. And there is a couple of hearings that I'd like us to listen to. But yeah, so, okay, great. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I'm going to check in with Jim and see if he's doing a space. I'd love to support whatever he's going to be doing, or if he's not. I'm probably going to go ahead and move the documentary on Discord. I think I'm going to move that to Tuesdays, and I'm just going to shift the plan I had for today to next week. We'll take it a minute at a time, but we will still love you so much, Teresa, and everyone. Thank you so much. So no movie tonight on Discord, but we will do movie on Friday. Everything else stays the same. All right? Yay! Tomorrow we go back to 6:30 a.m., I think. I love you too. Thanks for sharing so much time with me. Any amount of time you spent today, I so appreciate it. Even if you just had the tab open and you ran to the grocery store and bought mustard, Yeah, so no Discord tonight, Neil. Not tonight. But I'll get back on schedule, and what we'll do is we'll do documentary Tuesdays. See you next Tuesdays. No Discord tonight. That's right. So, yeah, thank you. Oh, I'm delighted to be the background of any workday that y'all have. Oh my gosh, that's quite an honor. So hopefully I'm worthy of the appointment. I'll do my best to execute my constitutional duties to provide a good background for you. But yeah, lots of reading. So much to do, but we're going to get there. We're going to get caught up. Your wife lost her wallet. Oh my God. You found it at a drugstore. Everything's okay. Everything's good, Jim. I hope. I hope. All right. So have a great Wednesday. The beards are amazing. The beards are coming back. We're going to bring the beards back, baby. Beards are back in 2025. We're back in Chudland. God damn. Terrible. Yeah. Oh, good. That's wonderful to hear, Jim. See, there are some good people in the world. Of course. All right, my friends. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. We're almost to the weekend. I don't think that holds up much optimism, though. But, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about the inauguration. We'll deal with it. We'll be together somehow, but I'm just not sure how much of it we're going to be able to take in and not, start drinking again or something. No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. Oh, it's a day of service. Oh, now maybe that's something that would work better. You're right. Thank you, Paul Langen, for bringing that up. Let's watch movies instead. Seva for Hinduists. Oh, thank you, Paul Langen. That's right. Oh, isn't that prophetic? Well, Richard Nixon's birthday is Sunday, so maybe that's maybe that's part of the problem. Yeah, we're gonna turn into ZZ Top. That's it. Service to service to our republic. It'd be good to do some service in real life. We might do that, isn't it? Is it 20th? Yeah, it's the 20th. Jane, it's Monday. I had to get the fur coat out of storage. Holy moly! You're headed to Buffalo for the game. Fun. Have fun. Have fun. I don't like real furs, but whatever. You got it. I can't make you get rid of it. Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. It's Monday. I know. It's really snuck up and smacked us in the ass. That's right. Yeah, we got smacked in the ass by the fucking inauguration of authoritarianism. Oh my God. I hope, like Jim, you too have something fun that you can do. It's going to be cold. Yeah, be careful. Be careful. Make sure you wear a hat, right? You're supposed to keep your ears and the top of your head covered. Yeah, so be careful about that. Okay. All right, guys, I'll see you later. Okay. Peace out. Have a great day. I really love y'all. I hope your team wins, Jim, in your sports ball. The Buffalo Kings, Buffalo Billies, Buffalo Billy Goats. Wear a scarf. Wear gloves. Don't drink too much alcohol because that'll make you think that you're not really cold. Yeah, seriously. Okay. All right, I'll see you guys later.